Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, Unrealistic Yearnings. On the rooftop of a magnificent huge building on the outskirts of Shanghai was a young man in his early 20s standing alone. He looked aloof and totally withdrawn from reality. He was in a different world only reserved for him. The constant howls of the evening wind could be heard and the nighttime was slowly creeping in at the horizon. The streetlights below had already started flickering into existence and the bustling of corporate workers rushing from work could be seen from miles away. It was rush hour and these hardworking individuals didn't want to miss out on the metro buses. Even if it was on the outskirts, life was never cheap in Shanghai. The streets were always like this, always full of unremarkable people and lively with a plethora of activities. With his hand tightly clutched on the shoddily painted black railing, the young man who was watching the city from a different perspective, suddenly released a bored sigh. This young man was Zhao Wei. His looks weren't anything fancy, he was just above average and unremarkable as those workers below. Dressed in a pair of neat navy blue pants and a white shirt with sleeves rolled up his toned arms, he looked a little bit charming, to say the least, as the clothes complemented his lean athletic figure perfectly. That was not all. He had a spotless white laboratory coat casually resting on one of his shoulders. On the breast pocket was a loosely hanging badge that recorded his identity and occupational status. Yeah, Zhao Wei was a registered nurse who mainly worked in the med-surg department. Wasn't that just nice? Working in a large hospital in a major city like Shanghai? In addition to that, the salary, the salary. Zhao Wei did have a good salary that was never enough in the eyes of his overbearing, idealistic, and inflexible parents. In their eyes, he had been a failure. Anything is worthless in the face of time. Emotions and memories do not last forever. Zhao Wei sighed again while shaking his head lightly. His parents had been taken captive by death, an eventuality that awaited every living being on the planet. A ruthless and unforgiving pandemic was the one thing at the crux of their deaths. I have always been rebellious and rambunctious since I was young. I have never listened to anyone and did things the way I pleased. What was filial piety in front of greedy and unsatisfied parental figures? I have never considered their unneeded, biased advice even for a single second. My parents had never been satisfied. I guess it was just an inherent trait of humanity. Zhao Wei reminisced with a blank look on his face. The memories he had of the past were slowly fading into obscurity, even those of his unremarkable parents. But that was the least of his problems. This spot, the rooftop, where one could oversee everything like the king of the world, was a special place for Zhao Wei. It was his haven after completing his work shift and dealings with dying patients. Patients that he had never felt attachment toward. He had learned the nursing curriculum perfectly and graduated with a solid BSN degree before adding a master's to his curriculum vitae. His work ethic was flawless, and his communication skills were as natural as possible. Zhao Wei was the embodiment of a good employee. Young, intelligent, and charismatic. But then why do a nursing career when he could have instead pursued medicine and surgery and become a certified doctor? What did he want to accomplish by becoming an esteemed nurse in Shanghai? I wanted to at least feel human emotions. Emotions of pity, understanding, affective empathy. But it seems never mind. I have always been selfish, self-centered, and irredeemable. I thought that these 2 years of spending time with the ill would make me feel something, but alas, what I want still eludes me, Zhao Wei chuckled to himself. With COVID rampant and the medical staff under pressure, I wish moments like this could last forever. But that will make life predictable and more boring than it is. I am tired of seeing the same faces every day, and hearing the usual global news. Ugh, everything seems programmed to work in a certain direction. Are we living in a simulation? What is my meaning? What is my purpose in this life? Zhao Wei was having an existential discussion with himself. Then he looked above the dark skies with a melancholic expression that looked quite comical. If there is a deity, Buddha, demon, or even Truckun out there, hear my daily prayers of escaping this unhappy and predictable life of mine. That has always been his routine whenever his chilling moments at the rooftop were about to end. To escape his current reality, Zhao Wei read many novels which were mostly reincarnation-themed, transmigration, and Xianxia cultivation novels. Those weren't the only ones, as his repertoire of knowledge required to be constantly filled. Isekai couldn't be left out and anime needed to be watched. So Zhao Wei always wished to be spirited away from his current reality to somewhere exciting, unpredictable, and where he could find meaning and a reason to live a fulfilling life. Sadly, nothing ever happened, and he didn't have the courage or thoughts of taking his own life to accomplish his dreams. He loved his life more than anything else, not unless the reincarnation or transmigration ticket was already cut for him, which he absolutely had no concrete knowledge about. No one knew when the Grim Reaper would come knocking on their doors. And such was life. Yet another useless day. Zhao Wei clicked his tongue before turning away from the magnificent view of the city. Positive thoughts. I should be optimistic. He then smiled before starting to walk toward the yet unremarkable rooftop door. It was time to go home, order something to eat, catch a few episodes of anime, read a few chapters, and sleep like a dead log until morning. A perfectly planned out routine. Truly predictable, right? Just before his right hand could touch the knob, he heard a cute purr above him. Meow meow, a cat? How did a cat reach here? The hospital has no cats. Zhao thought to himself before raising his head to curiously look at the new intruder. Surprisingly, he didn't find any cat above him. Strange. I clearly heard the feline sounds from above, but where is the source? He wore a doubtful expression on his face. He then shrugged. Or maybe it was an illusion or sound carried by the blowing wind? Who knows? Zhao Wei decided to dismiss the issue and treated it casually. And just when he was turning the knob, he heard it again. This time the sound came from behind him. Meow meow, he now heard it more vividly than before. It was not an illusion but something happening. He felt his body uncontrollably tense as if he was facing an unimaginable terror. Then slowly, he turned his head. Meow slowly. His actions looked silly. It was just a cat, where was the need for such drama? Zhao Wei came face to face with a cat in the flesh, perched on the railing. Its body was covered by midnight dark fur that reminded one of the pitch darkness of the night. Its little body was, in fact, in perfect harmony with the night. It looked extremely cute, especially its huge eyes that twinkled like the boundless stars in the sky. Its long black tail wiggled hypnotically, and anyone would be mesmerized by this simple, mundane action. Zhao Wei found his brown eyes lost in the world beyond those perfect feline orbs that had no slits. It was truly strange for a cat to lack them. So cute, he murmured to himself. Little buddy, how did you arrive here? Zhao Wei asked lightly while taking one step at a time. His steps were slow and calculated. He feared that he would startle the poor cat to fall down to its death down a 10-story building. Even if it had 9 lives to spare, he didn't know why he was still concerned with its safety. That was in itself truly a 1 in a million occurrence, since he had never felt like that. He could have ignored it and gone home to his usual crappy life, but something, just something, seemed to immensely glue him to the unique cat. Was it by chance love at first sight? That's outrightly bestial. Zhao Wei just didn't know the reason for being compelled to care for a living thing that he had never known his whole life. Even his ill clients weren't subject to that feeling of care, and he was by no means a negligent practitioner. Puss, why don't you jump away from there? Zhao Wei said with a coaxing tone to his voice while gesturing his hands toward himself. He had never imagined himself talking to an animal since he wasn't a pet lover. There was no way he had ever let an animal run amok and ruin his neat and orderly house. Meow, the little cat cutely tilted its head and looked at the man trying to summon it. Who said that it needed saving? Oh, I don't understand what you are saying, but from the looks of it, it seems that you are enjoying the night's breeze, right? Zhao Wei said in an unsure voice while trying to make himself understand the secret language of the cats. Meow. Contrary to his expectation, the cat nodded cutely in agreement. The kind of nod that felt borderline human-like. And Zhao Wei was taken aback, truly shocked beyond comprehension. The situation was truly awkward. Super weird. Ahem, if you are not in distress then I think it's better that I go home. The deities above normally don't hear my childish and impossible wishes so, yeah, little cat, I don't doubt your nimbleness but stay safe. You hear me, little black? Zhao Wei cleared his throat before speaking. Well, he looked insane while trying to talk sense to some cat. Even to the extent of giving it a lame nickname. Like hell, who names a pet little black? The mysterious cat meowed in displeasure at Zhao Wei's lame-ass naming. Little Zhao Wei started before correcting himself. I mean beautiful cat, please pardon my bad naming sense. You are random so I thought that your name should also be random. Meow. The mysterious cat nodded and had a smug expression on its cute face for being called beautiful. Zhao Wei scoffed at its actions before turning his back to the cat. His stomach rumbled in protest. He was immensely famished after a seemingly long day of rushing everywhere in the medical wards. He urgently needed something to eat and so spending more time talking with a strange cute would prove to be counterproductive in the long run. He fixed a surgical mask on his face, encased the knob with his thick hand, and then opened the door. I would miss that little thing. It's been like forever since I talked freely with anyone. Zhao Wei smiled to himself. Just as he was about to step inside, a mysterious voice stopped him dead in his tracks. It was feminine, soft, and immaculate. Weren't you tired of your predictable life? Didn't you want to escape your mundane lifestyle? Weren't you so devoted in praying to supreme entities to grant you the ticket to experience another life? Didn't you want to have a meaning? Unpredictability? Fulfillment? Your wishes were all heard by me and if you still have second thoughts about them, then go on. Continue with your steps. Zhao Wei didn't know how or why his body did a perfect and swift turn. It was so smooth and fluid, something that he knew he'd never replicate again. It was that type of spin that would make Michael Jackson proud. He found himself yet again looking at little B. Meow. Tch, flaunt not your ignorance, ingrate. I am the most supreme, beautiful, immaculate, divine, unparalleled cat in all of existence. His mouth was wide agape, slowly dropping down onto the hard floor. Zhao Wei couldn't believe what he was hearing. A talking cat? Talking Tom? Talking Angela? You are truly unrefined to compare this eminence to digital constructs. A quick-tempered cat with a sharp tongue? Are you insulting me, human? The most beautiful cat in existence. It seems you know the ways of pleasing to the core, oh little human. And the same mysterious cat could easily read his thoughts like an open book. Great, just great. Like a devout believer in everything religious, Zhao Wei threw all of his masculine pride out the window and prostrated himself beneath the awesome existence. The almighty cat. A window of opportunity had presented itself in front of him and his obsession with escaping his current cycle of predictability was so intense that he couldn't ignore this mysterious entity. Even if it was a demon god or Lovecraftian aberration, Zhao Wei didn't care. A man's dreams should never be taken lightly. If a man wants to be a harem king, leave him be. If he wants to be transported to a world where breast milk production is a stable source of income, also leave him be. You could never begin to imagine how powerful dreams are. That's why Zhao Wei didn't care about anything at the moment. He had to be shameless and so out of character to get his dream actualized. Almighty One, the virtuous, unparalleled, supreme, and the most beautiful existence in all of existence, I ask for your forgiveness for failing to acknowledge your magnificence when it was right in front of my face. Zhao spoke reverentially and it sounded natural even to himself. Oh ho, you are making me shy. The cute little cat covered its small mouth with its neatly manicured paw. You are one weird human. You can stand up now. I no longer need to see your stinky ass up in the air, hee hee. And with a wave of its little hand, it telekinetically lifted Zhao Wei from the ground until he was standing. Zhao Wei couldn't hide the fascination from his face. This is a power only shown in fiction. He couldn't prevent his body from shaking with excitement. Currently, he had the option of asking about the identity of the little, beautiful cat. But even if he asked, it wouldn't be useful to him anyway. What mattered to him was if what the cat had said about a possible chance at transmigration was still valid. Don't worry about the validity of my words, mortal. I am legit. I am the real deal. The mysterious cat patted its chest smugly while holding its head high with pomposity. So you were bored of your life? That I can relate to. I was also bored, that's why I decided to answer your funny and rather peculiar prayers. Are you really dead set on going to another world? The cat asked casually while gracefully and elegantly walking about the railing, its cute behind shifting from one direction to another. Zhao Wei nodded vehemently. Yes. Which world would you like to go to? You can name it all. The black cat started licking its paw. This is the moment that I have been waiting for all my life. Zhao Wei thought in excitement. Despite his excitement, he didn't rush to blurt out the name of the world in which he wanted to start his second life. He had to think first. A list of universes started flashing in his mind: Marvel, DC, Toon Universe, anime, and even cultivation verses. This was the knowledge of everything he had read during his free time. Against the gods, martial world, ancient strengthening technique, stellar transformation, Lord Zhu Ying, dual cultivation, coiling dragon, god of slaughter, dragon marked war god, tales of gods and demons, king of gods. King of gods, king of gods. Zhao Wei mulled over his thoughts while digging deep into his mind to remember everything about this novel. Eye power. Now that's what we call cool, he said to himself while touching his chin. Have you arrived at a conclusion? The cat ignored the cute little poses it was doing and asked Zhao Wei. Yeah, I have. I wanna go to the King of Gods novel, Zhao Wei said unwaveringly. Okay. But do you know that you have to die in order to start another life? The cat brandished a Cheshire grin on its little face that made his heart palpitate quickly against his chest. Zhao Wei felt raw fear gnaw at his being during that moment. The cat had scared the living shit out of him. But he knew he had to be brave. He had to be ready. His mortal body had to be sacrificed for his soul cast into the cycle of reincarnation or transmigration. He had all the necessary procedures and scenarios memorized well. Zhao Wei closed his eyes briefly, took a deep breath, and then exhaled to calm himself. And when he opened them, he knew there was no going back. It was now or never. I know. The grin etched upon its lips intensified. The cute little cat then giggled while looking at Zhao Wei. And aren't you going to ask for another wish? Like the powers to warp reality? Drink milk to gain strength? System. The cute cat asked curiously. Zhao Wei arched in surprise and answered honestly. You only offered me one thing and I think it is best if I don't mess up the only chance I have at achieving my dream by infringing upon your magnanimity. I like your answer, or you could have been like those other poor souls, the cat said nonchalantly before jumping down to the ground. Zhao Wei really thanked his lucky stars. Those poor souls might have been deprived of their only chance at Isekai by showing unnecessary greed. Greed was good, but in excess, it was harmful. Meow, now then. It slowly circled him and then sat in front of him. It then touched its chin as if in thought. That will do, the cat talked to itself. Zhao Wei watched all of these in silence. There was a universe out there awaiting his exploration. The cute little cat then levitated high enough so that it was at the same eye level as Zhao Wei. For being a good boy, I have a surprise prepared for you in your next world. Now then. That Cheshire grin again. Zhao Wei's eyes widened in shock when its mouth opened abruptly into a ginormous maw structured like an eldritch entity, and from there onwards, everything felt like a dream as his world descended into a void of nothingness. He had been swallowed in one fell swoop. But that single action wasn't without its own benefits. That moment changed the fate, destiny, and future of the entire fan universe, even more so, the whole primal chaos plane. Zhao Wei's name will eventually come to overrule everything in existence, and that was merely the beginning after the end, the sequel to his life's epilogue. Chapter 2, Grand Aspirations. After being swallowed into what felt like an endless black hole, Zhao Wei felt as if his entire self had been rendered static, frozen in time. More like his always active mind had ceased its thinking capabilities. Since his perception of time in that perpetual blankness of eternal abyss was zero, he didn't know how long he had stayed in there. Well, it could have been an instant in time, millions of years, or even an eternity. Luckily, his stagnancy didn't stay for long. A crack in the space-time continuum was all it took for his unassuming soul to escape from that relentless void. And thus, his existence and venture in the other world would sooner than later commence. In the fan universe, off far at the corners of the boundless ocean, was the unremarkable, tiny azure flower continent, which was more like an island compared to the sheer enormity of the ever-blue ocean. Further into the tiny azure flower continent was the cloud country that harbored Sun Feather City, the initial point of Destiny's progression. In the Zhao sect, when we zoomed in the lenses closer, we could see a particular small courtyard stationed away from the main residence, just like any other courtyards meant for branch family disciples. A youth abruptly sprang up from his bed and in the process, kicked away his blankets violently. His opened eyes looked disoriented and unfocused. His long dark brows were knitted in confusion and a look of uncertainty loomed on his face. His thoughts were inevitably a little chaotic. The youth's features weren't borderline handsome or reminiscent of that of a young master. He looked average and visually unimpactful except for his deep, abyssal eyes that seemed to peer through all the secrets of the world. He seemed like someone who would totally escape your senses if you didn't concentrate on him. Fuck, I feel strange. My head's thumping like crazy as if countless hammers are being simultaneously pounded on my skull. A deep, youthful voice emanated from him as his face contorted in pain and puzzlement. He couldn't help but clutch his temples in agony as a reflexive action to counter the unimaginable pain. Fuck. Damn it. After suffering for what seemed like an eternity, the pain was alleviated and his facial expression returned to normal. I have transmigrated, he murmured to himself, his voice laced in utter wonder and disbelief. What he had been previously experiencing was the standard procedure for any transmigrator out there. The script had to be followed to perfection. He found that he had retained his previous life's name, and that meant that in this life, he was also called Zhao Wei. He then released a sigh of relief when he realized that his past life's memories were still intact and untouched after perusing through his present body's mind. I don't feel like myself. My mind and current body aren't perfectly synchronized, Zhao Wei mused while uncomfortably trying to move his body, which made his actions look ridiculous. It seems I have to wait a little bit for everything to resume to normalcy, he said calmly while closing his eyes. A few minutes later, Zhao Wei could be seen standing beside the now neatly spread bed. Good. Everything is now perfectly in line. I feel like myself, he thought while moving around in his little room. He couldn't help but smile in satisfaction after that. For someone proclaiming to be unparalleled and unrivaled in the entirety of all of existence, shouldn't assiduity and perfection be included in her list of powers? Zhao Wei asked himself with an amused smile on his face. Although she did a shoddy work while merging my earthly soul with this body's, I feel immensely thankful for this chance to experience another worldly life adventure. He felt eternally grateful indeed from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the mysterious cat and his stroke of good luck, then he would have been still stuck in that repetitive loop of a boring reality. Now then. I am now a branch disciple of the Zhao sect and I live alone. From the memories of this body, everything is the same as the written words depicted in the novel, King of Gods. The Zhao family clan is one of 3 major families ruling over Sun Feather City, and every 5 years, side branch families would be given a chance to send 2 of their talented juniors to cultivate in the main family. My identity in the Zhao family clan is rather simple. I am from the side branch family, nothing more nothing less, and it's good that nobody cares about my existence. Through the memories got from his current body, Zhao Wei came to realize that his existence in this current reality had been altered to accommodate his ideal starting point. And that included, 1. Having no family, and 2. A typical background character's characteristics that the busybodies of the cultivation world wouldn't be bothered to turn their attention to. I previously lived in a world where there were laws and societal norms, but in my current reality, do laws and morals matter anymore? Zhao Wei had a grim smile on his face. He knew what type of environment he was in. It was an environment where laws of the jungle prevailed and survival of the fittest was as its best. The strong ruled over the weak, and the weak could only bow down to the might of their superiors. But the weak weren't completely hopeless, and since it was a jungle, there was still a clear chance of evolving into a stronger existence and ultimately changing their predetermined fates. The cultivation world has always been portrayed as sanguinary. To survive as a weak being, one has to be savage, selfish, and cruel. It's only natural. Zhao Wei lamented on his cruel reality, but that didn't extinguish the everlasting flame of curiosity and excitement from his deep eyes. He had prayed for such a situation all of his entire life, to be transmigrated into a world of unpredictability, animosity, and limitless possibilities. He, Zhao Wei, was now a resident of the Fang universe, a little cultivator just beginning his cultivation journey, but with dreams and ambitions surpassing even the heavens. He wouldn't call himself an otherworldly being if he didn't have grand aspirations. His mind already had a clear goal, and he was determined to use any method that would actualize his dreams. Zhao Wei then decided to sort out his turbulent thoughts and inspected his inner cultivation. It was beneficial to know where he currently stood in the hierarchy of lowly cultivators. Second rank of the martial learner, or is it better to say second level of the consolidated realm? Zhao Wei spoke to himself with an expressionless face. From the novel, Zhao Wei remembered all of the stages in the cultivation realms. The consolidated realm was just the foundational or basic stage in preparation for upper realm progression. So this meant that it was ultimately important for a beginning cultivator to lay down a steady foundation which would not stifle their future ascension. Even if one was talented, they would need to be careful with the basics. Speaking about talents, his current talent was downright bad, but definitely not the worst. To him, having bad talent as a setback was just a mere inconvenience. It's good that I am now in second rank as a result of my transmigration. I will now be able to access the martial arts library and look into the techniques that would help me for now. Rumble. Rumble. The sudden roar of thunder inadvertently made Zhao Wei think about the matters of the timeline. What time is it? Zhao Wei hurriedly rushed outside and looked up at the sky. The night wind blew with a hint of chilliness across his face. Heavy rain had already started falling onto the lands of the Zhao family. Lightning flashed brightly in the dark sky as if it was the only light that ushered the creation of the universe, and thunder rumbled soundly as if proclaiming the might and boundlessness of the heavens. Boom. In the open space of the small courtyard, Zhao Wei stood alone while looking at the wonders of nature. From the memories I have gotten, Zhao Wei didn't know someone named Zhao Feng, considering the huge number of disciples in the clan. Sigh, such is fate. Looking at the chaos being stirred by the lightning, I can guess that this might be the time that Zhao Feng's destiny is reversed completely. Even if I start looking for him, it would be too late. After the ancestral eye of dream merges with his left eye, it would be next to impossible to take it away from him unless I had the corresponding technique for God's eye transplant, which in itself has a very high percentage of failure. Another reason was that he wasn't prepared for variables to occur at this juncture. As the cool waters of the rain continued flowing down his body and ultimately soaking his martial arts clothes, Zhao Wei remained unmoving and continued staring up at the heavens with a calm expression. At that very moment, his figure seemed desolate and withdrawn from reality. An air of sheer confidence and indomitability loomed over him as he spoke with a profound gaze in his dark eyes. In this life, I want to be free, unfettered throughout all of existence. I want to live my life the way I want, and nothing will deter me from achieving the ultimate freedom. The flow of destiny has already been reversed to give birth to the so-called protagonist. And about my fate, I would be the one to control it from here henceforth. Which meant that he had to be strong, so strong that the threads of fate and destiny would be his to control and toy with. From reading the novel in his previous life, Zhao Wei had always wondered how the ancestral eye of dream, something from the immemorial era, an age when the universe was still in starting phase and innumerable ancient races roamed the world, could defy the concept of space-time and only choose to appear during that memorable moment that went on to alter Zhao Feng's destiny. Truly unexplainable, just like how something as intangible as luck can't be explained. Zhao Wei then smiled to himself while combing through his wet hair. I better run inside instead of standing here under the veil of a lonely, rainy night. I might catch a cold. He chuckled while returning his soaked self to his humble abode. Who was he kidding? A cold? Can cultivators even suffer from such a mortal affliction? Maybe in the Gu universe, but not here in the Fan universe. Lifespan issues were also kind of lax in the Fan universe, since those supreme beings such as God Lords could easily outlive millions of years. To live forever and never die could be said to be one of his goals. But such grand aspirations were as hard as ascending the heavens in one step. People die and new ones are born, and the cycle continues infinitely. To escape this cycle of life and death and even samsara, one has to be eternally blessed and truly out of the ordinary. Cultivation was in itself a long, arduous journey with seemingly no end, but Zhao Wei was determined to reach the end of that journey, and even if he couldn't make it, no. Something like that wasn't in his personal dictionary, such a thing couldn't be tolerated. He knew his journey wasn't going to be all unicorns and rainbows, since he viewed pessimism and optimism at a balanced angle. So he had to be prepared for all kinds of variables and cut them all down from his absolute path. After changing his wet clothes into warm and dry ones, he sat cross-legged on his bed. He searched his mind for a moment and sighed helplessly, as expected of such a treatment. Without a good background, you can't progress much in cultivation, not unless you are both talented and lucky. Just like Zhao Feng's starting technique, the Flaming Metal Fist, he also had one of his own, Tyrant Fists. It was a low-level cultivation technique. Zhao Wei didn't have any particular aversion to low-level techniques. As a cultivation novel enthusiast, he knew very well of the importance of everything that was basic. High-level techniques could be said to share the same essence with low-level ones. The difference could be portrayed during life and death fights where high-level techniques have a high degree of lethality. But what happens if you practice the low-level technique to grand perfection? The effects would be comparable to a high-level technique or even surpass it, considering that such a technique would be very difficult to fully master. I should just sleep. I don't have enough mental energy to venture much into this technique. Tomorrow will be the day I start contemplating on the way forward. Zhao Wei nodded to himself while spreading the blankets over his body. When it comes to early cultivation realms, a good night's sleep and a well-rested mind are very important. I remember now that I have yet to receive my transmigration starter perk. Oh well, the omnipotent-like entity wouldn't forget, right? Zhao Wei felt his mind edging closer to drowsiness as those blurred thoughts ran through his mind. It didn't take long before he succumbed to slumber, not knowing that his thoughts were heard by the godly entity that had transmigrated him. Of course, how can I forget, silly human? Zhao Wei's worries were of no concern. He was in for a lot of surprises when dawn arrived. Chapter 3, God Eye Variant. The moment his eyes shut close and his inner consciousness sucked into the supposed illusory world of dreams, Zhao Wei found himself in an extremely strange domain. This fantastical domain was something that he had never seen, considering that he had yet to even see the mind-blowing wonders of the world of immortal cultivation. So what was this place that his consciousness had suddenly stumbled upon? He knew that he was in a dream, but to dream about such an unexplainable place was truly incomprehensible. It felt like something completely out of his control. The fantastical domain was truly vast and stretched into infinity. And within this seemingly infinite space, countless stellar bodies emitting shimmering starlight could be seen everywhere. Zhao Wei could feel the aura of unimaginable antiquity and archaic ancientness surrounding his consciousness. Then all of a sudden, everything that was being registered in his visual acuity completely vanished. It all happened instantaneously, which seemed too bizarre to the confused Zhao Wei. Now the initially colorful domain was now only full of indescribable emptiness and stifling silence. Zhao Wei couldn't understand whatever was happening in his dream world. But he wasn't left in the dark for long when computerized system-like texts started manifesting themselves in his field of vision. Linking otherworldly soul to the omniversal Akashic root, connecting to the omni-realities, bestowal of the God-I variant from unknown supreme entity hash and percent hash and God-I variant eternally gained, first ocular power locked, prerequisite to unlock, achieving the consolidated realm, analyzing, consolidated realm achieved, unlocking first ocular power successfully unlocked, modifying ocular power to conform to the laws of the cultivation universe, ocular power modification completed, vertical bar message from unknown supreme entity vertical bar as promised this eminence has looked upon you with favor and graced you with some lousy abilities to survive and thrive in that little world. With this, I think I have fulfilled your silly wish. I don't know if we can ever meet again since you are an interesting little being, but that will solely depend on your own grit and hunger for power. I can't see or imagine you reaching my level, anyways. Silly me, I am here discouraging you instead of giving you a little bit of hope. Anyway, live your life well and take care not to die prematurely. There won't be a second chance. From yours truly, mysterious and beautiful cat, owner of countless toys called Omni-Realities. Zhao Wei was completely dumbfounded by such a mouthful of a title. It was simply full of nonsense, not that it mattered anyways. Surname Zhao, reaching your level? Zhao Wei shook his head lightly. That honestly didn't matter to him. He had never given a thought about catching up to that mysterious entity even once. He was being realistic, and just like it had said, he was just a little being. For now. Yeah, Zhao Wei didn't want to remain weak, considering the cruelty of his current reality. Revoking his status of a little, weak being was something anyone with brains and survival senses would do when introduced into an extremely dangerous environment. Zhao Wei was someone who liked to take things one step at a time and steadily build his strength gradually. From a fish to a carp and then to a dragon. A qualitative evolution in strength was all that was needed. Thank you for the precious gift, Your Eminence. Zhao Wei calmly offered his gratitude while bowing slightly to the empty void, not wanting to bite the hand that fed him. And don't worry, I wasn't in the least bit discouraged by your words. It only fueled my inner ambitions, since nothing is impossible for a man with an uncrushable spirit. He chuckled loudly, his voice full of energy and gusto. Those were his views. Views that transcended both space and time. They were unimaginably infinite in terms of weight. He wasn't an inadequate man, and he was confident that if he was meticulous in his planning and survival, then nothing would be unachievable in due time. His consciousness didn't linger for long in that fantastical domain as everything around him started fragmenting into pieces like mirror shards, and the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes like a person possessed. What a weird dream, Zhao Wei mumbled lightly while climbing off his bed. Now I can't wait to find out about that God-I variant. He then looked through his window and found that it was already morning. He quickly went through the morning rituals, and after feeling refreshed, he walked outside while clad in black martial arts robes. The golden sun rose from the east, multicolored birds chirped jovially while freely flying in the sky. The overflowing earthy scent, petrichor, of the previously rainy night took over the atmospheric air, and Zhao Wei couldn't help but take a deep breath, allowing that extremely pleasant scent to grace his greedy lungs. What a wonderful morning to start my day. Zhao Wei exhaled a breath of satisfaction and utter relaxation while admiring the beautiful scenery nature had to offer. Now then. It's time to get serious. Since the Supreme Entity has given me something to aid in my survival and possible future ascension, I should carefully analyze what was given to me. Taking deep rhythmic breaths, Zhao Wei closed his eyes in concentration in order to access his new ability. When he later on opened them, they were no longer deep black like an endless abyss, but completely pure white. Even his pupils and iris couldn't be seen. That sudden transformation was short-lived, and it didn't take long for his eyes to return to normal. Zhao Wei didn't feel anything strange. What had exactly happened? For anyone cultured enough in the Tao of anime, they would have easily recognized that particular eye transformation. And even if it was a junior just starting on this enjoyable and all-encompassing path, they would have surely recognized it, right? When Zhao Wei looked around, he couldn't believe it. Everything in his field of vision seemed extremely vibrant and lively. His sight seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. Looking at the huge ancient tree outside his courtyard, he gasped in astonishment and wonder by what he saw. He could see it all. The transport system. From the deep roots cemented deep into the ground to the stem and all the way to the thickly veined large leaves. His vision was shockingly reminiscent of an X-ray machine, as he could easily perceive the absorption of tiny water molecules by the roots and transportation of minerals. His heart nearly skipped due to such an overwhelming discovery. And when he concentrated hard enough, his vision bypassed the solidity of the huge tree, and behold, everything behind the tree could easily be seen. This meant that he could easily see through objects and walls. He could even see the tiny particles of light in their entirety. His sight could also extend to over a kilometer without even going into full concentration mode, and everything within said distance of 1,000 meters was captured with perfect clarity, down to the very minute details. His senses seemed to be integrated with every inch of space surrounding him, and nothing could escape his sharp perception. This 360-degree field of vision eventually affirmed his guesses. Aren't all this powerful abilities something that only the Hyugas are capable of? Zhao Wei exclaimed in excitement. He couldn't pretend to be calm anymore. The abilities of a basic Byakugan were super helpful in such a world dominated by powerful eye bloodlines, with even the most noteworthy of all stemming from ancient gods. Fuck, and is this supposed to be the first ocular power unlocked? A gleeful glint shone in his abyssal eyes. Truly ridiculous broken. Zhao Wei knew that he didn't have any notable bloodline talent or inheritance of the ancient races. He only had knowledge of the future events and knew about all the major mentions in the story. But with the God Eye variant, a godly ability that could let him access ocular powers from fictional characters across the omni-realities irrespective of bloodline or unknown restrictions, his survival rate was significantly increased to a high degree. He didn't have the Hyuga bloodline, yet he could access all of the basic abilities of the Byakugan. This is so wonderful. Subarashi. Then what kind of abilities would he get next? Sharingan? Rinnegan? Primordial Eye of Ruination? Mystic Eyes of Death Perception? Demonic Eyes of Destruction? Or was the Byakugan going to undergo a certain evolution into its superior forms? There were so many possibilities and guesses running through his crazed mind. Zhao Wei quelled down his inner thoughts and admonished himself for unnecessary outburst. It seems the prerequisite to unlocking these eye abilities is major realm progression, but that is only a speculation on my part. Honestly, I am already satisfied with the Byakugan abilities, but if there are more ridiculous abilities to be gained, then being a little bit greedy isn't that bad. It's time to train my rusty body and increase my martial prowess. Since it was early in the morning, Zhao Wei decided to practice martial arts. The previous Zhao Wei had practiced the low-level technique, Tyrant Fists, to intermediate mastery, and Zhao Wei was determined to take it up another notch. His mind felt extremely energized, and both his deductive and processing capabilities had become greater than your average cultivator. This phenomenon could firmly be attributed to the merging of two different souls from different realities, or even the Eye of Insight from God Eye variant. His comprehension level had been further elevated to high levels. Taking a martial arts stance, Zhao Wei lowered his center of gravity and started performing forward punches. After looking through the descriptions shown in the technique, Tyrant Fists, Zhao Wei felt that it was pretty simple. The essence of this fist technique laid in the control of the body muscles and precise control of power. By concentrating one's body strength and power into a single fist, one then punches forward in a single explosive burst that would immediately oppress the enemy like an overbearing tyrant. As Zhao Wei continued practicing, he could hear the subtle cry of the wind as his unrelenting fists raged on oppressively and spread the essence of tyranny omnidirectionally. His attacks were fierce and his eyes cruel and deadly like a fearsome predator. It looked as if he had a life and death grudge with the empty space in front of him, but that was him visualizing an illusory enemy that was there to claim his precious life. Zhao Wei knew the cold truth of the jungle: it was either to kill or be killed. His life had now taken a turn for the best, so there was no way in hell he would allow himself to fall into complacency. As time went by, Zhao Wei looked like someone possessed, and he became full invested in martial arts. His proficiency level was also increasing by the minute at a terrific pace. Tyrant Fists required a cruel and tyrannical nature, and Zhao Wei was transforming his intent into just that. Trusting in oneself, the belief that you are capable of transcending your present self, is what makes one a lethal martial artist. This was something that was deeply ingrained in his heart. He had overwhelming determination. Hot steam started rising off his body as rivulets of sweat cascaded merrily down his toned ABS. His movements seemed ethereal, as if he was already in perfect harmony with heaven and earth. No, this was no longer intermediate mastery or even peak mastery. This was something more. Grand perfection. In one session, as if possessed by a training demon and under lucky enlightenment, Zhao Wei crossed two bridges and opened the gates to a completely new world. Many had sought to open these gates, but their efforts weren't even capable of bridging them. 3 factors were needed to open the golden gates of grand perfection: superior comprehension, luck, and vigorous training. Those 3 factors had to go hand in hand in order to have some accomplishment. Zhao Wei smiled to himself and relished in the feeling of sweating and utmost grind. His fists were erupting with a force of almost 350 kilograms. It was shockingly powerful and very lethal to even third-rank martial leaners. Zhao Wei speculated that if he had a good body cultivation technique or even something basic, then his force generated by his fists would have been much more than that. He knew that the body was the strongest weapon that one could ever rely on. Crafted weapons such as the saber, spear, sword, scimitar or even bows and arrows were there to relay the strength of the body during an attack. Similarly, the body could act like all these weapons, but that was a completely different, mysterious, hidden realm that even grand existences would find hard to achieve. At the end of his practice, Zhao Wei felt his realm jumped straight to the peak of the 2nd rank due to his brief period of enlightenment, and he couldn't have been more happy. He felt like he could easily go toe-to-toe with martial artists in the peak of 3rd rank. With the increase in his realm to the peak of 2nd rank, he could easily erupt with a force of 400 kilograms under the effects of the grand perfection mastery of Tyrant Fists. Even so, he didn't believe that he would easily win against experienced peak 3rd rankers, especially since he lacked the necessary battle experience. Only someone who has experienced the harshness and unpredictability of countless battles can fight others with ease. It was all about battle instincts and sharpened senses. It's time to see the outside world now, aka other people and the martial arts library. A quick shower to cleanse this filthy sweat will do. Zhao Wei nodded to himself and prepared to see the people of this world, especially the main protagonist and the so-called ancestral Eye of Dream. He just hoped that there were no major changes to the timeline due to his otherworldly presence in this reality. Or else, he would just go with the flow of things. Wouldn't that be more interesting? This was his journey, and he was just in the beginning phase of self-discovery. Chapter 4, Martial Arts Library. Have you heard about the recent unbelievable news? A random outer disciple from the side branch family spoke excitedly, his suspensive words immediately piquing the interests of his 3 fellow disciples. This random outer disciple had a rather funny appearance with pock marks all over his face and a pair of protruding teeth that reminded one of a rodent. Tell us quickly instead of trying to use your usual suspense, one of them said hurriedly with impatience laced in his voice. You and your career of gossiping, tch. Another one clicked his tongue with a look of disinterest, but his huge ears were busy trying to pick up reception signals. Says the one who can hear gossip from several miles away, the newsbearer retorted harshly with an unpleasant expression on his face. Immediately, the group sprang into laughter before pressurizing the outer disciple with the news to spit out everything. Do you know Zhao Feng? The outer disciple started excitedly while looking at the expressions of everyone in the gang. Haha, isn't that the side branch family disciple that had his girl taken by the main family disciple Zhao Yujian? Yeah, that one. The green hat bearer, hee. I also heard that he is Zhao Kun's target of bullying. Another wave of exaggerated laughter followed next. So it was like this. Today, Zhao Kun had a one-on-one battle with Zhao Feng. The rat-toothed outer disciple continued. And he defeated him in one move. You are so full of shit. Isn't Zhao Kun a peak 2nd rank martial learner and Zhao Feng still in the 1st rank? Yeah, how can a 1st ranker with little to no background shake a peak 2nd ranker with a good background and high-grade techniques at his disposal? The rat-toothed outer disciple fumed angrily and an ugly expression formed on his face which made it even more comically uglier. Fuck. Your mouth is so full of shit. You all smell of shit and piss. Fuck, what did you say, bastard? The other 3 outer disciples retaliated and started cracking their fists in a threatening manner. They started converging menacingly toward the rat-toothed outer disciple. Why you? What do you think you are doing? The rat-toothed outer disciple pointed his trembling finger at the 3 while his shaking legs slowly moved backwards. Things are about to get messy. It seems your face isn't ugly enough. For insulting us, today we will teach you a severe lesson. Muyum. A sissy, despair-filled scream filled the air as the multiple fists and kicks descended on the poor guy. Zhao Wei, who had just walked out of his courtyard and was heading toward the martial arts library, witnessed this comical scene. As expected of NPCs, Zhao Wei was totally dumbfounded. And is that guy for real? Calling out on his mother when being bodied far away from home. He couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Anyways, that scene that was more like a comedic relief for Zhao Wei, showed him some smaller aspects of the cultivation world. If you are weak, other people will easily try to step on you. Just like an ant on the ground, it's easy to trample it under your feet. If you do not have the strength to control your own fate, then you will just be a fish on a chopping board. Pathetic, Zhao Wei muttered under his breath while taking steady steps towards the martial arts library. He really looked forward to acquiring new knowledge. As someone who likes to fragment things when doing analysis, Zhao Wei already had a clear picture of what he needed. Raw power was just a mere aspect of general strength. To be an all-rounded fighter, one had to consider other vital aspects such as tactics, observational skills, judgment, speed, and adaptability. He wondered what type of techniques he would encounter among the thousands of skills present in the first floor of the martial arts library. Even though the Zhao clan's main family was established on extremely large acres of land, it only took Zhao Wei a few minutes or so to reach the clan's important grounds, the martial arts library. Greetings, Great Elder. Zhao Wei took a humble approach after seeing the white-robed old man stationed at the entrance of the martial arts library. After reading so many tropes that always happen in cultivation novels, Zhao Wei knew that any elder that could be found in the martial arts library shouldn't be trifled with. Although he already knew of the strength of the white-robed Great Elder just from reading the novel and also through the spectacular inspection of his Byakugan abilities, Zhao Wei had to make a good impression. There was no need to be rude or impetuous. Peak of second rank at 14 years of age and a branch family outer disciple, the white-robed Great Elder said expressionlessly while looking at him. Zhao Wei wasn't surprised that his cultivation realm could be seen at a glance by someone stronger than him. The white-robed Great Elder was someone who had already established his own inner strength, which was extremely thick, so it was expected. This a wake-up call for me to look for a concealment technique once inside the martial arts library. Zhao reminded himself so that he wouldn't forget. Your movements will only be within the boundaries of the first floor of the martial arts library. The second floor and third floor are under restrictions, that's all you need to know, the white-robed Great Elder started to slowly explain. Since you are a side branch family outer disciple, you can only choose one middle-ranked martial art or two low-ranked martial arts with a time limit of 1 month when borrowed. The white-robed elder then proceeded to further explain to him about the different treatment received between the main disciples and branch disciples. Remember that you only have half an hour. Use your time wisely. Zhao Wei knew about all of this, so he just pretended to be attentive. Also, he didn't ask any unnecessary questions as there was no need for useless chatter. The first floor was crowded as usual and several outer disciples could be seen carefully analyzing the techniques that they wanted under such a tight time limit. Even though it felt unfair, there was nothing that could be done. The world has always been unfair, and fairness was something that could only be used leisurely by exceptionally strong individuals. Zhao Wei got a few looks, but the people who looked at him immediately turned their attention away. Time was of essence, so they didn't want to waste any of it. The shelves in the first floor were methodically categorized into several sections: fist skills, palm skills, movement skills, weapon arts, body refining skills, inner breathing skills, and many more. Zhao Wei was amazed by the sheer number of skills inside the first floor. It wasn't wrong to say that the martial arts library was the very foundation of the Zhao clan. It's time to devour everything, Zhao Wei thought while rubbing his two hands together. Rummaging through the myriad of books, his mind was like a camera capturing everything to perfection. Zhao Wei felt lucky to have been granted photographic memory and X-ray vision, which increased the speed at which he etched the contents of the martial arts books into his brain. In the span of 10 minutes, he had already covered almost 500 books, and his mental energy still seemed nearly inexhaustible. This was due to his special status as an otherworldly soul. His maddening actions had garnered him some attention, but Zhao Wei didn't give a fuck. Lightly floating fairy, the technique that carried Zhao Feng up to the Broken Moon Clan arc, wasn't among the martial arts books that he had registered in his mind. This was an indication that Zhao Feng had already taken it, and thus this made it very easy for Zhao Wei to confirm the timeline. Of course, if he could get that technique, it would be worth it. Zhao Feng would have to return the technique to the martial arts library eventually. As for the derivation of the hidden contents of the book, his eye abilities were pretty good in the aspect of scrutinization. They weren't called the eyes of insight for nothing. By the time he already had a minute remaining, no martial arts book on the first floor had been spared from his greedy eyes. And to cloud the eyes of the elder and others, he took a single peek middle-ranked martial arts technique under the movement skills category. Illusory missed steps, a movement skill that emphasizes on tricking and confusing the enemy's mind. Essentially, it plays with the sensory system of the opponent. With a step, one can become two, and two can become three, and so on. After comprehending this skill to perfection, the user would be able to create lifelike illusory clones capable of tricking the eyes of even the fabled holy martial path martial artists. A technique that could even fool Ascended Realm cultivators when he was just a lowly consolidated realm ant. How shocking was that? Zhao Wei was satisfied by the technique and felt that it was hidden in the shelves just for him to find. He also found himself inadvertently interested in illusions. It was not like he wanted to follow in the footsteps of Lord Aizen. It was honestly just a mild interest. But in his otaku mind, the word Yokozo was constantly replaying itself. Shaking his head while having a knowing smile on his face, Zhao Wei decided to end his stay in the martial arts library. Grrrr. His stomach retaliated in annoyance, wanting to be filled with a lot of food. He suddenly felt so hungry. The brain was the hungriest part of the body at 2% of our body weight, and Zhao Wei had been overclocking it during those 30 minutes. Illusory missed steps. The white-robed great elder commented after looking at the martial arts book that Zhao Wei had picked, but he didn't speak further about it. Remember to return it after a month, young man. I will keep your words in mind, great elder. Zhao Wei bowed his head lightly toward the white-robed great elder before leaving. After Zhao Wei's figure disappeared over the distance, the white-robed great elder put on a reminiscent look on his face. Youngsters. Sigh, I am slowly getting older and older. Will that kid comprehend anything from the technique, or will it be a situation of him biting more than he can chew? The family sparring contest will be happening soon. It's time to see the young hidden dragons and phoenixes that the clan has produced over the years. With another sigh, he closed his eyes in silent meditation. Zhao Wei's figure didn't linger in his mind. To him, he was just like any other disciple among the thousands inside the Zhao clan. Inside the small, well-designed cottage, well-cooked mushroom soup and fried pork chops, Zhao Wei burped lightly while touching his flat stomach. Despite eating the meal provided by the servants of Zhao clan, his hunger remained a tad bit insatiable. And since he couldn't do anything about it at the moment, he decided to curb it. To him, it seemed only the food of the wild was going to satiate his gluttonous stomach. I also need a lot of money, which will in turn provide me with the necessary cultivation resources. Zhao Wei knew of the importance of resources when it came to progressing one's cultivation base, especially during the first 3 foundational power ranks. He didn't have a well-off background and rich parents that could feed him medicinal pills and herbs since childhood, or a talent worthy of recognition. So he had to entirely depend on himself. The Zhao clan was merely his starting point and a springboard for his future rise. While thinking about the issues pertaining to money, a certain magical treasure came to mind. Copper mirror. If he had something like the copper mirror, then he wouldn't have to worry much about his cultivation resources. The terrifying function of duplication was so overpowered and extremely useful when one needed a lot of resources. I reckon that poor bastard is still lamenting about getting rich. Zhao Wei laughed while thinking about one of the novels that he had read in his previous life. Didn't the ancestral lie of dream also evolve at some point, and in the process allowed the protagonist to gain such an ability? He then shrugged his shoulders dismissively before taking a meditative posture. Me and my wishful thinking. Well, it's normally good to fantasize about various things from time to time. Now, which techniques should I choose? Martial arts techniques numbering 2000s surfaced and danced around in his mind while awaiting his final verdict. What type of techniques was he going to choose? Or what was he going to do with all that knowledge that he had acquired? Only himself knew what had to be done. Chapter 5, Primordial Stellar Energy Body Refining Art. The history of the art of cultivation could be traced back to the immemorial times, trillions upon trillions of years into the past, when the fan universe was still a singular wild continent. Throughout those immeasurably long years, many outstanding geniuses and heaven-defying beings have risen to prominence while leaving an indelible mark in the history of the universe. These inexpugnable marks are known to every living being and used by everyone in the current fan universe, and they are in the form of what is known as cultivation arts or techniques. Cultivation techniques are, without a doubt, crystallization of recorded knowledge of the past forefathers for the future generations. The current generation could be said to be lavishly enjoying the sweat and tears of their ancestral forefathers. But has anyone ever questioned, wondered, or even contemplated deeply about the history of these cultivation techniques? Maybe nobody simply cares. An already established path, a path already trodden and paved by others, is always an easy path. There are no stumbling blocks, no hardships. There is simply no hassle. The easy way out is always sought after by humans, even if they have to follow it blindly. Who established the cultivation path in the fan universe? No one knew about it, but Zhao Wei already had the answer. It was inarguably the remnant will of a slowly perishing Dream Dao super expert. The birth of fan universe was also shockingly also part of this supreme expert's Dao insights and comprehension into the great Dao of Dream, a superior Dao. Zhao Wei already had an inward understanding of the whole cultivation system of the fan universe. It was the type of cultivation system that was in itself full of faults that shackled the oblivious existences. Zhao Wei didn't want his mind to linger much into that topic, since it was exclusively something for the higher realms, realms that touched upon divinity and immortality. So he decided to shelf those thoughts deep in his mind. It was too early for him, a mere newborn pup just starting his journey, to waste his mental energy on such heavy topics. The basis of existence is balance. As I steadily increase my cultivation power, I also need to have a strong physical body to accompany it. Zhao Wei silently analyzed. His face was in a state of full concentration. Those were his future prospects that he was contemplating upon, so he had to take a rather stringent approach. Closing his eyes, he searched through his mind for any cultivation technique that had to deal with the physical body cultivation. There were quite a few and they could be counted to almost 50. This is an indication that the cultivation of the body isn't mainstream in the fan universe, just like in many other cultivation novels that I have read throughout my life. Zhao Wei opened his eyes while subtly smiling to himself. It's understandable to some degree anyway. Those ancient races and their ancient gods could already shake heaven and earth, right after being born, and since they already had nearly invincible bodies, they had no much need to further expound on body cultivation. The 10,000s races. The races that dominated the universe trillions of years ago, were truly enviable. Leaving the number one bloodline race, ancient race, aside, all the other races were beings with immensely terrifying physical bodies. Even having an original pure bloodline from the weakest of the races can be considered a cheat, Zhao Wei thought excitedly while his dark, abyssal eyes shone with a marvelous zeal. The 50 or so body cultivation techniques aren't impressive, but they contain so much valuable knowledge for me and my ingenious mind to create something solely meant for me. There were no trash techniques, only an incompetent person would say that a basic technique is trash. Everything had a source, and some high-level techniques were derivatives of the low-rank techniques. Metal sand body, soft yin physique refining art, malleable snake body, sunflower body art, wood demon physique refining technique, plucking the moon and stars body art. Zhao Wei slowly and carefully looked through those 50 techniques. He was fascinated and he couldn't extricate himself from the pure process of reading and understanding. He fervently consumed each word without leaving anything behind. The human body is like a miniature universe. The potentiality in the human body is limitless. A supreme body cultivator can even hold the sun and the moon with their bare hands without as much as sweating. Zhao Wei started talking to himself, his thoughts were being processed at higher speeds. There are about 37 trillion cells in the human body. A human cultivator's body is essentially the same as the humans on Earth, with an exception being the metaphysical aspect such as the Danshan, and also the absence of physical limiters. An air of madness surrounded his cross-legged figure. Zhao Wei was in an entirely different world of his own, and if there were people from Earth who had witnessed this scene, they would have attributed it to being in the zone. His computational abilities were top-notch, vastly different from even genius cultivators. Just from the knowledge withdrawn from those body cultivation techniques, his mind had already started formulating a rudimentary form of the technique that he wanted. It wasn't instantaneous as there were so many errors impeding his speed. A good technique cannot be created within a second, and just like traditional beer, it requires ample time to be fully fermented. Zhao Wei didn't despair or rush through the process. With his ocular abilities, he had a deeper understanding of his own body. In his mind's eye, a computerized model of his anatomical body could be seen. Blood, bones, inner organs, skin, cells. The embryonic form of his technique required to entail those aspects. Time flowed fast, but Zhao Wei felt as if it had stopped. A day went by. 2 days passed. Then 3 days. During the 4th day, while still being in a meditative posture with his eyes tightly closed, Zhao Wei began to utter some strange mnemonics that emitted ancient vibes. Unearth the body's potentiality, break the limitations imposed on the body. With the visualization of chaos, the body can even harbor the universe. Refine the blood and embody the limitless ever-changing galaxies. Refine the skin and walk through the deepest core of the stars. Endure the extermination of the burning embers of the golden crow. Nurture stars in the inner body, and with the supreme power of both the stars and the sun, all life forms shall be extinguished. His words seemed to contain the grand truth behind the inception of the universe. His steady voice also seemed to create a mysterious resonance with a formless and unseen, overarching power. Zhao Wei felt as if his astral body had arrived at a sea of stars in an infinite dimension. He felt at peace and at home, as if the stars were him and he was the stars. They were an eternal part of him and couldn't be separated. Meanwhile, his physical body was being swarmed by endless starlight and moonlight. Powerful stellar energy entered through the pores of his body, and started nourishing his cells and reinforcing his bones, refining his blood, strengthening his skin, and finally, reforging his very foundation into something never seen before. His physique was slowly being remodeled. His energy, chi, pathways were made more sturdier and larger. It was truly an enjoyable baptism as Zhao Wei allowed scintillating waves of heavenly energy to wash over him. On the 5th day, Zhao Wei gently opened his eyes. His once dark abyssal eyes now seemed to contain countless stellar bodies that shone with an intense brilliance. If one stared deep into his eyes, they would be lost in the hypnotizing starlight shimmering off them. His young body seemed to have considerably grown. He was now taller than your average 14-year-old. His body was unconsciously emanating terrifying physical pressure that would even make 4th-rank martial artists with inner strength cower in fear. Haha, I did it. It was a success. Zhao Wei released a hearty laughter that reverberated all over his little room. He clenched his fists in excitement while laughing like a mad demon. What a masterpiece I have made, but I have to thank the past generations of cultivators for the many references that I have inferred from them. After celebrating his success, he nodded in satisfaction. He was obviously beyond satisfied. Primordial Stellar Energy Body Refining Art, that was the name of the technique that he had just created. A self-created technique? Who would dare imagine something like that? And remember, he only created it in the span of 4 days. Even the holder of the God Eye of Divine Punishment took millions of years to create his ultimate and original technique. I know that it's nothing to be proud about, but it will still hold a special place in my heart. He didn't like comparing himself to others, as he was a person who had accepted his own ordinariness and uniqueness. He was his own person, to say the least. Primordial Stellar Energy Body Refining Art is a little special since I can't gauge its appropriate rank. Zhao Wei frowned a little bit while thinking. Anyway, the technique itself has a lot of potential. By using the energy from the stars and the sun, I will be able to constantly refine my body. There's always room for improvement. Grrr. The rumbling of his stomach broke through his reverie, and also his nostrils were assaulted by a weird stench coming off the black ink like impurities dirtying his skin. While looking at his messy state, Zhao Wei could only utter one word. Cliché. So 5 days have already passed, and in 2 months, it will be time for the family sparring contest. Zhao Wei was now clad in clean black robes. His skin looked pretty smooth and inviting to the touch. His physical appearance hadn't experienced much changes, but his presence was one that demanded immediate respect and absolute obedience. His body seemed to be hiding a fearsome ancient beast just waiting to be unleashed into the world when provoked. Then with a thought, his aura returned to normal just as it was earlier on, before the qualitative transformation. By the way, I haven't taken my monthly allowance after my breakthrough to the 2nd rank of Consolidated Realm. Zhao Wei reminded himself, but inwardly, he felt that it would be too little, just as portrayed in the novel. There were thousands of disciples in the Zhao clan, so it was expected for resource allocation to be limited. From the clan's point of view, if you wanted to receive a lot of cultivation resources, you had to be outstanding than others or just stay back in that lane of mediocrity and become poor. Zhao Wei liked to be independent, especially when it came to monetary issues, but he decided to take his allocated silvers nonetheless. Money was still money in the end, even if it was in small amounts. Not to forget that even many little tributaries can form an ocean. The little things in life should always be appreciated. After taking his 20 silver coins from the clan's accountant, Zhao Wei rushed back to his courtyard. He still had a lot to prepare for before venturing off to earn more money and cultivation resources for himself. And since he was practicing body cultivation, things were going to be pretty expensive henceforth. Body refining arts like to swindle money like crazy, but Zhao Wei felt that it was still worth it in the long run. Suffer today and enjoy your blissful days in the far future. Now then, when it came to skill training proficiency, there were 4 levels of attainments. They were beginner level, low level, high level, and finally peak level attainment. But there was another additional level beyond the peak level. It was grand perfection, or simply, max leveling in gamers' terms. If peak level attainment can bring out 90% effect from the technique, then grand perfection or max leveling can bring about 120% or more. Currently, he had one technique at grand perfection mastery, Tyrant Fists, and the other one, Primordial Stellar Energy Body Refining Art, at the initial mastery. Just from mastering the Primordial Stellar Energy Body Refining Art to the beginner level, Zhao Wei's defense had been significantly boosted to the level of being able to resist the attacks of martial arts practitioners with the so-called inner strength. He estimated that if he was thorough and careful enough in a fight against 4th-rank martial artists, he could even defeat them. But ultimately, those were just his own rough guesses. He had to engage in a real life and death battle to evaluate his current strength and weaknesses. Only when one's life is on the line can one erupt with their full potential. Cultivation, in itself, was a gamble of one's life with the heavens. If a man remained timid or cowardly throughout his whole life, then he shouldn't call himself a cultivator. Zhao Wei knew that fear can save one's life sometimes, but also at the same time, risks can also give you immense rewards. There was always a price to be paid while in the pursuit of power. I should probably train the illusory missed steps until I am satisfied, and since its focus is mostly on maneuverability, I should probably pair it with another footwork skill that focuses on raw speed. After that, it will be the offensive techniques. Zhao Wei didn't waste any more of his time and immediately started training his techniques. As the sages once said, when a man grinds, he should grind to perfection. That was the kind of mindset that he needed on his cultivation journey. Chapter 6, Sky Cloud Forest. People train and gain experience through repeated trials and failures, and Zhao Wei wasn't an exception to that law. Of course, without failure one can never develop and grow into a true, mature man. Just remembering how he used to fail some random assessment tests in his high school days, really brought a reminiscent smile on his face. He was that type of person who would normally laugh at his own failures instead of being overly frustrated. Anyways, 10 days had passed just like when he had been too busy and focused on sharpening his necessary skills. That is to say that he had already been a resident of the fan universe for roughly about 17 days. First, he didn't learn any other fist techniques, he still preferred using the grandly perfected, tyrant fists. What he did was just adding a little bit of modification to the technique. With his eye abilities that seemed to be derived from a basic Byakugan, it was simple for him to see through the energy circulation system inside a cultivator's body. The meridians and numerous acupoints inside his opponent's body were all like an open book in front of his insightful eyes. If a Hyuga clan descendant can see through the chakra pathways and chakra points of other ninjas, it was only right for him to be able to do so, but not on ninjas but his fellow cultivators instead. During the experimentation phase, he had been as inconspicuous as possible while trying to use this ability on other disciples. He was not a pervert, in fact, he disdained looking through the bodies of other people despite being a revered medical practitioner in his previous life. That was all for his own benefits and a greater purpose. Even a beautiful woman in front of his see-through eyes was like any other human being that he had observed. Beyond the veil of that superficial beauty, there were only a couple of interconnected bones and fresh blood. Now back to the previous topic about modification of tyrant fists. It was a pretty interesting concept that Zhao Wei had decided to incorporate. He used the laws of vibration where his fist would instantly generate the violent energy of vibrations that would gradually wreak havoc inside his enemies. That was something he had come up with after remembering one of the techniques used by the protagonist of Martial Word, Lin Ming, which he had obtained from the magic cube. Zhao Wei really felt that the cultivation universe had limitless possibilities, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. Many things can be accomplished in those horrifying universes, and he, a free-spirited curious guy, just had to be in one of them. As for movement techniques, he had already trained the illusory mist steps to grand perfection, and paired with the instantaneous lightning movement, a middle-rank technique that focused on pure speed like the impulse of lightning, he was pretty much unrivaled when it came to matters of speed among all disciples. Those two movement techniques would be very helpful and efficient, especially when facing a siege or when fighting multiple opponents. As for archery, yeah, archery it is. He had supervision, and there was no way in Florida he wasn't going to abuse the shit out of that ability. He really didn't need any techniques as far as matters of bows and arrows were concerned. He just trained casually in the basics in the Zhao clan's forest. Even the goddess of archery would have to be impressed in the face of his basic sniping skills. The intense training that Zhao Wei had carried out during those 10 days wasn't without their own benefits to his speed of cultivation. He could already feel that his bottleneck at the peak of second rank had already started loosening, and in no time, he would really enter the third rank. He just needed a little push, and that could easily be accomplished if he had a lot of money like a young master. Anyways, there is this notion that the sword is the king of all weapons, but Zhao Wei had different views. All weapons were just basically the same and served the same purpose of attacking. He didn't believe in the so-called superiority of a certain weapon. Zhao Wei didn't know why, but he felt that all things in the universe shared a common origin and all weapons were part of the Great Tao. He couldn't directly see through those nomological truths of the universe at this juncture of his cultivation, but that didn't deter him from comprehending some basic truth. Though it felt like bullshit even to himself, Zhao Wei had a theory that almost all transmigrators were closer to the Great Tao than everyone else due to their otherworldly status. The theory was flawed, but those were just his own thoughts. It's time for the hunt. It's time for me to officially appear in this world. If I don't take the first step to actualizing what it means to be absolute and unfettered, then I will never know which direction the road leads. He had been hiding and grinding by himself in the shadows, but the time had arrived for him to see the daylight. The time had arrived for the world to acknowledge his existence. Looking up at the cloudless vast sky, Zhao Wei solemnly nodded to himself. It was already noon and the gigantic sun was burning hot as ever, but unsurprisingly, Zhao Wei wasn't showing any signs of sweating. In fact, he felt as if his body was being constantly massaged by warm, gentle touches. The solar radiations were the perfect tonic for his primordial stellar energy body refining art. Sun Feather City was a prosperous city under the jurisdiction of 3 clans, namely, the Zhao clan, Caillou clan and Xin clan. Those 3 major clans restricted each perfectly, each with their own ambitions of claiming the title of true ruler of Sun Feather City. There can never be 2 tigers in one den, but in this situation, there are exactly 3 huge fat tigers. The balance is currently pretty much well maintained, but the troop of a clan disappearing overnight isn't an impossibility in this kind of setting. Zhao Wei smiled inwardly while taking unhurried steps around the city. It was surely lively and noisy as expected of any commercial center. All kinds of businesses were being carried out left and right by street vendors. Well-fed merchants could be seen flashing bashful smiles while trying to haggle prices with their customers.
A profiteer would always be a profiteer, and profits would always put a smile on the face of any trading merchant. Those guys have already achieved the Tao through profits. Zhao Wei laughed in his mind while making his way toward an inconspicuous stall that sold books that recorded about all the wild beasts and deadly beasts inside the Sky Cloud Forest. It was more like an encyclopedia of monsters. It had a poster with a rather lackluster penmanship. An old man wearing ragged clothes was in charge of the stall. It inadvertently reminded Zhao Wei of those members of the beggar sect mostly found in Manhua. How much? Zhao Wei didn't beat around the bush and jumped straight to business. A twinkle flashed past the old man's brown eyes, but he quickly composed himself. This simple action didn't escape Zhao Wei's superior senses. Young man, the supreme knowledge recorded in this book is indispensable. With it, it could even save your life in extreme circumstances. The air around the old man completely changed. He now had the atmosphere of a businessman. Just 3 pieces of silver is enough. What do you say? The wizened eyes of the old man looked at Zhao Wei's expression. The old man already knew Zhao Wei's identity as a disciple of Zhao Clan through the identification plaque hanging on the waistline of his robes. The old man wanted to earn a profit since he assumed the youth in front of him was a greenhorn. The old man's eyes were sharp as he had already picked on Zhao Wei's figure the moment he had set foot on that side of the market. While observing his curious eyes, he had come to the conclusion that he was a new face, completely having their first time in the market. And to make his product introduction more impactful, he had to make his words pleasing to the ears. Zhao Wei remained silent and didn't speak, as if deliberating over his thoughts. Old man, did you happen to be a robber in your past life? Zhao Wei's words were sharp with no changes to his facial expression. His face remained calm and dignified. The old man wanted to fume after hearing Zhao Wei's words, but considering his identity and affiliation to the Zhao clan, he curbed down his anger. Customer, what are you trying to say? Zhao Wei removed a piece of silver from his money bag and placed it on the table. A silver. That's my bottom line. He looked into the eyes of the old man, who was only a mortal with no cultivation. The old man felt as if his mind was being submerged into swampy waters. Just looking at Zhao Wei's eyes, he felt compelled to do anything that he said. His wits as a businessman were all thrown out of the window. Oh, okay. 1 silver it is, he said with a stammer while quickly taking away the piece of silver. It was good doing business with you, old man, Zhao Wei said emotionlessly while taking the book from the stand, and without looking back, he veered off to the weapon shop. Think you can rob me of my money in broad daylight, hee hee. It's too early for you, old man. A one-sided grin made its way on his face as he walked away. Even though he knew the old man was to some degree mesmerized by the powerful compulsion from his eyes, Zhao Wei really didn't fucking care. He had no qualms against using unhandy methods that would make some situations go in his favor. After his physical reformation due to the primordial stellar energy body refining art, it was now that he realized how his eyes can be somewhat intimidating, and he wasn't even using any mind-related techniques. Was it also going to work on cultivators as it had done on immortal? He naturally wondered. On the way, he took the time to go over the knowledge recorded in the Encyclopedia of Demonic Beasts. He was inherently not a born resident of this world, so it was understandable for him to lack some general knowledge. From the novel, naturally not all the deadly beasts would be mentioned, only the beasts necessarily convenient to the plot would be shown to the readers. Knowledge is power, and Zhao Wei wasn't conceited enough to say that he knew every little thing about this universe. The fan universe was vast and limitless. Can you even begin to imagine the number of unexplored regions? Even Earth, which was infinitely smaller compared to just one island in the fan universe, hasn't been fully explored. His current reality was no longer fictitious but a true living one where death would accompany him at any given moment when he wasn't extra cautious. Interesting. It is quite unbelievable that such wonderful creatures can exist under the heavens and walk on this very earth. Zhao Wei couldn't help but gloss over the eye-opening information from the book. Well, it only took him a few minutes to reach the end of the book. Millions of species and some of their evolved variations were now imprinted in his mind. Zhao Wei was now in front of the weapon shop under the control of Zhao Clan, and naturally, he entered the building. A few moments later, he exited the building. He had a cold steel dagger carefully sheathed on his waist and a long iron bow strapped on his wide shoulders. As for the bag of arrows, they were fixed on his back. These will do. Bow and arrows for killing and dagger for skinning my prey. I shouldn't forget some condiments. He then smiled while looking at the food spices store. The Sky Cloud Forest was relatively huge with seemingly no end to it when someone gazed at it from afar. It was a forest of opportunity and also death. This was a literal jungle, and weakness would leave you as food for both the wild beasts and the deadly beasts staying in the deeper regions of the forest. Looking at the dark entrance leading into the forest, Zhao Wei couldn't help but let out a nervous breath of air. Of course, he was nervous. Anyone would be, especially when he was about to tango with death.
Risks and pure guts must be taken to become stronger. This is where I should start forging my will and hardening my battle experience. Zhao Wei calmed himself by taking in a forceful deep breath into his lungs and then slowly exhaled his pinned-up tension. Sky Cloud Forest, huh? You are going to be my temporary home for a while. With a now relaxed smile on his face, Zhao Wei activated instantaneous lightning movement and sped into forest at very high speeds while leaving behind a blue lightning streak. Chapter 7, The Thrill of Battles. The scenery inside Sky Cloud Forest was a complete contrast to the outside world. Tall ancient trees of over 100 meters grew wildly all over the lawns of the forest. The fresh air smelled nice and made one feel closer to nature than ever. The flora and fauna were truly full of diversity, each adapted to survive in their own unique ways. Due to the existence of huge canopies, the shadows cast by the ancient trees made Sky Cloud Forest even more creepy. I would never have imagined myself to be anywhere closer to an incomparably huge forest like this in my previous life. It truly outshines both the Amazon and Congo forest in every way, especially in terms of size and creepiness. Zhao Wei perched himself on a thick branch of one of the tallest ancient trees that he could find. With the sturdiness of his body and speed, he could easily climb up to the top of these gigantic trees, though they made his humanoid figure look so tiny from a distance. All his senses were fully alert to pick up any anomalies in his vicinity. A person is closest to death when they lose focus and relax in such an environment. Zhao Wei reminded himself while using his telescopic vision to do an aerial surveillance. Using his current position as the focal point, his vision covered a distance of over 1 kilometer circumference. He didn't see any higher realm demonic beast that could pose a fatal threat to his dear life. From his analysis, the images he had witnessed really looked like a documentary from Nat Geo World. They were vivid depictions of a be the hunter or be the hunted scenario. A three-headed red mamba is dozing like nobody's business 300 meters away at 3 o'clock. His vision zoomed in at his first target. Peak of 2nd rank, just shying away from 3rd rank. Its poison is so deadly that with just one dosage of it into the bloodstream of those of the 4th rank and below, guarantees a quick painless death by instantly arresting all of your neural functions and finally, the cardiac muscles. Zhao Wei went over the profile of his first target with a confident smile on his face. Other wild beasts are probably not trying to invade its space due to its extremely venomous notoriety. It won't be a challenge for him to kill it, but he had to be thorough enough and one-shot it cleanly. Its weak point is located at the base of its 3 heads, the navel region where its brain rests. Such peculiar anatomical positions really makes me excited. Zhao Wei took an arrow from his back and calmly aligned it with the string of the iron bow. He took in a deep breath while locking his sharp and superior gaze on the unsuspecting 3-headed red mamba. Not sorry, buddy. Pulling the taut string backwards, Zhao Wei concentrated the energy of vibration on the shiny tip of the arrow, before releasing all that tension freely. The recoil didn't even burg his arm. The arrow was like a shooting star from the outer heavens, extremely fast that it looked like it had vanished from the fabric of reality. And when it cleanly and unobstructedly pierced the shiny red scales of the 3-headed red mamba and then smashed its little brain, the poor bastard died soundlessly without as much as struggling at the doors of death. It was a clean execution. Perfect kill. Using instantaneous lightning movement, arcs of lightning started cracking off his feet as he moved freely and unhindered toward his perished prey. The skin of the 3-headed red mamba is quite a rarity, as most cultivators tend to avoid it at all costs. Getting 1,000 pieces of silver from it is a given, especially since it's on demand. Zhao Wei smiled and then took out his cold steel dagger before starting the skinning process. He didn't forget to hum a random jovial tune since he was in great spirits. Money can bring you happiness without you even knowing it. All in all, it took him a few minutes to finish with the skinning. The extracted scaly skin was then carefully stored in his storage bag. The storage bag was just a traditional bag and not the type to hold a bigger inner space like spatial artifacts. As for the poison sac and gallbladder, those are exactly what I need for that. Zhao Wei carefully wrapped the 2 fresh organs using some herbal leaves with preservative effects. Ayuo. A howl suddenly made his eyes instantly look toward a certain direction. He was currently on the open ground where most archers were hugely disadvantaged. Those fuckers are surely fast. They are basically like hounds with noses capable of sniffing even their own deaths. Zhao Wei was pretty much relaxed as he had already investigated his surroundings prior to standing in open space. He wanted those silver-furred mutts to come to him. Silver-furred wolves, strength rivaling those of the peak of 3rd rank. They like moving in packs consisting of 6-8 wolves without having an alpha leader. They seem more like jackals or wild dogs. Grrr. The silver-furred wolves started slowly surrounding him. Their eyes were filled with greed and animosity as they locked their feral gazes at both the snake's corpse and him. Loose saliva kept on dripping incessantly from their gnashing sharp fangs. They wanted to intimidate their prey. To instill fear and carelessness.
Zhao Wei calmly looked at the 7 pups besieging him. His heart was as still as water. Zhao Wei's eye abilities made him seem like an omnipresent god at 360 degrees angle. The radius being covered by both him and the silver-furred wolves was all under his supreme senses. Grrr. One brave silver-furred wolf couldn't hold it in anymore and sneak attacked him from behind, probably thinking that the prey wouldn't see it coming. Just as its razor-sharp claws were about to scratch some pounds of flesh off his back, Zhao Wei reacted at the last second. Using the force generated by his feet from the ground, he leaped up, did a turn in midair and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to its head. The force of his kick was so powerful that it immediately crushed the sneaky yet stupid wolf's head into an unsightly meaty mess with its brain matter splashing all over the ground. Silence. Everything had happened so quickly. It completely caught the other silver-furred wolves unprepared. Zhao Wei's reaction speed and destructive power were so terrifying that it instinctively made the silver-furred wolves to slowly back away. It seems the prey that they had set their eyes on was a fierce one, but even if it was a prey that could fight back, the hunter still never backs away from the prey. Grrr. Ayo. The remaining 6 silver-furred wolves seemed to have reached a tacit understanding among themselves as they all jumped at him to eliminate him once and for all. When engaging in a deadly fight, Zhao Wei found out that he was like a different person. It was something that he had just realized about himself. A battle-hungry mad smile on his face and an overwhelming bloodlust hidden deep in his calm eyes. Those features made him like a demon god about to go on a murdering spree. With brandished razor-sharp silver claws and sharp glittering fangs closing down on him with each passing second, Zhao Wei felt as if time had momentarily stopped. His temporal senses were overclocked at that very moment. In his perception, everything seemed to be moving at a snail's pace. Lightning mist started radiating off his body as both illusory mist steps and instant lightning movement were superimposed. He was no longer in his previous position, but a lifelike illusory clone had taken his place. And when the silver-furred wolves started violently biting and scratching the shit out of his clone, Zhao Wei unsheathed the cold steel dagger from his waist and began a bloodbath from behind. Kaka. Zhao Wei forcefully dug his dagger into the neck of a silver-furred wolf next to him and brutally separated its head from the rest of its body. Red warm blood sprayed haphazardly all over his face and body as a result of his unbridled brutality, and without catching his breath, Zhao Wei proceeded to tear apart another silver-furred wolf into 2 bloody pieces, exposing its entrails out in the open. These silver-furred wolves weighed almost 400 kilograms and were 1.5 meters in length, but that seemed not to matter in the eyes of Zhao Wei, who now had a crazed smile on his blood-smeared face. The massacre continued, and soon there was only one man and a pile of bloodied corpses lying down on his feet. With a dripping dagger on his hand, his eyes were closed and facing the sky. Amidst the pool of thick blood below his feet, a baleful aura emanated from his terrifying form. The world looked gray and gloomy in his presence due to the intense killing intent. Huff. Killing and snuffing the very life of another living being who has directed their killing intent towards me is intoxicating. Zhao Wei coldly smiled while looking at the piece of nauseating artistic creation that he had painted on the ground. He felt relieved and unburdened, as if all the pent-up stress inside of him had been erased through his small session of killing. Those ferocious beasts wanted to gobble him up, and it was reasonable for him to massacre them in kind and send them off into the cycle of forgetfulness. Instead of being hunters, they had become lambs to his dagger's slaughtering spree. This was once again a matter of the strong reigning supreme and the weak being culled from the natural ecosystem. But was Zhao Wei really strong? No. How can you be considered strong when there are others stronger than you? It was good to be aware that there will always be mountains beyond mountains and skies above skies, lest one falls into conceitedness and impetuosity. The days that followed next were sources of vital battle experience for Zhao Wei. He forgot all about the Zhao clan, he forgot about all unnecessary thoughts. Truthfully, his days were just filled with peaceful and idyllic slaughter. Everywhere he went, there would always be blood and bones left behind his trail. He was like an Asura from the deepest level of hells, casually reaping the souls of the living left and right. The many battles he had fought hadn't been easy nonetheless. He had encountered quite a number of extremely difficult foes, and shockingly some of them were deadly beasts with strength equaling the peak of 4th-rank martial artists. His mental fortitude had been significantly strengthened after experiencing a variety of life-threatening situations inside Sky Cloud Forest. Unsurprisingly, his actions had inadvertently been noticed by other disciples, especially by those originating from the Xin clan. They just couldn't believe that a single person could cause all that slaughter. They didn't know who it was, and even after trying to do some investigations, they were only left empty-handed. Zhao Wei was like an untraceable nether ghost, and they could only give up and leave their curiosities unsatiated. But that didn't prevent some of them from coming up with various nicknames for him. Some dubbed him the Bloody Calamity, while some went with Slaughter Demon, Hook, Line and Sinker. Zhao Wei was now standing at the edge of a small stream with a wooden spear in his hand. On the tip of the spear, there were two huge river trouts struggling to maintain their last breaths. He then removed the fresh trouts from the wooden spear and placed them down on the huge leaves laid on the ground. After that, Zhao Wei took a seat on a nearby rock. A fire could be seen burning silently in front of him. He took out the cold steel dagger from his waist and was prepared to use it as a fileting knife. The cold steel dagger seemed to have endured many battles and it was slowly losing its sharpness. If I have the chance, I will make sure to have that assassination dagger exclusively for my cooking sessions. Zhao Wei thought about the pretty useful weapon that was in the future going to be taken by the Heaven's Legacy cat from the ancient ruins. With finesse control and fluid movements, Zhao Wei began fileting the huge river trouts one by one. He then separated the bones and meat neatly. With a calm, relaxed smile on his battle-hardened face, he used the condiments he had previously bought in the city to marinate the fileted meat of the two fish and allowed the seasonings to seep deep into them. Since he didn't have a pan, he couldn't sear them, so he was only left with the option of roasting them carefully. This smells so good. I am drooling. Zhao Wei took an exaggerated whiff off the now well-roasted huge pieces of fish. Without caring that it was sizzling hot, Zhao Wei took a huge bite out of one of the roasts. He felt like he was like a fish swimming in the ocean without a single care in the world. It was just basically foodgasm. The smell emanating from the meat was so enticing, but surprisingly, there weren't wild beasts or deadly beasts nearby to interrupt him. The place where he was situated was well hidden from prying eyes, and he had already made sure to surveil the place multiple times. It's been 1.5 months since he had arrived in this world, and only 25 days or so were left for the day of the family sparring contest to arrive. He had already stepped into the third rank and was only a breath away from the peak. After eating a variety of dozens of deadly beasts, he had naturally broken through without a hitch. In fact, he hadn't bothered to cultivate during his time in the Sky Cloud Forest. It had just been him and blood-boiling battles. He had killed many beasts that he lost count, not that he was bored enough to keep count of his kills. Even a normal chicken who is constantly being supplied with medicinal pills, spiritual food and herbs can easily ascend to the heavens and transmogrify into a spiritual beast. His situation was just like that. A lot of beneficial resources can always make up for a barely passable talent. Talents in the fan universe were categorized into 4 ranks: mortal rank, spiritual rank, earth rank, and finally, heaven rank. As for the holders of ancient eye bloodlines, or even those with even traces of bloodline from the 10,000 races, were completely on a whole different world of their own. They were basically monsters that were above even geniuses with heaven rank talent. And Zhao Wei's talent was probably between mortal and spiritual rank. Honestly speaking, it was just mortal rank. Saying that it was between this and that was just some form of pity. After finishing his meal, he let out a satisfied sigh. He currently looks totally different from the Zhao Wei of the past. He now had extremely condensed muscles and exuberant blood energy flowing through his veins. His body's vision and reflexes had already transcended human limitations. Man, I wish I had a storage ring or even an inventory space. The things I have killed. Just how much could I have made after selling them off? Zhao Wei adorned a regretful expression on his face. TSK, anyways. I have enough drops to guarantee me 30,000 pieces of silver and above. It would have been more, but since he had prolonged his stay in the Sky Cloud Forest, some of the harvested parts from deadly beasts had gone bad during that time, so he had been forced to dispose of them. It's time to go back to Sun Feather City and enjoy the fruits of my harvest. Zhao Wei couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction while looking at the treasure-filled huge bags laying on the ground. As for the free medicinal herbs present in the cave of the blood-red python, since I can't go there at the moment, I will have to ruminate on a plan on how to deal with it at a later time. How could he leave such treasures in the hands of others when he already has the upper hand when it comes to easily identifying their locations? It would have seemed stupid if he didn't try to make such moves. With all the knowledge about the future events and spots of opportunities irregardless of the appearance of variables, Zhao Wei was determined to be the only one getting all the favorable benefits. Chapter 8, Limitless Paths. Despite carrying 6 huge bags filled with various parts of both wild beasts and deadly beasts on his back, Zhao Wei wasn't in the least disturbed by the weight he was carrying. When he reached Sun Feather City, he quickly found a shop that bought rare materials and that included the various parts of the deceased beasts that he had hunted. He looked quite conspicuous with the huge bags hanging on his back, but he wasn't the only one acting like a porter in such a large business hotspot. Identifying the person in the reception area as the one in charge, Zhao Wei stated his intentions immediately through his silent actions. One by one, he began to remove his spoils of war from the huge fat bags and place them in the field of view of the receptionist. The receptionist was a middle-aged woman with loose strands of silver hair sticking out of her forehead. The numerous worry lines on her forehead showed that she was an aging woman. As a receptionist, she was already accustomed to most types of customers coming to do business in the shop. So seeing the straightforwardness of Zhao Wei, she didn't feel that it was strange or rude since he was strictly there to do business. Also she could easily recognize that Zhao Wei was from the Zhao clan, one of the ruling clans in Sunfeather City. Skin of the three-headed red mamba. It's worth 1,100 pieces of silver. The receptionist was surprised but she didn't let it show on her face. It seemed that the customer was quite a capable hunter as the way the skin of such a dreadful beast had been carved out was near perfect and hadn't been damaged. Not to add the fact that most cultivators avoided the three-headed red mamba at all costs, hence its rarity in the market. Silver-furred wolf canines. Worth 600 pieces of silver. Blue horn lizard. Worth 400 pieces of silver. There were so many materials being listed out together with their respective prices whenever Zhao Wei removed his spoils of war from the bags. By the time he had depleted everything that he didn't need from those bags, there was only shock and disbelief on the face of the normally stone-faced receptionist. Why you? Did you hunt all of them by yourself? Even those deadly beasts? The receptionist asked with a shaking voice. She felt as if her worldview had been overturned considering that there were even deadly beasts included and not just any normal deadly beasts but the most ferocious and dangerous ones that could easily kill a fourth-rank martial artist. Zhao Wei, on the other hand, wasn't fazed by her open shock and questioning look. Tell me the total, he replied blandly, not bothered to answer her question. Sorry about my unsavory act. All of your spoils including the deadly beasts totals to a price worth 55,000 pieces of silver. The middle-aged receptionist composed herself well before telling him the total value of his spoils of war. That was a huge sum of money to even an employee like her. With that kind of money, a mortal family would literally be swimming in riches and never worry about basic necessities for a few years if well managed. The receptionist skillfully removed the well-arranged silver coins in the drawer and placed them in a new bag of holding. Now here's your money, sir. She then respectfully gave the bag of money to Zhao Wei. Her aged eyes were now shining with reverence. Good. Zhao Wei nodded calmly while taking his money. Since his business there was done, he didn't linger at the shop and immediately departed. His destination was now the medicine pavilion. He needed the body forging powder and at least several 500-year-old blood plants. A single 500-year-old blood plant costs 10,000 pieces of silver and he bought 3 of them and thus was left with 25,000 silver coins. The body forging powder cost him an additional 5,000 pieces of silver, subtract that again, and you get only 20,000 pieces of silver remaining. He decided not to use the remaining money before doing what he had planned. Alchemists are really wealthy. Such a thought ran through his mind while he was returning to the Zhao clan. The Tao of Alchemy was among the list of auxiliary skills that he wanted to acquire during the course of cultivation journey. As one approached the end of their lifespans, they would not be able to defy the principles of heaven no matter how strong they might be. This type of situation creates the opportunity for the intervention of a respected alchemist. Life extension pills are very heaven-defying and could easily prolong the lifespan of those old monsters rotting in their ancestral grounds. Such was alchemy. A very lucrative job. He was also interested in other branches of the Great Tao such as weaponsmithing, puppet and mechanism creation, and the Tao of formations. Sincerely, he wasn't in a rush to learn them since he still didn't have access to techniques or visual guidance from their respective experts. One couldn't learn alchemy or blacksmithing just because they wished to learn and in such a small city like Sunfeather City. Where could he get someone experienced to teach him or even acquire precious alchemic formulas? So he planned to perform well so that he would be scouted by that man who would then be his direct ticket away from Sunfeather City. If he wanted to learn and develop faster, he needed to go to a bigger sect where resources are in abundance. Broken Moon Clan was a place where he prioritized going to, no matter what. It was a land of gold, both in terms of prized knowledge and cultivation resources. But he wasn't planning on being pegged to the sect for long. If all the benefits that he could get from the sect became exhausted, then he would seek for other greener pastures out there in the greater world. Zhao Wei already knew of the chaos that was soon going to take place in the whole county. It was unsurprisingly the usual cycle of inevitabilities that happen in every cultivation universe. He didn't want to be thrown into that political maelstrom during which the weaker cultivators were mere disposables. He didn't feel any sense of loyalty towards the Zhao clan, so how in hell was he going to be loyal to the Broken Moon clan? Zhao Wei was only loyal to himself. He was selfish and egotistical and he knew all that about himself. He accepted himself ever since he arrived to the fan universe from Earth. Pursuing the Great Tao is the same as pursuing the grand truth encompassing all of existence. How can someone pursue the Tao without first accepting the true nature of who they are? The sky was slowly turning dark as the iridescent rays of the sun began disappearing off the horizon. The noisy chirps of crickets resounded like a piece of annoying music to usher the fall of the night. A cold chill brushed past the lonely youth staring off at the boundless sky. His long obsidian dark hair fluttered freely and covered his face. He looked like a banished immortal yearning for the highest heavens from whence he was cast from. His eyes were deep, cold and detached from the mundanity of the world. "It will be painful," he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. If you remember, during his training in the Sky Cloud Forest, he had once harvested the poison sac and gallbladder of the three-headed red mamba. And after that, he had also hunted other beasts with similar poisonous nature. Currently, he had more than 100 types of poison collected for something important that he was going to undertake. This was all for what was recorded in the Divine Celestial Technique, a peculiar inner energy cultivation that he had found in the martial arts library. No one seemed to care for it due to the fear of dealing with various types of life-threatening poison, so it was just there accumulating dust. But to Zhao Wei, the Divine Celestial Technique was just what he needed, a shortcut to forming his first threads of inner energy coupled with the bunch of body cultivation resources bought from the medicine pavilion. The Divine Celestial Technique had several peculiarities that included the usage of lethal poison to increase one's inner energy through conversion and also gaining inner energy through long and tedious physical training. The huge benefit stemming from it was the accumulation of a vast and purest inner energy. With a sigh, he steeled his resolve and decided to take the bull by the horns. Entering his cottage, he started preparing hot water and then poured it all in the tub. Then, he took the body forging powder and mixed it with the hot water. A fizzing reaction could be seen occurring on the hot water's surface as the potent medicinal effects began spreading. Seeing this, Zhao Wei hurriedly removed his clothes, then took the 3 500-year-old blood plants in his hands before gently submerging his naked body in the medical bath. Ah! It felt as if he had reached true nirvana. Without dilly-dallying, he ate one of the 500-year-old blood plants and simultaneously started using the primordial stellar energy body refining art to control the turbulent potency of the herb inside his body. The primordial stellar energy body refining art began channeling the potent energies from both the herb and body forging powder into his cells and blood. Illusory stars started forming deep inside his cells and the number continued to increase steadily to around 1 million. They were now only illusory, but the power they currently supplied Zhao Wei was enough to duke it out with 5th-rank martial artists. After several hours, all medical efficacy from both the body forging solution and the 3 blood plants were fully absorbed into his body. Crack. His cultivation base also grew to the peak of the 3rd rank, and if he just formed enough strands of inner energy, then entering the 4th rank would just be a matter of time. Next, the poison. What he was about to do was unintentionally going to grant him a basic immunity to all types of poison in addition to some strands of celestial inner energy. He took out a mid-sized flask from a bag which contained hair-raising multicolored contents. Those contents outrightly screamed hazardous. The final step. There is no need to falter. I have traveled so far now to call it quits. Risks must be taken for one to grow stronger. Clenching his jaws in trepidation, he didn't stall any longer and drank all the contents from the flask. And it was then. Chapter 9, 10,000's Ancient Races. Pain. What is pain? What is really the perfect definition of pain? Keep all that stuff about sensory physiology or emotional baggage out of what really describes pain. Pain is unavoidable in life since there are all sorts of pain one can experience. For starters, maybe even pain himself doesn't understand what pain truly is. Just joking. He does. Just like everyone else in the vast universe. No, to be more accurate, it's supposed to be the omniverse. Pain transcends the concept of fictional restraints. It really has no bars. On that painful day, Zhao Wei came to understand what pain is. He embraced it, letting it all run rampant all over his body, mind, and soul. To know pain, one had to experience it. One can never understand loss without losing something. Arg. A dreadful grunt erupted like a tumultuous wave and destroyed the silence inside his room. It was heart-wrenching, soul-shaking, and nerve-jarring. Ominous dark tendrils could be seen spreading like an unstoppable plague all over his body, and then deep down to the invisible realm, his very soul. His perfect teeth were grinding against each other with intense fighting force. His soaked back was curved like a bow as his hands instinctively gripped and fragmented the wooden tub into tiny wooden splints to at least alleviate the intense pain that he was feeling. If he had been a normal human, those wooden splints thrusting themselves into his fingers' nails would have made him bitchily curse for an eternity. That kind of pain was rather inconsequential compared to the myriad poisons that could even affect the soul. Despite the suffering and sporadic convulsions, Zhao Wei's mind barely managed to pull through the ordeal. He didn't forget to recite the Divine Celestial Technique in his weakening mind to convert and refine all that toxic energies into strands of celestial inner energy. A strong mind is a learned trait and must be earned through these kinds of extreme situations. Even though his mind was teetering between the realm of consciousness and unconsciousness, the embers of fiery determination inside his very being didn't allow him to succumb. No, he refused to leave his own fate to luck. He was taking risks, so it was a must for him to have the complete reins of the entire situation. Zhao Wei was even being ruthless to himself to achieve what he wanted. To what felt like a prolonged eternity as he persevered through the indescribable suffering, it only happened within a few minutes. And since fortune favors the bold, Zhao Wei was finally successful as he formed his first strands of inner energy inside his donjon. All of the poison that had perfectly seeped throughout every inch of his body were all now non-existent. I have now gained a passive immunity to all poisons due to the existence of the divine celestial technique, and my little dance with death. Zhao Wei clenched his fist excitedly. I have no fear of any poison right now unless a conceptual type of poison attack is involved. As for curses and hexes, they will be the most annoying ones to deal with, he thought while frowning subtly. Curses and hexes are the enemies of the soul. I stand on neutral grounds, but as I grow stronger I will naturally meet various types of enemies. The type of enemies that I would really not like to encounter are those of the ancient shaman race. The ancient shaman race was ranked second in the list of 10,000 ancient races. They were extremely mysterious and very troublesome to deal with. They were very hard to understand and little was known about them. What most people fear is the fear of the unknown. It was the strongest type of fear. How can someone easily cope with a suicidal enemy with horrifying abilities that they couldn't even begin to comprehend? With his current strength, it would really bring him immense worries and tension. But it was good that he wasn't the type of person that would go throwing himself to such terrifying enemies unless they threatened his dear life, that is. True God race aka ancient race were the most powerful in the ancient era, and their undeniable might originated from their bloodline, which was the only thing next to impeccability. Even such a race feared the sneaky curses of the ancient shaman race. Zhao Wei couldn't help but remember some of the knowledge about the top powerful ancient races. And then there's the 5th-ranked God martial race, which is said to be the race with highest comprehension level when it came to martial arts. Do I maybe have traces of some of their bloodline since I have high comprehension? Zhao Wei chuckled at his own wishful thinking. If he had such a bloodline, he would have been with a higher cultivation than his current level and have no bottlenecks when it comes to breaking through. What I find interesting among all these races is the knowledge that the Heaven's Legacy race hold in their hands. If I could acquire their research. Zhao Wei sucked in deep breath while in his mind, he thought about the limitless possibilities that lay within their forbidden knowledge. They could recreate complete bloodlines from the ancient times, and for that to happen, they would have probably used secretive means to obtain the blood of each race. Shaking his head in amazement, Zhao Wei discarded thoughts about the 10,000 ancient races. It was too early for him to think about those overpowered beings. He had to live in the present and walk step by step until he grows into the kind of being that all of existence would learn to fear. Fan universe is not my limit. His vision wasn't limited to the heavens of Fangu but further beyond, the greater multiverse, primal chaos. If you knew that your existence was part of someone's dream, would you stay still? It depends. There are some people who would rather continuing living in that dream and never extricate themselves from it. They are the kind to remain oblivious regardless of whatever their reality is. Existential crisis aside, they also would always be those who want to escape the illusion, the system imposed on their very existence. Zhao Feng was special since he was the holder of the ancestral eye of dream, and this easily paved his ascent to the world god level, but after inheriting Fangu's great Tao he also became the master of Fan Universe, a true living existence. If his current reality was a dream, then his status was that of a dream anomaly, which meant that he could also break away from the restrictions of the Fan Universe. This reminds me of the Cthulhu mythos, Lovecraftian lore, where there are outer gods that can casually dream countless realities. Just thinking about it scares me witless. Most entertaining Korean novels like Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint and also Second Life Ranker had some similarities when it came to incorporation of such concepts. In his past life, Zhao Wei had only managed to read 3/4 of the Second Life Ranker novel, but as for the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, he had only read the manhwa. Apotheosis could be also thrown into the mix, but its concept was one which was dependent on different levels of existence and dimensionality. It had the idea where, for example, a cultivator such as a saint was a higher being and the people inside their universes were inferior secondary beings that could cease to exist the moment they step outside the confines of the said universe. I should wash myself and clean the mess I have made. Zhao Wei looked at the ground. A few moments later, the room was at least presentable. He was now clad in the robes provided by Zhao Clan for its disciples. Perfect, Zhao Wei touched his chin while looking around. Now what follows next? Training, of course. There were only 25 days remaining before the family sparring contest is held. During the next following days, Zhao Wei continued to train like a maniac, and when was taking a break, he would use various means to look into the news about Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei. Zhao Feng had the eye of an ancient god while Zhao Yufei had the bloodline of the spiritual race, which were clear signs of great luck as well as being the main characters of the dream. During that time, he had also registered himself for the competition and was scolded by the officials for being late by a few days. His saving grace had been his cultivation base, only though not worth mentioning, it had already met the requirements needed. Everything was proceeding well and in perfect alignment with his future knowledge. The timeline had not been affected by him. Yet. Anyways, one thing that he had learned during the course of those days of training was quite profound. It was a realization. When one trained any technique to grand perfection or simply the ultimate level, they would be able to realize the intent and flow of things. This state made it easier to learn other techniques very quickly and efficiently. Tao is the origin of everything between heaven and earth, and harmonizes yin and yang principles. Tao has flow, which means that everything in nature has flow. When one reaches the ultimate level, they are closer to Tao. As a result of this epiphany, he had come up with a version of full counter technique. He had given it the name Flowing Stream. Flowing Stream, gentle like a calm, boundless sea and heavy like a raging tsunami. Strong, weak. Softness, hardness. Yin and yang. Be like water. Unpredictable. Flow like a stream redirecting the currents into the sea. Embrace the flow and be one with the formless Tao. As simple yet profound as that explanation, the essence of the technique was pretty much self-explanatory. Flowing Stream was a basic style that could redirect the opponent's attacks by grasping their flow. The returned attack was 2 times more powerful than the opponent's initial attack. Using your opponent's strength for oneself and then returning it twofold in kind. The epiphany wasn't the only thing that had made Flowing Stream to come into fruition. Zhao Wei, as a seasoned otaku, naturally had some inspiration from Mistress's full counter and Bang's water stream rock smashing technique. So his imagination and creativity as an otherworldly existence were really irreplaceable factors. This realm of flow had also made him have a basic understanding of the spear and sword. He could now effortlessly communicate with weapons after training with them for some time. Zhao Wei didn't have his own favorite weapon and took it upon himself to test various weapons. It was called being versatile for any type of situation. Of course, this didn't mean that he became a grandmaster of everything. Knowing how to efficiently use a weapon was what mattered most. His personal strength naturally came first. Zhao Wei always believed that the most basic things are usually the most profound, or was it just a matter of him making a mountain out of a small hill? Finally, the day of the contest had arrived. It was time to experience fights with his fellow humans. He just hoped that there would be surprises waiting for him, or else he would be bored to death. That was confidence stemming from his experience gained over those 2 months. He wanted to have an enjoyable life outside training like a madman and laying low. After all, the true way of living was not about always keeping a low profile but choosing the most appropriate way of doing things according to one's own strength, time, and opportunity. That was the path of being unrestrained and unfettered, doing whatever you think you feel right about doing. The heavens above can't suppress me and the earth below can't restrict me. Between heaven and earth, I am. Zhao Wei only smiled to himself as he walked towards the place of gathering, Sky Marshal Field. Chapter 10, Tournament. The atmosphere was lively and full of overwhelming fighting intent. Innumerable youths with ages ranging from 13 years old to 18 years old could be seen spread all over the venue for the family sparring contest. Those youthful cultivators were divided into 2 major groups. There were those who were only spectating and those who were actually participating in the martial arts event. Most of the youngsters there wanted to be promoted to inner disciples and enjoy the prestige and resources that came with the rise of their status. While most of these outer disciples were satisfied with just being inner disciples, there were some among them who were ambitious and full of determination. They yearned for recognition and their gazes were only directed at the top positions held by the top 10 inner disciples. Almost all the top 10 outer disciples were naturally inclined towards such reachable heights. Every one of them was a genius in their own ways, with the heart of not easily giving up in the face of adversities. Zhao Wei's eyes casually looked around, his senses trying to gauge the threat levels of the surrounding disciples. Shaky foundation. Pill addict. Weak yang energy. Exhausted foundation. Barely passable foundation. Disruption of the chi veins. Hasty youngster. Zhao Wei easily identified the defects, problems, and overall strength of whoever his eyes fell upon. His gaze was subtle, and among thousands of disciples, no one would have been able to sense him. It was worth noting that among the 500 participating disciples, only the top 50 outstanding disciples were going to be promoted to the inner sect. Zhao Feng. Zhao Wei thought while rubbing his smooth chin as his eyes locked on one handsome youth that seemed to be a magnet for all types of trouble. Zhao Wei didn't hold any particular interest in the person named Zhao Feng, but his curiosity and focus was mostly on the unusual eye on his left eye socket. It was dimmer than the right one, and for someone with superb senses like him, he could perceive the ancientness hidden deep inside. The slumbering will of an ancient god that was slowly fading away. An already perished almighty entity from the ancient era with earth-shattering strength that could even shake the universe. Such an expert also succumbed to death despite having the power to easily overturn the mountains and seas and split an ancient continent into trillion pieces. Zhao Wei sighed with a heavy expression on his face. He didn't stare at Zhao Feng's left eye any longer and retracted his gaze. I died once for my wishes to be fulfilled in this new life. I was once a mortal man, but even supreme experts with almost infinite lifespans aren't exempted from death. Fan Gu, a creator-level existence, someone who had just formed his own great Tao and was slowly developing it, also had the same fate. Zhao Wei looked at the sky and sighed once again. What was the use of an infinite lifespan when you still had the sight of death lingering close to your neck? What was the meaning of cultivation? What is the meaning of my own cultivation? He asked himself, confused even. A simple question, yet even his brilliant mind couldn't formulate the correct answer. Zhao Wei didn't realize that when it came to that simple question, he wasn't the only one to have been plagued by it. Everyone had their own path, and at some point in life, they would start questioning their own existence. Zhao Wei had desires and ambitions that constantly fueled him forward, but the true meaning of cultivation transcended mortal principles which he wasn't going to understand anytime sooner. Pinching his cheek to return his dazed mind back to reality, Zhao Wei shook his head lightly while adorning a subtle embarrassment on his confused face. I am being hasty. If I start questioning everything that I have no answers to, I would easily start developing obsessions that are extremely lethal to my Tao heart, Zhao Wei muttered under his breath. I shouldn't be so invested in questions that have no answers. The primal chaos plane could be considered inconsequential compared to the larger omniversal bubble. How many cultivators were there inside the larger omniversal bubble? They were really infinite in number. And from each respective cultivation plane of existence, we have beings that have transcended their own systems to become the ultimate sovereigns of their dimensions. These sovereigns have climbed every step to reach what could be considered the end of cultivation, but is it truly the end? No. Some of them would continue to search for the ultimate answer. Wow, are those the top 10 inner disciples? A random outer disciple's word suddenly broke through Zhao Wei's thoughts. Isn't that Zhao Qin? She's so pretty. In addition to being a beauty, she is also more talented than each of us. I wish I could marry such a fine woman. If I had her to protect me, I wouldn't have to worry about cultivation. Look at yourself and then look at senior sister Zhao Qin. With a horse face like that, why don't you go marry your fellow horses in the stables? Haha. You are too evil and sharp-tongued, Zhao Kong. Learn to give some face to your fellow disciple. Don't destroy him like that. Kek. Zhao Wei pinched the bridge of his nose while closing his eyes after hearing those nearby disciples. Well played. I bet my existence would have been like that if I didn't have self-awareness. A background character. Zhao Wei opened his eyes and turned his attention toward the arriving supposed-to-be outstanding inner disciples. He then looked at Zhao Qin, who was being simped over by some ignorant buffoons. She's so damn fine. Cultivators are really. Zhao Wei nodded his head in appreciation. He had no aversion to all types of beautiful sceneries life had to offer. She's a beauty superior to even Earth's standards, but she's sadly meant to be a forgotten flower. One whose petals would rot and fade away with the passage of time. Such was fate and destiny. He then analyzed all of them, profiling each one of them according to their strengths. He didn't feel any threat whatsoever from them. Their intimidation levels couldn't compare to those annoying bastards he fought inside Sky Cloud Forest. Of course, humans couldn't be judged by base evaluation alone. They had many tricks up their sleeve and could fight more cleverly compared to demonic beasts. Even so, one shouldn't ever underestimate their enemy, or else they would live to suffer the consequences or even die. These family gathering contests usually made me laugh due to the common trope that most cultivation novels like to follow. The main character always seems to have some enmity with the spoiled son of some elder, which leads to the trope of after the younger generation comes the older generation. Or where the main character's father dies and the clan elders fight for the patriarch position, and to make it more successful, the protagonist is plotted to die due to being a direct descendant. In terms of web novels consumption, he had digested most types of bad stuff and good stuff. Just imagine the determination and heart needed to read a novel that surpasses 3,000 chapters. In fact, there had been exactly 2 novels that he had ever managed to read up to the 3,000th chapter, and they were Dragon Marked War God and Invincible Conqueror. After that, he had been forced to drop. Dragon Marked War God had been really the epitome of cliché tropes, but even so, he had enjoyed it nonetheless. It could be said that he liked experiencing new worlds every now and then. The most enjoyable thing is usually the end of these cultivation stories, when the main characters achieve a hidden realm that has never been accessed since the inception of the universe. The preliminaries should be starting by now. Zhao Wei sensed a presence traveling unhurriedly toward the Sky Marshal field. It didn't take long before the officiating judge's voice resounded like thunderclap inside everyone's ears. Attention! The family sparring contest is officially beginning from this moment henceforth. Since today is the preliminaries, I hope all the participating disciples are present. You know the rules, only 50 of you would receive the qualifications to be promoted to the inner sect. Now then, let me explain further. There was some brief explanation which was going according to the direction of what was inside Zhao Wei's mind. Since there were over 500 participating outer disciples, there was a need to divide the group into groups of 50-ish across the 10 martial fields. The 50 are then further divided into 10 so that there would be an alternating cycle on the same martial field. And among the 50 outer disciples, only 10 can qualify from each martial stage platform. It was simply an elimination process to sieve the outstanding seeds from the wasteful husks. It was a good mix of strong disciples and weak disciples. And from each batch, there was the possibility of a dark horse appearing. To prevent the top 10 outer disciples from meeting head-on during the elimination process, each one of them was placed on each martial stage platform. This was probably to create some sort of anticlimactic ending. Those elders wanted to be entertained. Number 521, go to the 5th stage. Zhao Wei raised his eyebrows since he had been paying attention to his turn. And that's my cue. Immediately, he walked towards his allocated platform. It seems as luck has it, I am not facing Zhao Feng at the start but soon. Zhao Wei smiled to himself as his lazy eyes surveyed his soon-to-be opponents that he had to eliminate. Huh. I guess that should be Zhao Guang, the 5th-ranked top outer disciple. Good. So unlucky for him to be the first to be destroyed by me. Zhao Wei's figure remained inconspicuous among the 50 or so outer disciples on the platform, and what made him get a little recognition was his cultivation base, which he hadn't bothered to hide. Among the outer disciples, there were at least 60 of peak 3rd rankers, so it wasn't a big deal. It was just surprising that they didn't know him very well except for his name. Which was quite as expected since he was a sour loner. Despite his cultivation base, his presence was overlooked and Zhao Guang still remained as the favorite contender on the 5th stage. He probably used medicinal pills to force his breakthrough. I bet his foundation and strength are fake. I think he would even find it troublesome to deal with a true peak 2nd ranker. Is what they said all about his current realm. It honestly made Zhao Wei wanna laugh till his lungs burst out like overinflated balloons. To be underestimated was a good feeling. Could it be that those protagonists pretending to be pigs felt like this? Number 350 versus number 200. Number 69 versus number 96. The awaited tournament was now starting for real in all the 10 platforms. Number 521 versus number 444. So which brat would be my opponent? Zhao Wei touched his chin while jumping onto the stage. Later on, a face full of disdain and assurance of complete victory tainted his field of vision. Arrogant. Check. Disdainful. Check. Background supporters. Check. His supposed opponent was a youth with a big towering physique like Miltan from DxD, and his face. Let's just say it was a masterpiece. That was in itself Zhao's way of giving face. To the man's face. I don't like your face. Why don't you give up and just admit defeat instead of wasting my precious time? Number 444 taunted with a sneer on his face. He looked at Zhao Wei with unbridled arrogance and disdain. He clearly didn't put him in his eyes. To him, Zhao Wei looked too ordinary. A useless nobody. Number 444. It seems your repulsive mouth is really as shitty as your face. Were you born out of horse shit by chance? Zhao Wei didn't hold back with his sharp words while cracking his neck with an interesting expression on his face. When number 444 heard Zhao Wei's direct insult, he went mad. And when he's extremely mad, his muscles involuntarily flexed and increased in density. Demonic ape transformation. Number 444 bellowed like a raging tempest while activating his core technique immediately. His upper shirt was tattered into pieces due to the sheer force of his muscles' contractions. A terrifying 3rd rank aura then radiated off his muscular figure. His eyes were red with extreme anger and his nose spewed out fumes like an enraged bull. He really wanted to tear Zhao Wei's body into little bloody pieces and then feed them off to demonic beasts. Number 521. You fucking bastard. Number 444 flexed even more with utmost zeal. Fuck, is this guy secretly one of those tailed monkeys in Dragon Ball? Zhao Wei cringed while wondering. His technique alone filled him with some doubts. I am gonna break your. Zhao Wei got bored by him and decided to act. Tap. Zhao Wei took one step. There was only one sound in existence at the very moment, the sound of one step. One step. And the temporal forces seemed to have become fully static. It only took one step for the fight to end before it could even start. Number 444 didn't know how it all ended. He was rendered unconscious even before he could finish his insignificant sentence. Some of the outer disciples who had nothing to do and were vouching for number 444 couldn't understand what had just happened in front of their eyes. Even the judge couldn't believe it and thought it was an optical illusion. How could a mere outer disciple move that fast? It's as if he had teleported. As if time seemed to have stopped at that very moment. The judge, a clan elder with rich experience, had his mind bamboozled silly. Number 521 wins. The judge forced himself to declare the winner or else he would have been left speechless for far too long. Anyways, number 521, Zhao Wei, a nobody he had never heard of, managed to catch his interest. It seems a hidden dragon has finally emerged. The judge ran his hand through his thick beard while having an interesting look on his face. He then continued to oversee the next matches. Chapter 11, Tournament 1 win. 2 wins. 3 wins. Zhao Wei's winning streak continued all the way to the 18th match. And they were all completed with only one move. There were neither flashy techniques displayed nor outstanding or overwhelming show of strength. There was only a single move. A single step that muted all the sounds in the universe so that only it remained supreme. Zhao Wei didn't need to use any of his learned techniques when he was already capable enough to finish his fights easily. He was already adept in controlling his own strength. As the famous scholar Leonardo da Vinci once said, one can have no smaller or greater mastery than mastery of oneself. In relation to the saying, Zhao Wei had great mastery over his whole body movements. Even without using his techniques, he could use his powerful body to defeat his opponents with just pure speed. There were really no unnecessary movements whenever he moved. He was like a soundless breeze. The 5th platform had already begun to catch the attention of almost all the outer disciples and the judges. The main judge, the white-robed Great Elder, also became interested in the events occurring on the 5th stage, specifically Zhao Wei. As a man of insightful eyes when it came to analyzing fights and techniques, the main judge had already concluded that Zhao Wei was a person with great control over their body movements. Additionally, he must have refined his physique to terrifying levels. But if he only knew how wrong he was, and Zhao Wei had just barely trained the primordial stellar energy body refining art to the initial level. Ho ho, this one is no longer in the realm of being a dark horse. He's something else entirely. The main judge smiled, his words shaking the minds of several elders near him. To get such an evaluation from the Great Elder, then that outer disciple was certainly exceptionally gifted. Other noteworthy participants like Zhao Yujian, Zhao Yu, Zhao Yufei and Zhao Feng also directed their gazes towards the 5th stage with intrigued expressions on their faces. They didn't recognize Zhao Wei since he looked too ordinary and he had appeared out of nowhere. Among those 4 top contenders, Zhao Feng was the most shocked due to his left god eye. He had been breezing through his fights with a maxed-out core rank technique and he thought he was a little special among other disciples. But when he had focused his analytical power through his left god eye, he found it very difficult to track Zhao Wei movements. That was in itself too shocking to Zhao Feng's mind. He was currently pretty confident in his reaction speed, but seeing only Zhao Wei's blurred movements really dealt him some blow to his superiority when it came to his left eye abilities. Nonetheless, Zhao Feng didn't lose his confidence in any way. It only fueled his fighting intent to the extreme. By chance, he also happened to be someone who excelled in speed. Zhao Yujian didn't find Zhao Wei interesting, probably blinded by his arrogance and superiority. He had also breezed through his fights by using only one swing of his domineering sword. He had never viewed other participating top outer disciples as his worthy opponents. He only had his eyes at being the best out of all outer disciples and getting at least a position in the top 20 of the inner disciples. And if his luck was good, being in the top 10 wouldn't be that bad either. In front of his sword, who would dare declare being the best? That word was the only one reserved for him, Zhao Yujian. As for Zhao Yufei, she only felt curious about Zhao Wei. She had thought Zhao Feng was rather full of surprises as an individual, but the young man at the 5th stage, he had really hidden himself well like a crouching tiger. She also found out that his movements weren't inferior to her own footwork technique. Zhao Yu just stayed silent with a serious expression on his face. He was thinking Zhao Wei had more surprises hidden under his sleeves. He just hoped that when he faced Zhao Wei, he would be forced to show his full abilities. At the 5th platform, standing at the top of the world, there is no pressure, no challenge, no difficulty, and is this what it really feels like to be invincible? Sigh, it's too lonely. Too lonely. Why won't the heavens hear my prayers of finding a good opponent? A solemn voice with a poignant sense of loss and loneliness was heard from the 5th platform. His voice was heard by almost everyone. Sigh, heavens? Why would you do this? The heavens are truly unjust to the woes of a pitiful man. Another sigh escaped Zhao Wei's lips as he looked at the azure skies. He wasn't even bothered to look at his current famous opponent, Zhao Wei, who was ranked 5th among outer disciples. The crowd was roused immediately by Zhao Wei's words. What kind of shamelessness was that? A spectating elder in the crowd was so dumbstruck by Zhao Wei's words that he almost spurted a mouthful of blood. I am touched by his words, but the level of shamelessness he's employing is really remarkable. A disciple in the crowd shouted in disbelief. It really sounds poetic and makes one think that he's really invincible? But who the hell does he think he is? Another disciple retorted. He's simply crazy by assuming invincibility in the presence of even the top inner disciples. That guy is a nutcase. Truly a nutcase. I bet his shameless words have now earned him the ire of some inner disciples. He would soon face the wrath of the inner disciples. That guy must be taught a severe lesson. Numerous talks were heard among the disciples after they heard Zhao Wei's boastful voice. No challenge? No pressure? So absurdly shameless. Who would dare to say those words when the sect already had an unrivaled top disciple among inner disciples? Zhao Wei's words could be said to be challenging the whole lot of disciples irregardless of status. Standing at the top of the world, there is no pressure, no challenge, no difficulty. Haha. Interesting, so interesting. The white-robed great elder burst out in laughter while smiling widely. I can feel arrogance, loneliness, and even supreme confidence from his words. But can he really make his words a reality? Or is he just posing and blatantly putting on airs? The judge in charge of overseeing the fifth platform felt his lips twitch involuntarily. He just had to witness the rise of a lunatic on his own platform. This young pup is really bringing himself so much trouble. He could only let out a helpless, disappointed sigh. It seems young people are very arrogant nowadays. As the atmosphere was vastly affected by Zhao Wei's shamelessness, the only person who stood to be ignored was Zhao Guang, the fifth-ranked outer disciple. His face was contorted into one of complete discontentment at being disregarded. Harshness and pure malice flashed in his eyes. He wanted to beat the heck out of Zhao Wei until he blacked out. The fight has officially started. Fight. The judge finally declared after the momentary disturbance died down a little bit. Many people were obviously very interested in seeing Zhao Wei's boastful ass handed down to him. You can't just come out of nowhere and just start spouting shit and expect to be left alone. Zhao Wei smiled inwardly after witnessing the commotion he had made. He felt at peace with what he had just said. It was a comedic relief for him. He wasn't uptight when it came to saying whatever he wanted. That was his path. If he was constrained by how others viewed him, then that in itself was a fault. He was reserved when it was time to be reserved and unbridled when it was time to be unbridled. So far he hadn't let loose on his true abilities since he hadn't been forced to. Undoubtedly, it seemed he also enjoyed causing a ruckus. It was like going alone to a different hood and saying that the gang is gay. Damn it, wouldn't it hurt you just once to look my way and treat me like an opponent? Zhao Guang complained with burning fury written in his eyes. Zhao Guang is so angry. This guy is definitely going to be taught a lesson. The disciples watched in raw anticipation. How will he fare against Zhao Guang's speed? Most of them vouched for Zhao Guang's victory. You are just a weak, conceited guy masquerading as some powerful being. Zhao Guang continued angrily. He didn't like the way Zhao Wei was behaving, as if everything was inconsequential in his presence. Finally, Zhao Wei turned his eyes away from the sky and looked at his opponent. If he remembered well, then his opponent should be the guy that Zhao Wei faced in the second round of elimination. Watch your tone. Boy. Zhao Wei's cold eyes were like those of a deadly viper, threateningly staring at its prey. Fuck, I am gonna shut that foul mouth of yours. Zhao Guang declared confidently before calming down his anger. He was a speedster, someone who relied on their overwhelming speed to triumph over their opponents. So he was going to use his superior speed before his opponent had time to react. He didn't know the full capabilities of Zhao Wei, so he could only resort to being the first to act. Going all in and full strength at that. Whoosh. Zhao Guang was like a meteor, his speed unsurpassed and unmatched as he appeared behind his opponent. With his palm raised in attack, his hand gravitated down on Zhao Wei's back, intending to make him cough up blood before knocking him down. Time seemed to be slowing down as Zhao Guang's attack gradually aimed for Zhao Wei. As I said once, it's truly lonely. Invincibility is illusory, yet I feel as if it's been birthed into reality at this very moment. The words of a determined man cannot be ignored. A deep sigh was heard as if originating from an era of antiquity. Without even looking, without even turning his body, Zhao Wei raised his hand and delivered a backhanded fist to his attacker. A Saitama-esque bored expression could be seen on his face as Zhao Guang was hurled in the air like a ragdoll. His face was bashed up inwardly and all of his teeth were broken funnily. His face was folded and deformed beyond measure. And the place he landed was a very long distance from the fifth platform, which in itself signified a guaranteed set of broken ribs and bones. SHHHH. Silence. No challenge. No pressure. No difficulty. Those words repetitively echoed in everyone's mind at that very moment. After seeing what had just happened, those words seemed to be the only thing that mattered. It's lonely. Truly lonely. Chapter 12, Tournament. Zhao Guang was defeated just like that. He was finished off even before his sneak attack managed to land. One punch was all it took for the 5th-ranked disciple to be thrown away like a piece of garbage. Where did number 521 emerge from? Considering that we don't even know his name very well, then he must have been a nobody silently cultivating alone. The Zhao sect outer disciples exaggeratedly started chattering amongst themselves. They were astonished by the fact that someone as remarkable as those top outer disciples was hiding in their midst without them even knowing. And when they analyzed Zhao Wei's looks, they found that he looked quite average and easily forgettable if they weren't acquainted with him. He was just like a ghost. Although his performance hasn't provided me with information about the true depths of his capabilities, I reckon he's probably someone on the same level as the top 3 outer disciples. But through my left eye, I feel like that guy is more dangerous than Eva Zhao Yu or Zhao Yijian. Zhao Feng silently pondered while maximizing the full capabilities of his left eye to analyze what made number 521 seem so dangerous than what he portrayed in his performance. Through his supervision he started to look for anything special about number 521, but he didn't find anything noteworthy. Maybe he would be able to fully know his battle prowess when they exchanged blows. At first, Zhao Feng had thought that Zhao Yu and Zhao Yijian were the only outer disciples capable of forcing him to display some of his strength, considering that he had already formed a few strands of inner energy. But now, it seems that there was another mysterious dark horse that should also be added on the list. From the first stage, Zhao Yijian still didn't put Zhao Wei in his eyes, as he also had been finishing his matches with one slash of his sword. The most intrigued was Zhao Yu, as he felt something familiar from Zhao Wei's body movements and the way he pulled his punch casually. With a raised eyebrow, he muttered to himself. He has also practiced body cultivation. I thought I would be the only one concentrating on body refining techniques, but it seems I was never alone. I am truly amazed. Folding his arms, Zhao Yu's eyes blazed with fighting intent against a fellow body cultivator, whose body was going to be tougher than the other. He couldn't wait to see and experience it for himself, but that was only one condition. If number 521 managed to enter the second round of elimination. The following matches were uneventful, as Zhao Wei's opponents all forfeited after seeing him defeating the top contender for the 5th platform with only one blow. By the time the first preliminaries were coming to an end, Zhao Wei had already won 20 matches in a row with only one move. His stellar performance was on the same level as Zhao Yijian, and his identity as Dark Horse grouped him together with Zhao Feng, another shocking Dark Horse that came on top at the 7th platform. The Zhao sect disciples speculated Zhao Wei's strength to be on the quasi-martial master level, the same level as Zhao Yu and Zhao Yijian and some of the inner disciples. Since the first round of elimination was ending, there were only 10 outer disciples from each of the 10 platforms that managed to advance to the second round of elimination. That was a total of 100 disciples, from which only 50 would receive the qualifications to be inner disciples. And the disciples with most points gained during their previous matches would be able to challenge the top 10 inner disciples and take their positions if they had the strength. The second round of elimination was scheduled to begin on the following day, and Zhao Wei didn't show any complacency when it came to his cultivation base progression. He meditated the whole night while condensing his power into thick strands of celestial inner energy. Of course, it was a night of strenuous physical exercises. Literal grinding. Without even realizing he had practiced till the very first resplendent rays of the morning sun started bathing his room with a golden brilliance. The competition was slowly heading towards its full stop. Zhao Wei didn't forget to take a refreshing bath, something that seemed to have become a habit for him despite him being a cultivator who doesn't need to indulge in such mortal routines. Maybe it was due to the effects of his past life on Earth. When Zhao Wei arrived at the Sky Marshal Field, he found that all the other 99 remaining participants were also just arriving. It seems cultivators are mindful when it comes to time management, Zhao Wei thought while looking around. Due to his previous performance, he didn't know how many gazes he was getting at this very moment. In fact, this made Zhao Wei to suddenly remember something that had occurred during the previous day. The protagonist, Zhao Feng, had actually tried to use his left eye to analyze him fully, but he sadly didn't find whatever he had wanted. Zhao Wei had good control over his inner energy in addition to being able to hide his body's secrets from prying eyes. He knew all about Zhao Feng's eye abilities, but it seems Zhao Feng was only going to be frustrated if he wanted to know his full power. The second round of elimination will commence as soon as possible. The 100 of you are elites among outer disciples, but on this day, only 50 of you would be the actual winners. The judge came and started explaining the theme of the second round of elimination. Just as expected, the rules conformed to what he had read. There was nothing unusual, and the competition began. Number 356 versus number 69. Number 250 versus number 73. Number 521 versus number 176. Zhao Wei went on stage after hearing his name being called out. His opponent this time was a cute, petite girl. She looked at him while gritting her teeth before giving up on the match. I admit defeat. She clenched her fists before leaving the platform with clear frustration written on her face. Zhao Wei wasn't in the least bit perturbed by such an easy win. He had expected it to happen anyways. Would you take on a fight that had its odds against your favor? That female disciple must have thought like that before forfeiting. It was a wise move in itself. If she had decided to fight Zhao Wei, she wouldn't have been spared because of her beauty. But her heart of martial arts seems to be rather weak, Zhao Wei thought in passing before forgetting about her altogether. For example, Zhao Wei knew very well it would be stupid of him to think that he would ever win against a true Ascended Realm expert while being a mere martial learner, but in a sticky situation, where his life was on the line and he was driven into a corner even after turning tail, he would use everything he had to at least injure his enemy until they regret. Even if he would die, his death would be one of no regrets. The luck of an individual is an uncontrollable variable. Good luck can't be consistent throughout someone's life, but that is unless you have supreme strength capable of manipulating the probability of events to your desired outcome. As a cultivator, there would always come a day where you would be forced to fight against odds that aren't in your favor, and without an unwavering heart, how can you hope to progress in the eternal path of cultivation? Anyways, the next few matches only passed to add up his points, as his opponents either directly admitted defeat or were just hurled out of the platform with one punch. By this point, he has already won 50 matches in a row without breaking a sweat. Zhao Wei yawned lazily while observing other martial platforms. Zhao Yufei has quite the fan base. Zhao Wei looked at how the disciples went crazy every time Zhao Yufei made an elegant move to defeat her opponents. And also Zhao Feng. Since he didn't face Zhao Guang due to my existence, his matches have been smooth sailing so far. If he meets either of the top 4, then I won't be surprised. Zhao Wei had slowly started not to care about if he messed up the timeline or not. It was bound to happen in the end. The future won't always remain static. Nothing is ever set in stone. So far Zhao Yujian, Zhao Yu, Zhao Yufei, and Zhao Feng had a perfect winning streak since they hadn't met each other, but soon. Number 521 versus number 87. The judge announced his next match. Zhao Wei immediately looked at his opponent and was a little bit surprised. If it wasn't the metal man, Zhao Yu, a fellow body cultivator. Wow, that kid's luck is surely bad. His winning streak is going to end for sure. Let's see where he will get his confidence against the number 1 top powder disciple with the most powerful defense. Humphrey, I can't wait for Zhao Yu to beat up this ordinary kid into a pulp. I have been dissatisfied with him for a very long time. He thinks that he is invincible with no rival. Today, his invincibility will be rendered useless and he will know that they will always be heavens beyond heavens. Zhao Wei chuckled lightly after hearing the blubberings of the NPCs in the background. He found it funny. Very funny. It seems my prayers have finally been answered. I have never fought a true fellow body cultivator. Your body seems strong, but I have full confidence in my metal body, Zhao Yu said blandly while sizing up number 521. My name is Zhao Yu. May I know your name, fellow body cultivator? He continued with respect in his eyes. That was just him showing some courtesy to someone who cultivated the same path as him. Zhao Wei replied coolly. Zhao Wei, I will remember your name, that is. If you are able to bypass the defense of my physical body, Zhao Yu said confidently while his towering figure took on a fighting stance. His opponent, Zhao Yu, seemed down to earth and a chill guy. Zhao Wei had no scruples against using his techniques on him. Wait. Didn't he say that he had full confidence in his metal body? Zhao Wei smirked sadistically in his mind as he slowly started walking towards Zhao Yu. You said that you had utmost confidence in your defense, right? Zhao Wei slowly walked. Menacingly like a predator. Without even waiting for Zhao Yu to reply, Zhao Wei continued, it seems you really don't know that defenses are meant to be broken. Let me open your eyes, Zhao Yu. See how I trample on your confidence. Zhao Wei immediately used instantaneous lightning movement and shot towards Zhao Yu. Everyone watched with bated breaths as Zhao Wei's figure seemingly turned into a blue lightning streak, his sheer speed undeniably difficult to perceive. Almost instantly, Zhao Wei was already in front of the surprised Zhao Yu, who had already put his guard up, but his eyes still didn't lose their confidence. The distance between them was only an arm's length. Zhao Wei lowered his center of gravity by getting into a horse stance and then activated Tyrant Fists. He then calmly directed his clenched fist toward Zhao Yu's metal body, and stopped an inch away from his clenched abdomen. Everyone wondered why the hell Zhao Wei stopped his fist movement instead of continuing his attack. Was he thinking of joking at this juncture? Even Zhao Yu was mesmerized by Zhao Wei's actions and thought that Zhao Wei was making a stupid mistake instead of attacking. So Zhao Yu decided to use Metal Fist to make him realize that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Zhao Wei smirked. 1-inch punch killer. It's over. Bang. The full force of a fist reverberated all over the place as Zhao Yu's body curved inwardly like a shrimp and his metal body, terrifyingly broken as if he never had any defenses in the first place. Zhao Yu's mouth started frothing uncontrollably before he dropped down unconscious with his opened eyes, madly terror-stricken. Everyone sucked in a deep breath. Even the main judge was visibly shocked. It was now that flashes of the image of an ordinary youth appeared in his mind. He started remembering Zhao Wei as the kid who had borrowed the illusory mist steps from the martial arts library. He had mistakenly long forgotten him, but now he remembered. This kid diverges from all the standards that I know. He's a terrifying monster. How could such a terrifying predator be lurking amongst clueless preys? Zhao Yu was defeated just like that. The one-move series displays itself once again. Honestly, I don't think even Zhao Yujian can defeat Zhao Yu with only one move. The disciples couldn't help but tremble after witnessing Zhao Wei's strike. The competition was slowly becoming more interesting and full of surprises. After that win, Zhao Wei's next opponents all admitted defeat until it was Zhao Feng's turn. It seems destiny wanted to play with him. It was finally time to get a little bit serious after all. He was ultimately going to spar with the Son of Fate. Also, Zhao Wei just wanted the competition to end as he had already had enough of it. Chapter 13, Terrorizing Zhao Feng. A thick suspense loomed in the atmosphere as all of the crowd's attention was immensely concentrated on the platform that accommodated two dark horses, each with a perfect winning streak and yet to fully display their true capabilities. One of the two dark horses was even more shockingly monstrous, and mystery seemed to cloak his rather robust figure. The crowd was dying to watch whatever surprises Zhao Wei had in store for them, since he had already been dubbed the One-Punch Man due to his ability to finish his matches by using only one move. Zhao Feng also had a lot of supporters and he was deemed as one of the favorite winners of the competition. But how was he going to overcome the hurdle known as Zhao Wei? And what was Zhao Wei going to do this time round? At the platform, two young men calmly faced each other. One had a lazy smile hanging on his face while the other one had a serious expression. One with the lazy smile was obviously Zhao Wei and the other one was the Son of Fate, Zhao Feng, future successor of Fan Universe's creator. So we finally meet, Zhao Wei put one of his hands behind his back while slowly speaking. Yeah, we finally meet as two dark horses, but I have never seen a guy like you in the sect. Zhao Feng naturally felt obliged to reply, he didn't know why. I am just an ordinary outer disciple among thousands of unremarkable faces. How do you expect to even meet me? It's funny, right? Zhao Wei touched his chin with a questioning look on his face. No, it isn't even funny anymore when you say you are ordinary and unremarkable. Your performance so far has been nothing less than extraordinary. I am impressed. Through my own analysis, I thought Zhao Yujian and Zhao Yu were the only opponents worthy watching out for, but it seems I had been thoroughly mistaken, Zhao Feng said with a heavy expression on his face. But in the meantime, he was pushing the full power of his left eye to look for any peculiarities on Zhao Wei. But it's strange how vigorous his body is, but I don't sense any inner energy from him, unlike Zhao Yufei. Then what's that subtle pressure that I am feeling ever so slightly pressing on me? Even the left eye seems to be under pressure. Zhao Feng contemplated deeply. I am getting extremely bad vibes from this guy and we haven't even fought yet. I will trust my instincts, but I don't see myself losing against him since I have inner energy and he doesn't have any. I don't want to expose my inner energy just yet. If possible. Zhao Wei raised his left eyebrow comically when he saw the almost unperceived and unrecognizable green glow glowing from Zhao Feng's left god eye. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He could already guess what was going through Zhao Feng's mind. Are you surprised by the lack of inner energy in my body? Zhao Wei decided to play with him. What were they talking about? The outer disciples held clueless looks on their faces, wondering what the two were talking about. You. Zhao Feng felt his heart tremble when this Zhao Wei looked at him. He felt as if all of his secrets were exposed all out in the open. Don't worry, I don't have a single speck of inner energy in me. It's very difficult for someone as untalented as me to have a complete understanding of inner energy. My talent is limited by the heavens and my eyes can only look up at the martial master realm as my life's goal, Zhao Wei interjected with heartbreaking sadness showing on his face. Even the elders felt something resonate in their hearts when they heard Zhao Wei's sad voice. They all knew that talent and innate potential determine the heights of cultivation someone may reach in their lifetime. Some of them had already exhausted their potential with no possibilities of ever stepping into the martial master realm transformation state. So they could easily empathize with Zhao Wei. Zhao Feng was totally dumbfounded and he didn't know the correct response that he could give. If it were not for the mysterious eye of an ancient god merging with his left eye, he also would have been in a similar position. But it was different now. His goal was to reach the holy martial path realm and even further beyond. Sunfeather City seemed so small compared to his own aspirations. The eye of an ancient god was his ultimate trump card and it provided him with limitless potential. Zhao Feng adjusted his mind to its best state, preparing himself for a hard battle. It was better to be done with Zhao Wei once and for all, or else the sense of danger he was feeling was going to increase gradually with time as they engaged in useless chatter. Seeing Zhao Feng suddenly preparing to fight, Zhao Wei shook his head lightly at the confidence of the guy. People blessed with immense luck, aka original protagonists, are really built differently. Is your left eye okay, brother? Zhao Wei took a battle stance and pretended to be clueless about his own suggestive words. An illusory foxy tail seemed to be wiggling behind his back. What? Zhao Feng felt immediately disoriented by Zhao Wei's rather faint caring words. A tremor ran through his messy mind. Left eye? I am okay. I look very fine. Why would he go out of his way to mention the status of my left eye? So suspicious. I usually use my left eye abilities under discreet measures, but how? Zhao Feng felt fear since he didn't want anyone knowing about peculiarities of his left eye. He knew very well of the saying, one's own treasures can easily evoke the greed of the masses. Calming himself, Zhao Feng decided to disregard Zhao Wei's concerns as just a joke. My eyes are just fine. And I don't think we are close enough to call each other brothers, Zhao Feng said dismissively with a cold glint in his eyes. If you see a cold glint flash in a cultivator protagonist's eyes, then that's an indication that shit's about to hit the fan. Zhao Wei observed the micro-expressions on Zhao Feng's face. How do protagonists feel when their fortuitous encounters are no longer a secret? But I don't get anything by exposing the guy. Let me just leave him be. For now. I should beat him up nice and lovely. Zhao Wei's previous words had been meant to deal a psychological blow in his opponent's mind. It could be considered a battle tactic even though he didn't need one in this kind of situation. I know you feel that you are special, Zhao Feng, but on this day, you have met one fucking overpowered extra. Zhao Wei released a carefree laughter as he executed both the illusory mist steps and instantaneous lightning movement at the same time. Zap. 6 figures with identical facial features as Zhao Wei immediately converged at Zhao Feng's position at the speed of lightning while leaving several mirages behind. The illusory mist steps shared some similarities with the forbidden jutsu, shadow clone technique, but their level of deception was so intense that it was hard to distinguish between them. When superimposed with instantaneous lightning movement, even if the opponent had a special eye bloodline, they would find it very difficult to distinguish the differences. Zhao Feng was already in supervision mode, utilizing his left eye to the fullest even before Zhao Wei had made his abrupt move. But even though he was fully prepared, the reaction speed that he had always prided himself in did nothing to prevent Zhao Wei from edging closer to where he was standing. In this dangerous situation, everything around him seemed to be moving fast instead of slowing down even under the full concentration of his left eye. This was only because Zhao Wei was moving so fast, and it brought Zhao Feng the illusion that time seemed to be accelerating with his lightning movements. Pa. Pa. Peng. Zhao Wei was like a machine god, his fists raining ruthless attacks on Zhao Feng's body just like how Gojo Satoru punched the shit out of Miguel's ass, or maybe similarly to the IP man's fist barrage. Zhao Feng felt a terrifying wave of pain assault every nerve on his body as if millions of bullet ants were working wonders on him. He felt the hairs on his neck stand on end involuntarily due to the beating. Even though his body's defense wasn't as strong as Zhao, it couldn't be considered weak either due to being reinforced by angry dragon fists. But alas, Zhao Wei's fists of brotherhood didn't give a damn about the defense and durability of his body even as Zhao Feng used his arms in the hopes of offsetting some of the attacks. The main judge abruptly rose from his seat with unlimited shock written all over when he witnessed both Zhao Wei's movement techniques and fist technique. His ancient voice trembled when he spoke out about what he had found. To think that he had cultivated those techniques to a realm that even I, myself, find it very hard to ascertain his realm of attainment. That isn't peak or even max level attainment. He has perfected those techniques to a realm of grand perfection, an unreachable domain in martial arts. But that's what I can only guess. His moves are so profound that an old man like me feels like I could learn a few things from him. Wah. The other elders also followed the actions of the main judge as they all rose from their seats due to utter disbelief. I can't believe someone would train something as difficult as the illusory mist steps, peak middle-ranked technique to such a realm that the great elder had just explained. Zhao Danjian, a middle-ranked elder of Zhao clan with his status only lower than the main judge, felt jealousy and envy towards Zhao Wei. According to his observations, Zhao Wei was infinitely more monstrous than even his own son, Zhao Yujian, who had practiced a high-ranked technique to the high level of attainment. It seems my son is going to face a lot of pressure against that disciple, but I choose to believe in Yujian, Zhao Tanjian thought with a prideful smile on his face while casting an affectionate gaze toward Zhao Yujian, who was also spectating the match. I didn't want to use it, but now, against this monster in human skin, I will have to use it, or else my injuries will just continue accumulating and I will eventually lose very terribly. I don't want to lose when I am just reaching the end of the road. Despite the horrifying pain he was experiencing, Zhao Feng's thought process hadn't stagnated in the least. In fact, the pain made his mind more alive and conscious, as if electrocuted. He was someone destined to rule all over other bloodline races according to the fading will of the ancient god. There was no way he was going to lose to someone who has no inner energy. That was his pride and source of confidence, and a genius's pride couldn't be easily trampled on. A faint green glow started forming on his feet, and while ignoring the pain, Zhao Feng activated the lightly floating wave to its max potential. Like a leaf gliding along the currents of the wind, Zhao Feng quickly distanced himself from the storm of lethal fists. He appeared at the other side of the martial stage while partly standing in midair. His breathing was ragged and intense as cold sweat rolled down his back. In addition to the ugly expression formed on his face, immense fear could be seen in his eyes. He had just escaped from hell, and if he hadn't been resolute enough to use his inner energy, then he still would have been akin to meat on the chopping board. What? Zhao Feng has already coalesced his power into inner energy. The crowd was shocked by such a realization, more so the elders. He's a genius. I can't believe someone among the inner disciples has already comprehended the inner workings of inner energy. The main judge smiled amiably. He felt that today's tournament has provided him with a plethora of surprises. He felt excited that the Zhao clan was now blessed by several geniuses, which meant that its standing at Sun Feather City was bound to rise very soon. Zhao Tanjian felt conflicted and truly unhappy. If Zhao Yujian were to face Zhao Feng, he could only wait to be humiliated. TCH, that vicious kid really hit it well. Zhao Tanjian clicked his tongue in annoyance. Zhao Wei slowly turned his neck to look at Zhao Feng standing some distances away from him. A cunning smile appeared on his face. So you had inner energy. Why are you pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Zhao Wei said righteously, like a man who wouldn't stay still in the face of injustice. Zhao Feng's expression turned uglier. The young man in front of him was a total nightmare. He had an intuition that even if he proceeded to use attacks imbued with inner energy, the fight wouldn't necessarily lean towards his victory. What? Are you afraid? Zhao Wei said in a taunting voice while putting his hands behind his back. At that moment, he looked casual and free. In fact, he hadn't planned to excessively hurt Zhao Feng. He just made the pain Zhao Feng had felt more annoying to the core. If he had wanted to cripple Zhao Feng, then he would have easily accomplished such a feat. But he doubted if the elders would have still stood in the sidelines without doing anything. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Was he afraid? Zhao Feng questioned himself, but the only answer that came to mind despite his own reluctance was a yes. He was afraid. Just reminiscing about those fists inflicting pain all over his body as he helplessly stood there like a punching bag made him visibly tremble. Man, say something about PTSD, Zhao Wei smiled wickedly. His evil smile multiplied the fear factor inside Zhao Feng's heart. Even without knowing it, Zhao Feng just felt like giving up despite the help of his left eye in suppressing his undulating fear. His confidence had been wantonly crushed into mud, and his attempts to find some form of psychological consolation inside himself were proven futile. Luckily, Zhao Feng didn't stay in that state for long, as he soon recovered, or else he really would have fallen deep into the abyss of heart demons. With a grave look on his face, he momentarily gazed at Zhao Wei's face before looking at the judge. I admit defeat. He stammered, his voice strained as he spoke words that were quite uncommon and strange even to himself. Zhao Feng hated that feeling of inferiority and defeat. Zhao Feng once again looked back at the mysterious, seemingly all-knowing eyes of Zhao Wei. This isn't the end. I look forward to our future fight. My eyes have been opened. I will not lose to you next time. And I will reciprocate those punches that you gave me on this day. Zhao Feng didn't speak those words and only etched them deep in his heart as a reminder. Zhao Wei touched his chin as if in deep thoughts before replying, sure. That is. If you are prepared to be my exclusive punching bag. Zhao Feng's body shook involuntarily after hearing Zhao Wei's words, and while tightly clenching his fists, he hurriedly escaped to heal his minor injuries at the medic's station. Zhao Wei looked at the departing figure of the protagonist and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Why do most protagonists have to be struck by lightning in order to gain their so-called touch of Midas? He asked himself randomly and shrugged it off. I bet he's already planning on how to return the humiliation I gave him by tenfold. So cute. Number 521, Zhao Wei wins. The judge announced jovially while glancing at Zhao Wei in awe, and the crowd, which was holding their breaths for quite some time, found the moment to release their breaths and cheer madly. Zhao Wei's next matches were total walkovers as expected, and then he met Zhao Yufei during one of his last matches. Zhao Yufei had also shocked the crowd with her inner strength and was also labeled a true genius. As a woman who valued strength, Zhao Yufei hadn't been disheartened by Zhao Wei's perfect winning streak and wanted to know if she would be able to force his true power out in the open. Zhao Wei coded her regardless of her beauty or fan base or even her meager inner energy. As for Zhao Feng, just like in the novel, he had a brutal fight with Zhao Yujian in which he won quite easily despite the domineering sword attacks from his opponent. The enmity between the two had been fully displayed during their fight. Zhao Feng had been more ferocious than ever due to his loss to Zhao Wei. Of course, Zhao Yujian's father didn't forget to intervene due to being very sour and displeased by the fact that there were currently other 3 individuals above his dear son. Zhao Feng's sorry ass had been saved by the main judge, or else his cultivation base would have been wasted by Zhao Tanjian. Anyways, the tournament ended with Zhao Wei effortlessly taking the number 1 position amongst all outer disciples. It was all according to plan. Chapter 14, 4th rank martial artist. The top 10 inner disciples weren't obviously impressed by the results of the tournament, especially the top 3 who only saw each as worthy opponents. Zhao Kai was 2nd ranked among the inner disciples, a position just below the clan's recognized number 1 genius, Zhao Linglong. To him, Zhao Wei was just a measly peak 3rd ranker outer disciple masquerading as someone strong and mysterious when he was, in fact, a very weak being. Zhao Kai only saw Zhao Linglong, the clan's genius, as someone worthy of defeating with all of his power. Zhao Linglong was known for being one of the 4 great geniuses of Sun Feather City. Despite Zhao Kai's blatant disregard for the outer disciples, Zhao Qin, the 4th ranked inner disciple, was more wary of the 2 dark horses of the tournament. Between Zhao Wei and Zhao Feng, only Zhao Wei left her the deepest impression. There was just something about him. A feeling. An intuition that made her feel as if he was an unfathomable abyss. Behind that veil of ordinariness, he was probably hiding more power that could even rival her own. Zhao Qin found her inner implications even more absurd. Anyways, the main tournament was just a half-month away and Zhao Qin felt that maybe on that day she would know if her intuition was right or she was just overestimating Zhao Wei's capabilities. But she held a much firmer belief for the former. Zhao Qin excused herself and bid Zhao Kai farewell. It was good to prepare well even though she was already a 4th rank martial artist. She had long ago learned to never underestimate anyone. You could say she was quite intelligent at her age. What are you going to show me after half a month? What are you truly hiding? A slight smile formed on her lips as her curvy figure disappeared among big houses of inner disciples. A curious one and an arrogant one. Zhao Wei silently observed the 2nd and 4th ranked inner disciples Zhao Kai and Zhao Qin, through the corners of his eyes. Zhao Kai would be a pretty tough opponent due to the concentration of his inner energy. It would be a pain in the ass to deal with him, but nothing I can't handle. He's inherently arrogant, but that's what will make the fight easier for me. Zhao Wei analyzed various scenarios in his mind. As for Zhao Qin, I feel sorry for her, but she's sadly a fodder in my eyes. As he walked by himself, no one came to disturb his peace due to his sudden rise in fame. His threatening aura acted as a deterrent against bootlickers and company. Zhao Wei didn't want to deal with annoying NPCs wanting to carry favor with him or lick his feet. Being worshipped and revered? Zhao Wei didn't want such things. What mattered to him was his own self-improvement, the feeling that he was doing something to steadily increase his overall strength and knowledge. In the eyes of those who wanted to carry favor with him, he was a disciple with a promising future, and if he became a clan elder, then they would also benefit. But who the hell wanted to be tied to the Zhao clan for a lifetime? Zhao Wei certainly did not. Zhao Wei's vision wasn't merely limited to the Zhao clan, and since he was someone who wanted to experience various things in this new world as both a free spirit and transmigrator, his departure from Sun Feather City was already a foregone conclusion. The world has a lot to offer, why limit yourself to one place? There was no need to sow unnecessary karma since he lacked a sense of attachment to people of the Zhao clan. What Zhao Wei needed to do currently was to increase his cultivation base in preparation for any variables and also that place. There were a lot of earthly treasures waiting for him out there. A farmer has to finally harvest whatever he has grown on his fertile lands, but in this situation, Zhao Wei's was going to be an unwanted pest determined to steal the farmer's dutifully nurtured harvest. On arriving at his cultivation abode, Zhao Wei found that he had a visitor. His visitor was a short, dark-haired middle-aged man clad in lavish clothings. An air of majesty and power radiated off his figure as he silently stood there in his small courtyard. This should be the head manager, I suppose. Zhao Wei thought in his mind. It was totally within his expectations to be visited by the head manager, but he hadn't expected it to be this soon. 6th rank martial artist. He's within a realm my current self can't handle. Zhao Wei greets the head manager. Zhao Wei slightly bowed in greeting. Oh, what a good young man. I am surprised that you already know who I am. The head manager released a boisterous laughter while giving Zhao Wei an appreciative nod. Of course, I have to know the important people of the Zhao clan in advance. Even those not mentioned in the novel. I can't always depend on my limited knowledge when the world on paper and the real existing world are vastly different concepts. Zhao smiled to himself. If I may ask respectfully, what brings you here, head manager? as you are a person of very high status with a very busy schedule in the clan?" Zhao Wei asked with a clueless tone to his voice. "Oh right, guess I will just have to get straight to the point." The head manager cleared his throat before speaking. "As per the superb performance that you had displayed during the Inner Sect Promotion Tournament, your status has considerably risen now that you are an inner disciple." He then continued explaining everything that Zhao Wei already knew about. But Zhao Wei listened nonetheless. "That's all. By the way, I can see that you are already on the verge of breaking through to the next level." The head manager smiled when he noticed Zhao Wei's cultivation. "After experiencing several fights during the tournament, I was suddenly enlightened, and just now, I was planning to enter seclusion," Zhao Wei replied straightforwardly. Of course, he was being one with the Tao of bullshitting like a natural. "Enlightened?" The head manager had a weird expression on his face. "To have enlightenment after a battle, then your comprehension abilities must be simply unprecedented." He then praised him while beginning his departure. "Continue with the same tempo and the clan will give you more bountiful rewards, young man." The head manager gave Zhao Wei one last smile and left. Zhao Wei shook his head lightly as he watched the figure of the head manager disappear over the horizon. "More bountiful rewards, huh?" Zhao Wei smiled. "I will naturally accept them all, but it's just a pity." He didn't have a sense of belonging to the clan. Zhao Wei then proceeded to pick all of his belongings in preparation to move to the area where the inner disciples resided. He didn't have many items in the first place, so it didn't take long for him to be done with it. With one last look at the small courtyard that he had lived in for like a month, considering most of his time had been spent in Sky Cloud Forest, Zhao Wei proceeded to the inner disciples' residential area. His new place was considerably better in terms of size and aesthetics. It oozed off sheer opulence, but Zhao Wei wasn't bothered by it. He had lived like a wild barbarian in the Sky Cloud Forest for a month and several days, so he naturally didn't care about luxuries. The place had quite a number of servants tending to everything, but Zhao Wei didn't interfere with their duties and just went straight into training. Zhao Wei practiced tyrant fists relentlessly while circulating the strands of newly created inner energy according to the divine celestial technique. Hot sweat dripped down from his forehead onto his muscular chest as he surprisingly made boom sounds to echo out due to his devastating punches in the air. For a 14-year-old, Zhao Wei's well-built physique could be said to be almost perfect. His muscles were well-proportioned, not overly buff or leaner. His body seemed primed for martial arts. Boom. Zhao Wei could feel his mind and body synergize to become one as he alternated between flowing stream and tyrant fists. Thick strands of pure celestial gold inner energy continuously condensed in his dantian with every intense movement his body performed. Divine celestial technique was basically a cheat meant to easily enter the martial artist realm. It required immense endurance and stamina for one to enjoy its benefits. For someone like Zhao Wei who had already embodied the meaning of grinding, it was simply a walk in the park. Kaka. A distant sound of illusory chains being broken inside his body resounded in his mind, and Zhao Wei felt his cultivation base smoothly jump from the peak 3rd rank of martial learner to the 4th rank martial artist. Ah! Zhao Wei felt refreshed as unlimited power continuously flowed to every muscle in his body. The earth below him inadvertently cracked into a series of web-like structures due to his overbearing rise in strength. There is really no better orgasm than breaking through to higher realms of cultivation. Zhao Wei laughed without a care in the world. Lost in a world of his own making. At his moment of carelessness, Zhao Wei was oblivious to the fact that someone had been watching him as he was enjoying himself. Chapter 15, Zhao Yufei. He wasn't chivalrous or even conscious of her beautiful existence. That's what Zhao Yufei had thought when Zhao Wei didn't show her any shred of consideration toward her as a girl. It had been humiliating if she had to say, and it made her lament on her own weakness. It had first been Zhao Feng's figure in her mind, but that was, later on, completely eclipsed by Zhao Wei's mysterious figure. His moves had been fast and efficient, leaving her no room to think or counterattack. Zhao Wei was an unfair man, unscrupulous to the core. But what had made it even more annoying and stressing was her attempts at catching his attention during the tournament, but she had been blatantly ignored. Weirdly, being treated like that was a first for her, as she was constantly being surrounded by admirers. She had inevitably found herself sinking deep into the sea of curiosity. Zhao Yufei wanted to know more about Zhao Wei. She wanted to become as powerful as him, and she knew her wishes were quite excessive. Especially when she wanted the help of a young man that she barely knew about. Through her own means, Zhao Yufei had searched where Zhao Wei resided, but throughout her search, she hadn't made it obvious. She had to put on a respectable approach since she had an image to maintain. Soon, she had found out that the person she had been looking for lived 2 or 3 buildings away from her main residence. Was fate trying to bring her closer to him? That's what she had thought in her lucid mind. When she had arrived, Zhao Yufei hadn't found him immediately and took her sweet time to look for him at the training courtyard. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that Zhao Wei was a natural training maniac. For him to have had such despair-inducing skill proficiency, then he would have surely used most of his time in hard, dedicated training. When Zhao Yufei had seen him, she didn't know why she had hid herself almost immediately. It was her first time seeing a half-naked man's body. And it wasn't just any time of physique, but one that made her eyes strongly glued to it. Each of his moves was imbued with hidden profundity that she couldn't understand, yet Zhao Yufei felt deeply mesmerized, almost spellbound. His techniques transitioned smoothly and seamlessly like water gently flowing down a stream. And sometimes he was like a tempest threatening to overpower everything standing before his path. How could someone move so perfectly, so effortlessly, as if he had been born to move just like that? How many times had the young man practiced to show such incomparable performance? A rosy blush made its way on her soft cheeks when she had noticed the way his sweat-coated chest muscles rippled and how his perfectly partitioned 10 abs contracted whenever he made vigorous movements. Her little maiden heart couldn't help but speed up. A breakthrough. Zhao Yufei witnessed Zhao Wei smoothly achieve a breakthrough amidst his training, and she couldn't help but stare in envy and admiration. But several moments later, her pink alluring lips opened to form a no shape. Zhao Wei was laughing like a demented man, something that took Zhao Yufei by a surprise, and she felt heavily embarrassed by this new side of him. Zhao Yufei couldn't connect the serious version and this hilarious version of him together. Zhao Yufei felt that she had seen what shouldn't be seen, just like an innocent passerby witnessing a live mugging. She had to leave fast before that pervert noticed her presence. Her initial intentions had already been buried deep into the ground. Even before Zhao Yufei could move a single muscle from the door that she was hiding in, a pair of starry eyes locked onto her perfect graceful figure. She had been found sneaking around. How was she going to escape from her current predicament? She had been red-handed and she couldn't formulate any lies to extricate herself from the embarrassing situation. Since he hadn't been vigilant over his surroundings when he was lost in his martial arts practice, Zhao Wei had naturally eliminated the possibilities of anyone coming to disturb him. He had no close acquaintances since he was socially detached from other people, and the chances of someone giving him a visit were almost zero. But Zhao Wei hadn't thought that he would be proven wrong. Someone had been watching him when he had been fully concentrating in his training. And when Zhao Wei's invested in something, it is as if whatever's happening around him is pretty much non-existent. Zhao Wei noticed someone sneaking around the door when they tried to move. Instantly, he used his see-through ability to identify the culprit, and what he saw made him slightly surprised. Zhao Wei hadn't expected it to be her. Why was Zhao Yufei snooping around his abode? Did she want something from me? Zhao Wei subtly smiled to himself. He didn't have any particular dislike or romantic interest in the woman hiding behind his courtyard's door. Zhao Yufei was a beautiful, delicate woman with immense crit damage when it came to her charm. Spotting a tight-fitting purple sleeveless dress that exposed her smooth and unblemished white skin, Zhao Yufei's allure was something that could even tempt his fellow women and fill the men with an intense desire to conquer. Zhao Wei already knew that Zhao Yufei's lethal attraction was also due to her hidden bloodline ancient spiritual race, which was currently locked and hadn't started showcasing its true capabilities. "Who's there? Show yourself!" Zhao Wei called out loudly. He chose to pretend that he hadn't already identified his sneaking visitor. Silence. "You don't want to show yourself, huh? Fine, I will do it myself." Zhao Wei pretended to drag his feet as if he was moving, but stayed in the same position. "And when I find you, I will strip you naked and then whip your butt silly, and after that, hand you over to the clan's disciplinary force," Zhao Wei said angrily. Zhao Yufei felt her heart palpitating furiously against her ample chest when she realized the mess she had dropped herself in, and what made it worse was the sound of Zhao Wei's steps, which seemed to be echoing closer to her ears. She found herself suddenly angry and embarrassed when she heard Zhao Wei's perverted words. Who in their right mind would dare go through all the effort of stripping their enemy and then whipping? Zhao Yufei felt as if her entire world had been overturned, and if she didn't act, she was going to suffer some injustices. A proper lady like her couldn't be stripped. She had yet to show anyone her womanly blessings except for her deceased parents. Her nudity was only preserved for her fated husband, and she had dignity to maintain. Clenching her flawless white teeth in frustration, a resolute look flashed in her pristine eyes. She was prepared to face that unscrupulous scoundrel. She knew what she had been doing was a silly mistake on her part, so it was better to just come clean and clear the misunderstanding before things escalated much further. "Wait. I didn't mean to hide," a pleasant feminine voice that was like a divine tune from the 9 heavens, wafted to Zhao Wei's ears. Later on, Zhao Yufei walked out of her hiding with a complicated expression on her beautiful face. A deep shade of embarrassment colored her cheeks as she flashed an apologetic smile towards Zhao Wei. "Oh, I didn't expect it to be you, Zhao Yufei. Do you happen to harbor some fetishes for this senior brother of yours?" An innocuous smile adorned Zhao Wei's lips. "What? Why you? Shameless." Zhao Yufei instantly became a stuttering mess and she totally forgot about the strings of formulated apologies in her mind. Zhao Wei insinuating that she, Yufei, was an irremediable pervert was something that she really found difficult to accept. Zhao Yufei felt deeply insulted. No one has ever called her like that. Her moderate sexily curved breasts heaved heavily beneath the soft material of her dress due to her rising temper. She wished to rush quickly and teach Zhao Wei some manners, but considering the discrepancy between their strength levels, she frustratingly curbed the thought. And who the hell was your junior sister? I am older than you. Please have some respect for your elders. Just looking at that seemingly innocent smile on his face made Zhao Yufei want to puke blood due to anger. I have a vague feeling that he already knew that I was the one hiding behind the door via that smile of his. It's making me uneasy. Zhao Yufei bit her lip in nervousness. How did you know? With a frustrated sigh, Zhao Yufei gracefully walked towards Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei raised his eyebrows with a clueless expression on his face. What do you mean? Zhao Yufei's lips twitched in annoyance. It looked like you already knew that I was the one behind that door. How did you know that it was me considering that my figure wasn't exposed? Zhao Yufei asked curiously. It's a secret, Zhao Wei replied blandly, then a no-nonsense expression covered his face. Zhao Yufei realized that the young man in front could really change faces instantly. It made him quite unpredictable. One moment he's wearing a smile and then almost suddenly, he gets serious. I won't hold anything against you for hiding. So tell me, Zhao Yufei, what did you want from me? Zhao Wei deeply stared at her. His cold and serious gaze almost took her maiden heart hostage, but she reminded herself that the young man in front of her seemed to have no particular interest in her whatsoever. He remained serene and indifferent even in the face of her beauty, which she had always prided herself in. Wasn't she beautiful in his deep eyes? Or did he already have someone in her heart? Removing the messy thoughts from her mind, Zhao Yufei slowly spoke carefully. I wanted to receive some pointers from you. The mysterious feeling I got when you used that palm technique on me made me realize the flaws in my own technique. She then paused to catch a breath while trying to see if there were any changes to Zhao Wei's facial expression. But she found that his face remained unchanged with his gaze still lingering on her face. It made her feel shy and she couldn't hold his gaze for longer intervals. Please spar with me, big brother. Her voice was meek and almost needy, pleasant like a lonely purple lotus in the middle of autumn. She felt immensely embarrassed by her words, but it had to be done. She wanted to be more convincing so that Zhao Wei wouldn't turn her down. Zhao Wei finally showed a big one-sided smile on his face. Big brother? That one's certainly new to me considering that you are older than me. Zhao Yufei sadly felt offended, but she remained silent to hear his thoughts. The world is all about the law of equivalent exchange. It's centered around a give-and-take approach. So my dear cheap little sister, what's in it for me? Zhao Wei held his chin while thoughtfully gazing at Zhao Yufei. Gnashing her teeth, she restrained her anger and humiliation. She was naturally a gentle person in nature, but on this day, it seemed as if she had been afflicted with a strange disease of anger management issues. A peak-ranked martial technique, that can be said to be quasi-holy rank. Zhao Yufei spoke with pride in her voice. And it's a body cultivation technique. I see that you also cultivate your body. Her eyes inevitably stared at his very BS and she couldn't help but unconsciously swallow a gulp of saliva. Anyways, no one could resist the allure of something that they didn't have. Zhao Wei seemed to be in a dilemma, trying to arrive at a decision. Deal. Zhao Wei had wanted to continue messing with her since it was quite enjoyable, but he decided to just be done with it. It wasn't a bad deal anyway since he was just giving pointers. Having a body cultivation technique added to his knowledge depository was very much appreciated since the primordial stellar energy body refining art needed to be revised and improved constantly. What he had at the moment was just an embryonic form of a reality-shaking technique, but it was already so powerful enough to make him jump a few small realms above his current realm and fight on equal terms with higher realm cultivators. The potential it had was something that Zhao Wei couldn't wait to explore to the fullest. So that might be one of the reasons why he wanted to roam around the world and experience its varieties of techniques and heaven-defying bloodline abilities. A small amount of knowledge was still knowledge after all, since a more in-depth understanding of a difficult concept needed the reinforcement of every basic and tidbit of knowledge that you could ever find. Now how should I begin? A teacher-like demeanor manifested on Zhao Wei's figure as he thought about the simplest way to guide Zhao Yufei. Chapter 16, Doubt Teacher. I am not going to use my inner strength. I will handicap myself for your own sake, Zhao Wei suggested. It sounded very ridiculous to say that he was handicapping himself when his body wasn't added into the equation. I see no problem with that, but why do I have a feeling that that isn't enough of a handicap? Zhao Yufei squinted her eyes with a suspicious look on her beautiful face. It reminded her of that time during the tournament. The monster in front of her could effortlessly defeat her in a single move. Okay, I will limit my strength to your level, Zhao Wei said silently. This means that I will be suppressing my strength all the way down to the peak of second rank. What an unfair world we live in. Sadly, that world has always been unfair. He chuckled dryly inside his mind. Come at me with all you've got. As long as you graze or even touch me, then it's your win. Zhao Wei then positioned himself some distances away from Zhao Yufei and took a calm, non-combative posture. Zhao Yufei took on a more serious approach. Her disposition was one of utmost vigilance and concentration as she eyed her sparring partner. Taking slow but graceful steps, Zhao Yufei tried looking for any openings in Zhao Wei's posture. Zhao Yufei analyzed first since she already knew the icing tip of his hidden capabilities. His stance is so basic and calm as if he is not about to fight with me. He looks harmless, but after having a few interactions with him, I know that he's anything but that. I hate to admit it, but I admire him since he has superior fighting capabilities than me, but as a genius myself, I don't want to say inferior for long. Aren't you gonna move? Don't you value the benefit of having the first move? Zhao Wei spotted a mocking grin on his face. Zhao Yufei frowned in displeasure, but she just couldn't move yet. He has no openings, that's what is making me hesitate in my attack. Zhao Yufei felt a headache when facing this kind of person. Humphrey, if I can't find an opening in his stance, then I will just have to create one where I would deal him a lethal blow to his ego. A resolute glint momentarily flashed in her clear eyes. I will win. I will defeat him if I just find that one opening. One opening is all I need to end it all. When she moved, Zhao Yufei looked like an immortal fairy gracefully gliding above clouds. Her dainty feet seemed to elude the earth with every nimble movement that she took. Whoosh! Her delicate palm was coated by a blue glow of energy as she outstretched her hand in an effort to deliver a ruthless attack. Zhao Wei had told her to use every ounce of her strength without reservations, so she intended to do just that. When Zhao Wei's body showed a reaction to her attack, Zhao Yufei's pink lips slightly curved into a devious smile. That was a feint, idiot. Zhao Yufei redirected her own attack at the last minute and aimed at an opening, a seemingly unguarded area of Zhao Wei's shoulder. This is my victory. A hidden dark and wicked smile slowly creeped across Zhao Wei's lips. Zhao Yufei accidentally caught a glimpse of his smile and she suddenly forgot to breathe for a second. That villainous smile, don't tell me. A sudden realization hit her mind with unstoppable momentum. Zhao Yufei's instincts immediately kicked in and she wanted to escape from the already set net. Gotcha. That word sent cold shivers down her fair back without even realizing it. When Zhao Wei finally moved, he didn't use any of his perfected techniques or even the monstrous strength of his physical body. Zhao Wei only used his eye abilities and his fingers. He didn't even use forceful methods. His movements were minimal and precise as he rapidly used his fingers to hit the pressure points located beneath Zhao Yufei's arm's soft flesh. Zhao Yufei's arm muscles were rendered useless as it went limp, and in addition to that, she couldn't efficiently circulate her inner energy through the meridian vessel located on her arm. What? Zhao Yufei was petrified beyond measure. She felt helpless and weak. Her right arm was now useless and paralyzed. Her nerves seemed to have ceased functioning. She couldn't believe that she was crippled under the guise of a spar. No. She panicked wildly. How can this be happening? Am I going to be unable to cultivate? I can't let that happen. I am gonna kill this ruthless demon. Her eyes reddened due to small tears, her cheeks bloated in anger as she hatefully stared at Zhao Wei. Haha. Yufei, why are you looking at me as if I stole something very precious from you? Zhao Wei revealed a gloating smile. Bastard. Even if I have to die today, I will make sure to tear apart that smug smile off your face before gouging out your stupid eyes and feeding them to the crows. Zhao Yufei spewed out cursive words from her small mouth without a care of her current unladylike behavior. The burning embers of fury smoldering in her charming eyes were enough to turn winter into summer. Zhao Wei had to admit to himself, even as someone who had good control over his sexual urges, that the currently fuming Zhao Yufei looked as hot as hell. I am still human and humans are beings of emotions. I have urges, but as someone who has excellent mastery over their body, my lower body will never win against my godly mind. Amitabha. The inevitable connection of yin and yang. 7 emotions and 6 desires. Those were what defined a human being. Zhao Wei's ambitions were naturally high and mighty. He didn't pursue eternal life or pseudo-immortality. He wanted more than that. What could be found after eternal life? What exactly existed beyond eternality? What did it mean to transcend all of existence? What did it truly mean to sever all the fetters holding you to mortality? In his pursuit of such grand aspirations, there were naturally going to be sacrifices. Power after all comes at a cost. His heart yearned to be unburdened, so there would naturally be no room for romantic love between a man and woman. In addition, his single-mindedness didn't allow it. Calming down his inner thoughts, Zhao Wei spoke in a reassuring tone. Give it a few minutes and you will be okay. Just for your information, I have not crippled you permanently. I have just hit some of your pressure points that are responsible for your whole arm activity. As for the meridian vessel, it's just a minor one. It will naturally return to normal just like the pressure points. Ugh, you why you lang? Scummy piece. Zhao Yufei didn't listen to Zhao Wei's words and treated them as lies as she cried her heart out, but then... Zhao Yufei was suddenly surprised when she felt the sensations of her arm muscles returning. My arm. Zhao Yufei continuously clenched and unclenched her fingers. After confirming that everything was alright including her energy pathways, she set her deadly gaze on Zhao Wei. You are really heartless. You are evil. Zhao Wei nonchalantly raised his eyebrows. Zhao Yufei's way of speaking kind of made him speechless for a moment. Whatever will suit you best. He honestly didn't care about being called heartless or any names since they didn't define who he was. Even if he had a bad reputation, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid. I don't want to waste any more of my time uselessly arguing with you, so I will now get straight to the point, Zhao Wei said coldly. This man. I really can't understand him. My mind tells me not to try understanding him, but my heart is slowly suggesting something illogical. Ugh. Zhao Yufei pushed those confusing thoughts away and firmly nodded. Her main reason for coming here was to find out about her own inadequacy. So Zhao Yufei really needed to know the areas she was lacking from someone who was obviously more knowledgeable than her. Do you understand the essence of your own technique? Zhao Wei started while taking his shirt that was hanging on a nearby tree and then wore it. Zhao Yufei watched each and every of his actions without blinking, but soon realized her own inappropriate behavior and turned her eyes away, albeit while being embarrassed. My palm techniques incorporate softness to counter hardness while using less effort to fight off my enemies. Zhao Yufei answered softly. You wanna know why you lost horribly against me? Zhao Wei asked calmly while his eyes gazed off at the fluffy clouds floating in the vast sky. Please guide me. Zhao Yufei had a solemn expression on her face. 1. You are predictable. 2. You have so many unnecessary movements. 3. You have no concrete knowledge about your own body. Finally, you have yet to understand the essence of your technique. Zhao Wei cut off a small random twig from the tree. To understand your opponent's weakness, first you must understand yourself. You have to know your weak points. And to understand your weaknesses, you must have an illusory image of your physical body in your mind. After having a basic understanding of your own body, then you must learn to know how to control it. Your movements will be unpredictable if you know how to operate your own body. Zhao Wei paused, enjoying the silence of the atmosphere and the attentiveness portrayed by Zhao Yufei's determined eyes. I am not going to tell you to do things the way I do. The martial path is one trodden by oneself and everyone has their own path. I don't want you to blatantly heed to everything that I say lest you walk a path that I designed for you. Zhao Wei warned before continuing. Zhao Yufei nodded aggressively, her eyes fixated on Zhao Wei's figure. Each word that Zhao Wei spoke filled Zhao Yufei with a sense of profundity. She couldn't understand how someone young enough to be called her peer was so knowledgeable about such abstruse concepts. Her mind sadly couldn't keep up with everything that he was saying, but since she was a genius, she had already understood most of the important details. So about the essence. The fundamentals. Softness and hardness. These two concepts are derivatives of the principles of yin and yang. Your technique uses softness and barely incorporates hardness. If the ocean has different pressure levels which increase with the increase in depth, then your power can be said to be merely at the top layer where the pressure is the weakest. Zhao Yufei winced when she heard his last words. Being called weak isn't funny. If you want your attacks to be unpredictable with perfect balance between offense and defense, then be like water. Water can be found almost everywhere. It's in the air and has also taken the form of clouds, and it's in the deep seas, where it can even crush a cultivator's body into smithereens if they are not careful. Zhao Wei smiled as he took some examples from Mirth's scientific concepts. The clouds are soft and intangible while the waters in the deepest part of the seas are filled with unimaginable pressure which equates to hardness. That's the essence. An understanding of the fundamentals of what your technique entails. Zhao Wei fiddled with the twig in his hand before breaking it into two and dropped it on the ground. You have to find your flow, Yufei. That's all. Zhao Wei exhaled lightly and looked at Zhao Yufei, who seemed to be lost in her own thoughts. Be like water, understand water, be unpredictable. Find my flow? Zhao Yufei muttered to herself before realizing that Zhao Wei had already finished with the explanation. You seem to have grasped something. I am surprised. I don't consider myself as a good teacher, but giving you a few of my insights wasn't that bad, Zhao Wei said expressionlessly. So where's my technique? Business as usual. Zhao Yufei harumphed. It's not like I am going to break my promise. You don't know anything about a woman's heart, Zhao Wei spoke in a disapproving voice while lightly waving his index finger at her. As if you know anything about a woman when you are just 14 years of age. A mere brat. Zhao Yufei retorted with a mocking smile on her lips. And you are 15. I can't believe that an old girl like you got beaten up by a mere 14-year-old brat. Zhao Wei winked at her. Zhao Yufei didn't know how to counterattack anymore and closed her mouth shut. Zhao Yufei then took out an old book from her dress's pocket and hurriedly placed it on Zhao Wei's outstretched hand. Zhao Wei quickly went through the book to confirm its authenticity, and after making sure that there were no mistakes, he nodded in satisfaction. You can go now. We are done. Zhao Yufei almost felt like chuckling, her suppressed laughter, full of unconcealed melody. Stop talking as if we are couples breaking up when we are of the same clan. Your mouth really knows no shame. Using her delicate hands to hide her blushing face that reminded one of a thornless rose, Zhao Yufei gave Zhao Wei's face one last glance before hurriedly excusing herself. Zhao Wei smiled to himself before shaking his head. It always begins like that, but sadly, she would eventually be disappointed. His eyes held deep meaning as he went inside his house to shower before resting. After all, the day has truly been a long one, and he also had to prepare adequately for what he had planned. Risks and opportunities awaited him once again in the Sky Cloud Forest. Chapter 17. After resting for the whole night, Zhao Wei woke up feeling light in mind and his body brimming with vigorous vitality. Zhao Wei felt excessively freshened like the morning dew. A new day once again heralds another gamble with death. Zhao yawned idly while thinking about his yet actualized plans. With one day already gone, Zhao Wei was only left with 14 days till the commencement of the final tournament. 14 days were enough for him to prepare adequately as long as his time management skills weren't crazily poor. Stretching himself, Zhao Wei searched through his mind for concealment techniques from the thousands of techniques he scavenged from the martial arts library. Through thorough elimination, Zhao Wei found that there were only 6 techniques that were based on concealment and espionage-related activities. Since what he was going to choose was a determinant of his survivability in what he would be undertaking, Zhao Wei took his time to comprehensively look through those 6 concealment techniques. Finally, he chose one that felt suitable for him. Shadow Concealment Technique. It was a peak middle-rank technique that allowed its user to perfectly blend with their surroundings. An initial level of comprehension of a technique would enable the user to completely erase the sounds produced from their footsteps. For the intermediate level of comprehension, in addition to erasing one sound from perception, the user would be able to hide one's breath, body scent, inner energy and cultivation. And lastly, when one fully perfected Shadow Concealment Technique, they would be able to hide from naked eyes and turn invisible. The user would be able to give out the ethereal feeling of fading into nothing and escape the senses of even higher realm cultivators. The technique was perfect for spying and assassination, but from its name, Zhao Wei had once thought that it would have something to do with hiding in shadows. If it had been centered around shadows, then this technique would have been extremely terrifying and broken. Zhao Wei couldn't hide his wild thoughts. Just hiding in the shadows and attacking from within the shadows would mark the threshold of a perfect assassin, but it won't be all-powerful as there are various factors that can easily counter such types of sneaky attacks. But all the same, it was something someone wouldn't want to experience for themselves. Taking a futon, Zhao Wei walked outside and couldn't help but first marvel at the beautiful morning sun. Widening his arms recklessly, Zhao Wei closed his eyes with his face facing the resplendent golden rays of the morning sun. I feel like a fucking Kryptonian as the solar energy from the sun is being absorbed by my cells. Zhao Wei released a contented sigh as his lips curved into a satisfied smile. Yes, Zhao Wei's primordial stellar energy body refining art could also use the energy from the golden crow's sun flame radiations. In fact, Zhao Wei felt like he could have just named it Triluminary's energy absorption art, since the technique could utilize the 3 energies from the sun, moon, and stars. But due to its uniqueness that was mainly centered around the stars, he chose to go with the former. The sun was also a star, so it honestly didn't matter. Nothing beats sunbathing and lazing around, but my current situation doesn't allow such leisure. Forcibly extricating himself from the momentary bliss, Zhao Wei placed the futon on the ground and sat on it. He must perfect the Shadow Concealment Technique by the end of the day. Zhao Wei calmly quelled any unnecessary thoughts from his mind and entered a serene state in the midst of nature. In just 2 hours or so, he easily entered the initial phase of mastery of Shadow Concealment Technique. Zhao Wei then rose up and diligently started practicing to test the effects of the initial phase of mastery of Shadow Concealment Technique. The mode of soundlessness. After feeling assured that everything was good, Zhao Wei once again sat cross-legged on the futon and started meditating in efforts of experiencing a higher level of understanding of Shadow Concealment Technique. Due to his outstanding comprehension talent, Zhao managed to completely achieve grand perfection in Shadow Concealment Technique by the end of the day. Invisibility was good and all, but it wasn't omnipotent, Zhao Wei reminded himself. The subtle movements of an invisible person would naturally affect the flow of air and cause fluctuations in the breeze, and an extraordinary cultivator with extremely sharpened senses that could even capture small changes in the air currents could easily pinpoint their position. Zhao Wei was someone who considered all possibilities when making decisions. He didn't shy away from thinking about the what-ifs. Since he couldn't foresee his own future, it was only natural for him to think that not all things would always go his way. But people with such abilities are as rare as a Kylan's horn, but to those who have already unlocked their divine senses, they can easily catch me, since such higher realm senses transcend the physical world. Night had already fallen and the silvery rays of the moon were already bathing his magnificent courtyard into what seemed like a silver-like domain. Zhao Wei's mysterious eyes also seemed to change color under the colorful radiance of the moon. He felt mentally exhausted after sitting like a reclusive hermit for almost the whole day. Seclusion really needs an unshakable mind and steadiness. Just imagining myself sitting around in a secluded mountain cave for nearly hundreds of thousands years or even millions of years makes me feel terribly uncomfortable, Zhao Wei chuckled to himself as he went inside his house to cook something for his rebellious tummy. Just like that, the day ended, and the following day, Zhao Wei went to Sun Feather City. He needed to buy himself more resilient weapons for the expedition to come. Zhao Wei still had 20,000 pieces of silver coins on him, and with that money, he bought some healing pills, a new sturdier dagger, and a new bow with resilient strings capable of handling the intensity of his inner energy. For additional precaution, he purchased a high-grade mortal spear, Earth-Splitting Desolate Spear. Zhao Wei just named it Earth Splitter. Earth Splitter's main body shaft was adorned with golden carvings and characters that made it look quite mysterious. Its head was pure silver in color, and the extremely sharp tip shone with a silvery glint. Its sharp edge gave a powerful illusory feeling of tearing the earth asunder. Feeling the cold spear in his hand and familiarizing himself with it, Zhao Wei felt satisfied. The earth splitter weighed roughly 1,200 jin, but to Zhao Wei, it was as light as a feather. He could spin it around effortlessly without breaking a sweat. Those shopkeepers always want to make their products sound more domineering and profound to capture their customers' interests, Zhao Wei mused as he hurriedly made his way towards Sky Cloud Forest. Anyways, since he already had a good foundation on the use of a spear after discovering the mystery behind flow, Zhao Wei didn't have to worry about spear techniques at the moment. He had supreme confidence in his basic technique. Sky Cloud Forest never ceases to amaze me, Zhao Wei muttered in a low voice as he neared the ancient forest that seemed to be alive, waiting to swallow up anything that entered inside it. It was a completely isolated world full of verdant trees and colorful splendor. Thinking about the Sky Cloud Forest, inevitably made Zhao Wei reminisce about Shinsenkyo, the divine island that has a forest with all kinds of extremely beautiful sceneries, just like how a paradise would be. With a relaxed smile on his face, Zhao Wei raced into the forest. He was already familiar with it after his previous slaughterfest when he was honing his skills. But today, it was going to be different. His ultimate aim was going to be deeper regions of Sky Cloud Forest. The deeper one progressed into forest, the more dangerous it got due to the existence of high-tier deadly beasts. It was extremely risky. A place where you could die at any moment. Despite its horrifying danger level, it was also equally filled with precious treasures of heaven and earth. An intertwining point between good fortune and possible death. Zhao Wei wasn't planning to venture into the unknown blindly. The novel couldn't provide him with every little piece of knowledge, considering he was now living its reality. The directions and exact location weren't mentioned when Zhao Feng stumbled upon those earthly treasures, but there were helpful clues that could help Zhao Wei in finding the place. The Sky Cloud Forest was immensely vast, and to search for one specific place in it was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhao Wei wasn't discouraged, nonetheless. His telescopic vision could currently cover over 30 miles of distance, and it seemed it was only going to improve further beyond with his increase in cultivation base. Zhao Wei's vision covered over a 30 miles radius as he surveyed like a god from up a tall ancient tree. Taking out the Earth Splitter from his back, Zhao Wei grinned when he located the first prey to taste the might of his spear. Zhao Wei could use archery to snipe his prey, but he wanted to test his foundational spear skills. Jumping from a height of 100 meters, Zhao Wei's feet smoothly landed on the ground without making a sound. From a safe distance, Zhao Wei carefully eyed the ancient fire-breathing desolate hound, which was leisurely munching on its unlucky prey's meat. This was a beast with strength of peak 5th-ranked martial artist, but contrary to what expectations, Zhao Wei was trying to hunt it despite being one realm below it. No fear could be seen in his attentive eyes that eyed the prey with unbreakable concentration. The ancient fire-breathing desolate hound had an intimidating size that easily towered over a grown man, both in height and length. Fiery embers of fire spewed out of its maws with every opening and closing of its huge mouth. It looked like a self-serving grilling machine. Tightly clutching the Earth Splitter, Zhao Wei instantly used instantaneous lightning movement, and charged at the ancient fire-breathing desolate hound. The ancient fire-breathing desolate hound's survival instincts kicked almost immediately as if sensing an imminent threat of death coming towards it from behind. The ancient fire-breathing desolate hound felt pissed off that someone had the nerve to disturb its snacking time. Who is that insignificant peon? Just as Zhao Wei's spear was about to pierce it from behind, the ancient fire-breathing desolate hound quickly erupted with immense power from its legs muscles as it jumped out of the spear's attacking path and barely escaped from being impaled from its backside. Too immoral. As expected of a fifth-rank deadly beast. Your bestial senses are quite good, dog. Zhao Wei wasn't disappointed by his attack missing its target and obviously expected the ancient fire-breathing desolate hound to be extremely vigilant. Grrr. The ancient fire-breathing desolate hound growled in dissatisfaction and anger, probably from being called a dog and also its meal being disturbed by a twisted human. The ancient fire-breathing desolate hound could already feel that its current opponent gave it a tingling sense of extreme danger, but as a hunter who had always predated countless prey, it mostly thought of making Zhao Wei its desert. A cruel glint illuminated its hellish eyes as it threateningly bared its razor-sharp teeth that were as strong as steel and could easily crush bones into powder. Yuo. The ancient fire-breathing desolate hound abruptly brandished its shiny metallic claws and lunged at Zhao Wei with a vicious frontal attack. This beast is determined to make me its meal and I am determined to kill it. Both of our lives are currently on the line and the victor would be determined by the speed and lethality of our attacks. Zhao Wei overclocked his senses and his perception of time slowed down as he stared and analyzed the hound's weak spots. If he wanted to win, he had to attack faster than the ancient fire-breathing desolate hound. The beast had a berserker mode, and it could go berserk at any moment where it would rampage with strength equaling the 6th rank of martial artist realm. Zhao Wei could already see the weak point under its throat and underbelly. Shua. Zhao Wei used all of his speed, muscle strength and his body weight and focused all that destructive power on the tip of the Earth Splitter, before performing a cataclysmic thrust that seemed capable of sundering the heavens. Swish. Bang. Zhao Wei's spear was like a storm, like a tempest dragon as it violently pierced through the throat of the ancient fire-breathing desolate hound and severed its large dog head from the roots. Its headless lifeless corpse then languidly dropped on the ground. 1 moment. 1 moment was all it took for one of them to survive. It was a moment of immense precision, lightning speed, and titanic strength. Zhao Wei could hear his own heart drumming in unknown excitement after killing a living thing. It was the joy of a life and death battle. That was so close, a graze from death. Zhao Wei touched the fresh scar on his cheek and then looked at the blood smeared on his fingers. Rustle. Suddenly, from the spot where he was standing to his immediate surroundings, a dark purple shadowy fog appeared and quickly diffused to cover the ground and the air. A predator had been camping. Silently watching. Understanding dawned in his eyes as his eyebrows creased into a grim expression. He had been bested by a creature who had totally escaped his superior vision and senses. Chapter 18, Purple Lightning-Clawed Phantom Panther. In a jungle full of wild competition, one can't be a predator for eternity. It's common knowledge that a predator is the hunter and the prey is the hunted. But above all else, the predator, the hunter, can similarly be hunted by another stronger predator. In such a brutal world of survival of the fittest, any living being could be food for another without any bias. Zhao Wei's current situation was just like that. His status as a predator was about to be reversed to one of being prey. The purple shadowy fog obscuring his vision and senses was a perfect indication of him being ambushed. Zhao Wei felt that he was the mantis and his sneaky stalker was the oriole. A funny smile marred his face for a moment, but his dark eyes shone with vigilance and ferocity. The smokescreen kind of fog had little effect on his superior vision and his penetrative gaze remained unobstructed. The purple shadowy fog had cut off his sense of smell and hearing. To be more precise, the neurons responsible for those two physiological functions had been momentarily rendered useless. It was such a terrifying thing for someone to experience, but Zhao Wei chose calmness over reckless panic. By now, Zhao Wei had already come up with the profile of his mysterious attacker in his mind. Purple lightning-clawed phantom panther. An extremely rare species to encounter in the sky cloud forest. They were solo hunters and never moved in groups. They were extremely hostile and cruel even to their own species. The purple lightning-clawed phantom panther favored lurking in the shadows over hunting in the open or broad daylight. They were the very definition of perfect assassins, and like phantoms, they would always kill off their prey without giving them the chance of seeing who prematurely sent them on their way to lick King Yama's ass. Zhao Wei's right hand slowly moved toward the obsidian dagger sheathed on his waist as he exerted the full capabilities of his sixth sense, 360 degrees angle vision. Zhao Wei knew that the purple lightning-clawed phantom panther would attack from any angle and position. The purple shadowy fog was its natural domain and Zhao Wei was bound to be easily suppressed. Taking a silent deep breath, Zhao Wei closed his eyes and entered a state of tranquility. Sometimes a man shouldn't trust his vision over his instincts. This moment provided Zhao Wei with the means to conveniently test his instincts and battle awareness. In the event that one's gift of sight was taken away during a horrendous fight, would one despair and give up on themselves or try to salvage the situation by overutilizing their other senses? The battlefield was an unfair ground and physical handicaps were predominantly in any type of form. With his eyes closed, Zhao Wei felt his world go blank and colorless before a new one was opened in front of him. Everything in the universe had flow and the purple lightning-clawed phantom panther was not an exception. It could assimilate with the shadows and the fog alike, but it wasn't exempted from the universal recognition of the flow that tainted every existence. Zhao Wei instinctively tightened his hold on the obsidian dagger's handle when his instincts started tingling. Shwa. Zhao Wei couldn't see. Couldn't hear. Couldn't smell. But he could feel it. The barely detectable shift in the breeze, the cold murderous intent directed towards his very being, the sorrowfully calling of death and chilling presence of the Grim Reaper's scythe. Zhao Wei could feel it all. He was in a hypersensitive mode. Zhao Wei unhesitatingly swung his sharp obsidian dagger to his left side, the side causing him the most agitation. Slice. Zhao Wei felt his dagger cutting through flesh, followed by an angry mournful cry of pain before the purple lightning-clawed phantom panther disappeared from his presence and returned to the shadows. So disappointing. Zhao Wei thought in displeasure. He knew that he had barely carved out some skin from his assailant, and since he had closed his eyes to sharpen his instincts, Zhao Wei couldn't see through its weaknesses. It's still not enough. What I am trying to accomplish is the imitation of ultra instinct. To move without thinking. To move without seeing. To achieve a sense of self. I never would have thought that it would be this difficult. Zhao Wei analyzed inside his mind while subtly changing his stance. I have long managed to refine my basic skills and removed any sort of unnecessary movements, but to achieve a rudimentary form of body on its own, or better known as ultra instinct, I would have to completely embrace the realm of emptiness. Enlightenment is never sought after, but there are countless unordinary beings out there in the omniverse that can enjoy its gifts due to possessing almost unequaled comprehension abilities. Zhao Wei could be said to be one of them. Zhao Wei wasn't overly special, but he was certainly capable when it came to understanding the world around him. Due to him having witnessed something synonymous to the realm of emptiness before he had transmigrated to this universe, Zhao Wei found it easier to dispel the thoughts in his energetic mind. If you want to look further into the depths of the abyss, then you must first become the abyss and embrace its all-encompassing darkness. Zhao Wei had already seen through the world of perpetual nothingness, and he could now visualize himself being submerged by it. His mind was now akin to an empty canvas, but his body's instincts were constantly being pushed to the limits. Zhao Wei didn't think. He didn't need to. And when he swung his dagger, his movements were unhesitant, faster and as natural as breathing. Zhao Wei's body wasn't being controlled by his mind, but it was moving on its own. Uninterrupted. Unhindered. It was essentially body on its own. Crack. Zhao Wei felt his dagger embed itself deep into the cranium of his assailant before it cleaved the head into two gory halves and spilled soft warm matter on his hand. Then he opened his eyes. Zhao Wei then directed his apathetic gaze toward the still warm corpse below his feet. It was the corpse of a slightly huge panther, unlike the ones on Earth. Its fur was phantom gray like a gray mist, but its most conspicuous feature was its purple claws that soundlessly crackled with purple lightning. A soundless sound. An assassin had been assassinated. The wonders of nature and evolution. Zhao Wei muttered silently while looking at the deceased purple lightning-clawed phantom panther. Shaking his head, Zhao Wei proceeded to harvest the most precious part of the purple lightning-clawed phantom panther, its purple lightning-imbued claws. He then stored them carefully. Thanks to meeting such a sneaky bastard, I was able to sharpen my instincts to unimaginable levels where my body can react independently of my mind. Zhao Wei smiled to himself since he was currently the ultimate winner of the situation. Stepping stone, haha. Zhao Wei chuckled deviously before spitting on the corpse. I should now continue looking for what I want. To deal with the blood-red python, I would have to resort to paltry schemes. A clever glint flashed across his eyes. Zhao Wei then left that area and continued on his search for the canyon. He didn't forget to occasionally duke it out with those beasts within his realm of handling and steered clear of the territories of high-tier deadly beasts. With his top-notch hiding skills, it was pretty much simple to hide from those horrifying hungry motherfuckers. Zhao Wei didn't want to experience the same situation as Zhao Feng when he had come face to face with a 8th-rank high-tier deadly beast comparable to a martial master. Zhao Wei had to be extremely cautious as he constantly mapped out his surroundings the deeper he ventured into Sky Cloud Forest. In his mind, he had already set up markers on the map. And just like that, the day ended, and apparently, he was only left with 12 days to spare, but Zhao Wei wanted to be done with what he was looking for as soon as possible. Staying in the deeper parts of Sky Cloud Forest made him uneasy since he was weak compared to its local hegemonies. The fear of knowing that I may die at any given moment makes my heart thump like crazy. The brave, the fool, and the fearful. It's really quite oxymoronic. It was his second day in the hellish jungle as he covertly crouched hidden on top of a 300 meters tall tree. Zhao Wei used his telescopic vision that could now perform a detailed surveillance of several kilometers to smoothly maneuver through the spooky environment of Sky Cloud Forest. But my fear only stems from my imagination, the imagination of an unknown future. Zhao Wei deeply thought to himself. Instead of imagining an illusory future that is subject to alteration, why don't I focus on the present and live for the present? Zhao Wei sighed in his mind, but then the next moment, exhilaration suddenly filled him. He had finally located what he was looking for. Patience really pays. Chapter 19, The Aureole. Approximately 30 miles away from where Zhao Wei had been dutifully surveying, was a deep canyon that stretched far wider than even the Grand Canyon. It was pretty much conspicuous, considering that it was surrounded by seemingly limitless huge ancient trees that made up a larger part of Sky Cloud Forest. Steeling his resolve, Zhao Wei started heading toward the canyon with the intention of identifying the cave that housed the blood-red python. In short, Zhao Wei had to narrow down the blood-red python's territory. On the way, Zhao Wei met a herd of golden-horned demonic mountain goats peacefully grazing as if they weren't aware of the dangers deep inside Sky Cloud Forest. Even he, himself, was slightly surprised, but he already knew that things weren't as simple as they seemed. They were huge with extremely robust legs and shoulder muscles that gave one the thought that they never skipped leg days. The golden-horned demonic mountain goats were also naturally herbivores and never sought after trouble from other competitors in the brutal ecosystem. Since their main source of food was mostly vegetation, they had no need to travel often just to search for food. They looked like the type to be easily bullied, and compared to other monsters, they weren't belligerent, but Zhao Wei understood very well that was only under the strict condition of not being provoked. The golden-horned demonic mountain goats were higher-tier deadly beasts comparable to martial masters, and those shimmering golden horns on their heads weren't for decoration. They had a habit of shoving them up the asses of their victims, and that brutal yet weird fetish instinctively made Zhao Wei clench his ass cheeks. Did Lord Fifth by chance happen to spread his culture here by mistake? Zhao Wei smiled awkwardly to himself as he continued with his journey. As someone who had also reddest, Zhao Wei naturally had such thoughts come to mind. Lord Fifth was a character in I Shall Seal the Heavens that liked sticking pointy things up the holes of those he had fancied. It was something so peculiar and fear-inducing to his victims. Some would rather die than be subjected to such utter disrespect and severe loss of dignity and face. Within a few minutes of careful searching, Zhao Wei eventually found the cave that he had been looking for. The blood-red python's territory. There were no beasts lurking around the periphery of the blood-red python's territory. That place was being treated as some forbidden land that one should avoid at all costs. The aura of the blood-red python was inarguably thicker the more one ventured deep into its territory. That in itself served as enough deterrence to all other creatures. Zhao Wei could sense a strong intimidating presence deep inside the abyssal cave. This indicated that the blood-red python was currently at home. Before anything else, I should scout for any high-tier deadly beast that can possibly rival the blood-red python. To perfectly sow discord, I must use methods that would force the target I have set my eyes upon to unrestrainedly break into blood-red python's territory. A dark gleam shone in his eyes as Zhao Wei carefully thought about the next steps of his plan. In the original timeline, it was the two-winged sword-toothed tiger that had chased Zhao Feng, who fought to death with the blood-red python. Currently, Zhao Wei didn't know where that beast was, and since the forest was like an infinite maze, it would prove extremely difficult to orchestrate the same events as in the novel. And that was why he had to scout potential pawns to fight in his stead. Not wanting to startle the blood-red python, Zhao Wei didn't even bother to mistakenly enter the range of its territory. It was extremely tiring for Zhao Wei as he relentlessly searched for the candidates. His first attempt was a failure. It was an azure-eyed silver wolf king with strength comparable to an 8th-rank martial artist. His attempts at pissing it off as it was leisurely dosing after a good meal did not raise any waves at all. The intelligent azure eyes of the silver wolf king had only looked at him with derision and aloofness, as if Zhao Wei was something akin to an insignificant bug in its eyes that was just asking to be squashed to death. It had once tried to send a vicious paw toward Zhao Wei, but he had easily moved away from its range. Seeing that the insignificant bug was a slimy one, the azure-eyed silver wolf king resumed its nap with its ears constantly flexing to pick any disturbances. Zhao Wei's second and third attempts on other higher-tier deadly beasts also didn't bring positive results. Luckily, on his fourth attempt at looking for a pawn, Zhao Wei's victim took the bait. It was a violent titan ape that had just given birth. The violent titan ape was 13 feet tall with bulky muscles perfectly distributed all over its colossal figure. It had white fur that reminded one of snow and winter, which made quite a strange sight to see considering that most violent titan apes had black fur covering their bodies. So there was only one conclusion that Zhao Wei arrived at: mutation. It was better to call the violent Titan ape as mutated violent Titan ape. This made it even more powerful than your average violent Titan ape that were known for their utter savageness and undisputed combat might on the same level. In normal situations, Zhao Wei wouldn't have taken chances to mess with such a powerful enemy, but his current situation wasn't exactly normal. It was a little bit favorable to one he had in mind. After giving birth, the mother mutated violent Titan ape had been significantly weakened, but its strength shouldn't be underestimated. Zhao Wei watched from a safe distance while in his invisible state as the weakened mutated violent Titan ape vigilantly scanned its surroundings for anything that would prove dangerous to its newly born child. The newborn baby ape cried for its mother's milk and the mother was forced to breastfeed it, but even that seemed not to be enough for the extremely energetic young one. It was greedy for more, which subsequently forced the mother violent Titan ape to look for fruits that it could find within its vicinity. Man is the spirit of all living things, but all that breathes under the dome of the heavens is equal in its size. Be it demonic beasts or humans, Zhao Wei essentially categorized them under the same banner. Killable beings. Death could claim anything. What he was about to do was going to ultimately deprive a mother of its newborn baby. But who cares? The world is a cruel place, and in the pursuance of benefits, anything can be sacrificed. Of course, Zhao Wei didn't let sentiments cloud his vision. Zhao Wei immediately used that breath of time to move into action. As soundlessly and stealthily as possible, Zhao Wei quickly aimed for the baby ape. Since he wasn't hiding very far, it only took him a couple of microseconds to bridge the distance between him and the baby ape. Ge. Through a mother's inherent intuition, the mother violent Titan ape suddenly felt a bad premonition. Something bad was about to happen to its newborn baby. The mother violent Titan ape wasn't very far, but it was too late for her to save the baby ape from being taken by an invisible entity. But that didn't stop it from moving nonetheless. Grrrr. The mother violent Titan ape snarled in extreme wild anger as the baby also happened to disappear from its field of view. Who dared to do such a shameless, heinous act? The mother violent Titan ape angrily smashed a thick huge tree into smithereens with its clenched fists. It then wailed in unimaginable anguish and sadness. Its mournful cries that radiated boundless sorrow immediately startled any nearby wild beasts and deadly beasts into panic. At the same time that Zhao Wei had the mother violent Titan ape cry, he made the baby ape visible and coerced it to cry loudly for its mother to hear. Ge. The mother violent Titan ape's colossal body visibly trembled and instantly locked onto its baby's position before unhesitatingly taking a mighty violent leap toward Zhao Wei. Almost immediately, Zhao Wei entered the invisible state and no sounds were heard. On achieving a destructive landing that ruined the terrain and cleared the nearby trees, the mother violent Titan ape released a roar of infinite wrath while violently pounding its mammary glands without a care for the pain. The cycle of on and off continued over and over again until finally, Zhao Wei lured the mutated violent Titan ape toward the periphery of the blood-red python's territory without even realizing it. Zhao Wei stealthily placed the baby ape at the entrance of the cave before taking off as if his life was on the line, and even an ounce of hesitation on his part would ultimately lead to his demise. Nj. The visible baby ape screamed its healthy lung out like a banshee. It had just been born and now it had been abruptly separated from its mother. Such injustice. Hiss. A sinister sound immediately resounded all over the place as the abyssal cave started trembling due to the movement of something huge heading towards the entrance. The blood-red python felt offended that somebody had the nerve to make pointless noise directly in its territory. Even the beasts that lived inside the cave knew how to respect it. Hiss. When the blood-red python saw the tiny and insignificant meal that couldn't even fit between the tiny gaps of its sharp fangs, it hissed in discontentment and looked around for any more nuisances. The blood-red python coldly stared at the annoying youngling causing disturbance in its territory before deciding its dark fate immediately. With one gulp, the blood-red python curbed the noises. With one casual gulp, the blood-red python restored the silent and peaceful atmosphere of its territory and treated the unusual incident as nothing. But it was just at that very moment that the mother violent Titan ape arrived and witnessed everything even before she could save her child. Limitless killing intent immediately oozed off the mother violent Titan ape and the world seemed to have turned gray and red due to its intensity. The blood-red python bared its fangs at the unwanted intruder in extreme displeasure before speedily moving completely out of the cave. This was a blood feud. Bloodlusted mutated violent Titan ape versus blood-red python. Meanwhile, the Oriole, Zhao Wei, calmly watched from the sidelines with a face full of apathy as the two high-tier deadly beasts comparable to the 8th-ranked martial master faced off against each other. Each unaware of the one who orchestrated everything. Beasts would always be beasts no matter how strong they are, and their intelligence can't compare to that of man. Unanimously, Zhao Wei was going to be the ultimate winner after their hard-fought death battle. Chapter 20. A good harvest. One grieved for the loss of its only offspring and harbored infinite hatred and killing intent, while the other one sought to assert dominance and superiority while preserving its bestial dignity. And there was a third one, the Watcher, that wanted nothing more than the two oblivious entities to obliterate each other. Boom. The earth below trembled and shattered under the collision of the two behemoths. Wah! The strength of those two raging deadly beasts created an unprecedented shockwave that swept away everything within a 10-mile radius. Zhao Wei was spared from the life-threatening impact due to hiding himself at a strategic position that couldn't be affected by the shockwave. In a fight between two strong existences where the terrain can undergo destruction at any moment, the weaker existences are the only ones bound to take on the effects of the fight and suffer. Zhao Wei knew that very well. Not to mention, as an Earthling, Zhao Wei had already watched several superhero movies based on the comics like DC, where a fight between two overpowered Kryptonians can extensively destroy a whole city and only cause mortal sufferings. Roar. The mutated violent Titan ape's blood-curdling roar reverberated in the atmosphere like an eternal hymn as tightly clawed at the thick, fleshy skin of the blood-red python that was trying to constrict its body. Hiss. The blood-red python retaliated with a painful hissing sound when its flesh was ruthlessly torn apart from the middle part of its body. White skeletal bones were exposed under the bloody fountains being spurted out from its grievous injury. It was expected of the blood-red python to reduce its constrictive power after being gravely brutalized, but contrary to the expected scenario, the injury only made it to elevate its coiling pressure. Crack. It was truly a gory scene as both the mutated violent Titan ape and blood-red python unrestrainedly bit each other like a bunch of hungry cannibals. Zhao Wei calmly watched from the sidelines, and the scene before him made him reminisce about the Titanoboa and King Kong in a simulated battle. His imaginative mind couldn't help but wonder who would win eventually. Anyway, it didn't take long before the commotion caused by the two deadly beasts started to simmer down and their instinctual movements began to slow down, little by little. Among the two high-tier deadly beasts, the blood-red python was the first one to succumb to the side of the Grim Reaper, while the mutated violent Titan ape's pitiful life only hung by a thin thread which at any given moment would easily snap. It seems the mutated violent Titan ape had an exaggerated level of tenacity and endurance. Its maddening red eyes burned with an unusual will to live, trying to clutch tightly at its life thread. The mutated violent Titan ape breath was unsteady and weak as it lay sprawled on the blood-painted ground like a corpse. If one observed it from afar, they might have thought that it was deader than dead. But surprisingly, Zhao Wei didn't move from his position. He still patiently waited like a wizened old fool. There was something he wanted to happen as his sharp eyes swept across the approaching greedy cannon fodders with cultivation bases similar to 6th rank of the martial path. The mutated violent Titan ape was not dead and very much alive, albeit barely. Those cute 6th rank deadly beasts should be taught a severe lesson. A two-tailed red fox was the first one among the bunch to arrogantly aim for the corpse meat of the deceased. In its small greedy mind, if it was able to eat a lot of the higher tier meat, then it would be able to increase its strength and predatory status in the jungle society. The two-tailed red fox, clouded by its greed, was unaware that a mutated violent Titan ape was still alive and kicking. An extremely grave mistake on someone blessed with good bestial senses. Pa. Just as the two-tailed red fox was about to take its first bite from the corpse of the blood-red python, since it had chosen it as its first delicacy, a heaven-sundering palm instantly eclipsed its small figure, and without even getting a chance to react, it was flattened into a grotesque sight of meat heaven. The other beasts that were slowly closing in were immediately alerted and felt chilly tingles creep down their spines when they witnessed the death of an unfortunate comrade. They became extremely scared by the fact that one of the corpses that they wanted to eat so badly was not dead. Without even wasting any time, many beasts turned tail without even looking back. This caused a chain reaction of sorts, as those who were just approaching to enjoy the easy meal also joined the beast wave. They honestly didn't try to put the phrase "why are you running?" into the equation. In such an adrenaline-induced atmosphere, was there even such a need? Within a few minutes, there were no greedy scavengers within a 30-mile radius. A deathly silence loomed in the canyon. Seeing what he anticipated to happen taking place, a relieved smile formed on Zhao Wei's lips. This should be enough for me in the meantime. With the deterrence of the mutated violent Titan ape, I would at least have some breathing space. But I know it won't be enough to dissuade other 8th-rank deadly beasts from approaching this place. Through mapping of the area, Zhao Wei knew that the high-tier deadly beasts stayed far away from each other's presence. Their territories cannot easily collide, or else there would be unnecessary conflicts. Since it can't move the way it wants at the moment, it would be easy for me to swiftly send it to Hades. A cold look appeared on Zhao Wei's face. Taking a poison-coated arrow from the quiver on his back, Zhao Wei skillfully positioned it on the bow's string. The blood-red python's venom is slow-acting when it comes to paralysis, that's why the mutated violent Titan ape is still able to move. But the poison of a peak 5th-rank green Ven deadly viper would do well against the severely weakened monkey. The green Ven deadly viper was a dangerous snake species that Zhao Wei happened to come across during his short-term reconnaissance. Its deadly poison was even more lethal than that of the 3-headed red mamba. Even poison had grades. The green Ven deadly viper was also a silent assassin, as it could easily camouflage itself among leaves and branches. It had tried to assassinate Zhao Wei during the night, but it sadly met its untimely demise. Shua! Shua! His movements were sublime and artistic as he forcefully shot 3 consecutive arrows at the tenacious mutated violent titan ape. Roar! The mutated violent titan ape released a barely audible last roar in defiance of the approaching death, and when the 3 arrows pierced its hard skin, in just a matter of seconds, the lethal venom spread throughout its body. The neurotoxins and hemotoxins contained in the venom were 1,000-fold deadlier than even Earth's inland taipan. Zhao Wei sighed in relief after cautiously confirming that the mutated violent titan ape was truly at rest. He wasn't a cautious hero or anything, but one just couldn't be cautious enough. And with that done, Zhao Wei ceased hiding and went to inspect the corpse. He then hurriedly took out the blood-red python's gallbladder and damaged liver and the monkey's heart. The harvested goodies were nutritious and good for body cultivation since they contained a lot of vigorous blood essence. Another wonderful thing is that despite the horrifying effects of the venom, the blood contained in the mutated violent titan ape's heart wasn't in the least bit coagulated compared to other parts of its body. The environment within the cave was a dark and cold one, and the more Zhao Wei ventured deeper, the more expansive it became. Some of the conceited inhabitants of the cave wanted to impede his path, but Zhao Wei effortlessly swept them away with Earth Splitter. Zhao Wei treated those low-tier deadly beasts and wild beasts as his training dummies to extremely refine his spearmanship. Luckily, he found what he was looking for, which greatly brought him excitement and relief. If his presence had caused a butterfly effect that made the land of opportunity non-existent, Zhao Wei would have really felt heartbroken. Just imagining the effort he had put forth to mess around with 8th-rank high-tier deadly beasts and then suddenly all of that being for naught. Zhao Wei just thanked his lucky stars. That was something that all regressors and transmigrators had to face at some point. In front of him was a world of red. It was not blood but a treasure land of red-colored natural treasures of heaven and earth. There was a medium-sized pond made up of blood-red liquid that consistently popped with bubbles that made Zhao Wei's skin tingle in anticipation. Floating on top of the liquid surface, Zhao Wei saw the shed skin of the blood-red python. The source of the blood-red liquid was the blood-red rock wall, which additionally offered tenancy to treasured herbs like the blood spirit grass and blood plants. On closer inspection, Zhao Wei easily categorized them according to their respective ages. They ranged from 200 years old to 1,000 years old. The 1,000 years old herbs were of course a minority, with only 3 herbs having such age. Even in Sun Feather City, any 1,000-plus-year-old herb was an extreme rarity. And if his memory served him right, Zhao Wei remembered that the patriarch's son, Zhao Linglong, was given a 1,000-year-old blood plant to boost his cultivation, but that should have surely caused a dent in the patriarch's wealth vault. First, I should bring drought to this treasured wonderland. Zhao Wei chuckled to himself before removing his clothes. He then took out the blood-red python's gallbladder and liver and the mutated violent titan ape's heart from the carrier bag. They were firmly held on the palms of each of his hands. Zhao Wei submerged himself in the blood-red pond until the water reached his neck. Zhao Wei could feel the body-reinforcing energies from the blood-red liquid smoothly permeating his pores, but he didn't make any effort to start serious absorption just yet. Zhao Wei immediately started eating the gallbladder, followed by the liver and finally, the heart of the mutated violent titan ape. He didn't mind the rawness and bitterness of the food. After consuming them, a supply of very rich blood essence spread all over his body, filling his very cells with energy. Zhao Wei felt a significant increase in his vitality and vigor. In addition to that, his inner energy reserve also increased to the 5th rank. The blood energy contained in the heart of the mutated violent titan ape and the liver of the blood-red python was so turbulent despite the loss of blood experienced by the two. Using that energy from 2 8th-rank high-tier deadly beasts, Zhao Wei pushed his cultivation base to the peak of the 4th rank. And we must not forget that it was just recently that he had broken through to the beginner martial artist level. Zhao Wei closed his eyes to feel the effects of a breakthrough. He just couldn't help but relish the feeling of growing stronger. Next is the blood pool. Opening his eyes, Zhao Wei took a deep breath and allowed his body to freely float on the blood pool. Unlike the main character Zhao Feng, Zhao Wei was determined to absorb everything from the pool to its last drop. His confidence came from his own self-created body cultivation technique, primordial stellar energy body refining art. The number of illusory stars inside his cells now numbered to a few millions. Zhao Wei estimated that there were about 2 million illusory stars growing inside his cells, and that was a very long way from the 37.2 trillion finish point. Who knows how long it would take? Under primordial stellar energy body refining art, the blood-red liquid from the pool started being rapidly absorbed through Zhao Wei's pores. His naked figure seemed like a black hole that hungrily devoured everything in its presence as a small whirlpool formed underneath the blood-red pool. Zhao Wei felt nirvanic pleasure as the mysterious energy coursed through his veins, into his bones and finally into his cells. As the number of illusory stars gradually increased due to the addictive energies massaging his whole body, his defense and overall strength also increased in tandem. The divine celestial technique helped in the increment of inner energy, while primordial stellar energy body refining art reinforced his physique. Time flowed rapidly, and without Zhao Wei even realizing it, day and night had already alternated. The following day, Zhao Wei dried up the pond completely, and even if the blood-red rock wall could still produce the mysterious blood-red liquid, it would take a very long time to subsequently fill the pond back to its original state. His inner energy had already considerably increased to the peak of the 5th rank, but his cultivation base hit a bottleneck just like the cultivators with barely passable talent. Seeing the hurdle he had to cross, Zhao Wei wasn't affected by it since he had already anticipated such an occurrence. I will use the entire day to consolidate my foundation, but before that I think I should see the outside situation first. Zhao Wei then hurriedly used his speed to move toward the cave's entrance. After a few minutes of intense surveillance, Zhao Wei sighed in relief when he realized that the intimidation of an 8th-rank high-tier deadly beast was still in effect. The only variables left were other high-tier deadly beasts getting a whiff of the now ownerless territory. Zhao Wei returned to the cave and used the entire day to consolidate his foundation till he was satisfied. There were only 10 days left till the commencement of the main tournament. Zhao Wei felt like they were enough for him to break through to the 5th rank of the consolidated realm, and even the peak if Lady Luck was on his side. The next day, Zhao Wei used the medicinal energy from consuming several 500-year-old herbs to obliterate the wall separating him from the 5th rank of the consolidated realm, and he succeeded. He reached the 5th rank of the consolidated realm. The number of illusory stars inside his cells was now around 10 million, a testimony of how the progress was slow. Body cultivation was never easy and was slow, but its benefits were extremely worth it. With 8 days left, Zhao Wei consumed everything under the 1,000 years age, regardless if they were 200 or 300 or 500 years old herb. The divine celestial technique and blood bamboo rock helped him to eliminate toxins accumulated due to consumption of many herbs, and while those small fry herbs couldn't make his cultivation reach the peak of the 5th rank, Zhao Wei used them to increase the illusory stars inside his cells, but the increase was still negligible. 7 days left. Zhao Wei used the 1,000-year-old blood spirit grass to extra purify his inner strength to make it even more purer and thicker. The illusory stars within his body increased to 15 million due to the potency of a 1,000-year-old herb. After that, Zhao Wei didn't consume the remaining 2 1,000-year-old herbs, the 1,000-year-old blood plant and 1,000-year-old blood bamboo rock. Zhao Wei preserved them for later use. With only 6 days remaining. During his usual surveys, Zhao Wei saw the azure-eyed hyena heading toward the ownerless territory his temporary cultivation gave, while its ugly mouth uncontrollably dripped with saliva. At that very moment, Zhao Wei knew what to do. Run. He didn't feel ashamed about it. Where was the shame in running away from an enemy you couldn't win against? Zhao Wei ran away before the azure-eyed hyena, which was known for its speed, almost like the incarnation of azure winds, picked up his presence with its extreme senses. Brother hyena, I am lending you the cave, but I hope that you survive from the tribulation heading your way. Those brats from the Broken Moon clan won't be as magnanimous as me. Those were Zhao Wei's last thoughts before his refined figure disappeared into the forest. Chapter 21, Failed Assassination. Phew, I should probably return to the clan. I already miss the warmth of my bed. Zhao Wei exhaled lightly as he swiftly moved from one tree to another. In cultivation, the stronger one gets, the less the need for basic human functions like sleeping and eating. Even though Zhao Wei liked to battle stronger opponents and would have definitely spent the rest of the remaining days rampaging in the Sky Cloud Forest, that didn't mean that he didn't get sick of it. It was mentally exhausting actually. Zhao Wei had the urge to just relax and laze around till the day of the main tournament, but his heart opposed it. Lazing around for 6 days straight was a big no. It was not yet time for idling. Zhao Wei continued his journey toward the outer regions of the Sky Cloud Forest while enjoying the scenery along the way. Of course, his path was occasionally blocked by a few hungry deadly beasts and wild beasts that viewed him as easy prey, which was just plain ignorance. This was honestly due to him not making any effort to hide his presence during his return trip. Also, Zhao Wei had naturally chosen a path with less nuisances. Zhao Wei suddenly stopped midway when he sensed some peculiarities a few miles ahead. A strange, imperceptible light momentarily flickered in his eyes. I honestly didn't expect him to go through with it, that is, adding me to his list. A light chuckle escaped his lips. Zhao Wei didn't decrease his speed and continued moving at a steady pace. Assassins are really patient when it comes to their jobs, but the guys I am sensing ahead are nothing like true assassins. They are half-baked at best. Zhao Wei categorized those guys waiting in ambush as such since he could easily see through their camouflaging skills even though they had put utmost effort in hiding their auras. It was truly laughable how they thought that they were better at laying ambush. TCH, I feel extremely pissed off that our first target slipped between our fingers like a fucking huff. A thin, seemingly malnourished man cursed under his breath before trying to rein his anger from exploding. Having an unnecessary amount of anger would be detrimental to his assassination plan. Among the 3 men in hiding, the thin, malnourished man seemed to be the leader. "Boss, don't worry. We have already disappointed our client once, but this time round, we should be more careful than ever." One of the underlings who had a deep scar that ran across his face spoke with determination. Subtle killing intent oozed off his eyes to affirm his words. "We can't afford to fail. We will cleanly finish this one, boss. I promise not to be careless like the other assassination attempt." The other underling licked his dagger in a threatening manner. "We are lucky that the term stated by the client in the contract was just the death of one of the targets in case of a mishap happening." The thin malnourished man's face hardened into a serious expression. "But even that still won't remove the stain already smeared on our assassination profession." Boss, the goon with a deep scar was just about to start speaking, but the leader cut him off by putting his index finger on his mouth. "I have spotted our target heading this way. Into position. No mistakes this time round or else one of our heads gets to roll on the ground." The leader coldly warned with a deadly expression on his thin face. All of them then hid themselves carefully, making sure to take strategic positions that would enable them to corner the opponent with no way of escaping. Their pride couldn't be ragdolled for a second time. One 5th-rank martial artist, presumably the leader, and the 2 peak 4th rankers. Zhao Wei put on a fake relaxed facade on his face as he innocently directly moved toward the enemy's trap. His facial expression showed cluelessness, unaware of the dangers directed toward his dear life. The moment Zhao Wei's feet landed within the striking radius of the hiding wannabe assassins, the 3 men instantly sprang from hiding and tightly closed off his escaping routes. As if they could contain him to begin with. "Little bastard, we are extremely pissed off at the moment. Why don't you make it easier for us by directly killing yourself?" The assassin liked licking his dagger said in a condescending tone whilst his killing intent was hitting the top of the roof. He was prepared to strike at any given moment. The leader brandished a sharp curved blade on his hand. Seeing these assassins being so cute, Zhao Wei decided to engage them in a little bit of conversation. "I wonder what I have done to warrant such misplaced hostility." Zhao Wei calmly started speaking while sweeping his eyes across the supposed assassins. "There's no need for you to know," the leader retorted in a cold, emotionless tone. Zhao Wei then raised his hands in a panicky manner. His cowardly actions unconsciously made the 3 assassins revel in his despair. "Be before I die. Did you happen to encounter a boy of the same age as me from the Zhao clan and he uses a bow?" Zhao Wei's knees were literally knocking against each other as if at any given time, they would easily give out. Even his heartbeat rate had increased. His little theatrical performance was really worthy of an international-level acting award. "Kill." The goon with a deep scar on his face was immediately triggered by Zhao Wei's words as he hurled himself towards him with a short sword in his hand. The other one also followed suit with unbridled anger written on his face. Zhao Wei seemed to have accelerated his own death sentence by blatantly mentioning one of their recent sore spots that had yet to heal. He must have successfully escaped then. Nothing surprising from a protagonist. Just look at those terrifying faces that they are currently showing. Zhao Wei thought, the cold expression on his face a complete 180 of his previous cowardly one. This sudden change was immediately captured by the leader, who immediately felt an unprecedented feeling of uneasiness drilling into his heart. And when Zhao Wei slapped Scarface's head into a gross watermelon mess, his survival instincts kicked in. Assassination was an extremely dangerous profession where one was closer to death at any moment. The same way they could easily reap lives, their lives could also be snuffed out like candle lights. Their target was supposed to be a peak 3rd ranker with the strength of a quasi-martial artist according to the intel provided by the client. But what he was seeing at the moment wasn't what he had expected. Their target was a true 4th rank martial artist with unbelievable strength, capable of bursting the head of a peak 4th rank like a balloon. Flawlessly and effortlessly. He was a peak 5th rank martial artist, but the best he could do was easily suppress and overwhelm those of the beginner 5th rank and peak 4th rank. Bursting their heads with only physical strength, that he couldn't do. Never even in his wildest dreams. And when he witnessed that even a mid-tier weapon couldn't cause as much of a scratch on the target's seemingly smooth skin, followed by the violent crushing of his underling's neck by the use of only a neck chop. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Abort mission. I will die here if I stay any longer. Fuck, even though I have some confidence of taking him on, I trust my natural instincts as an assassin way more. The assassin leader accessed the speed force ASAP, tapped into it, and took off as an illusory red lightning of death loomed over his running figure. The assassin leader felt that he would really die if he stayed there any longer. He had never felt this afraid in his entire life. He saw the incarnation of the living hell. The target seemed better at reaping lives than even him, a supposed seasoned assassin. This was a complete disgrace to his profession's CV. A derisive smile formed on Zhao Wei's face as he took out his bow and aimed an on-poison arrow at the fleeing assassin. He aimed at his Achilles tendon specifically. This one shot was intended to completely incapacitate his prey. Swoosh! 10 miles from where he was standing, a scream of unadulterated pain reverberated all over heaven and earth. Zhao Wei then hurriedly followed. It didn't take long before he faced an extremely distraught man crawling like a pitiful worm on the ground. And when he saw Zhao Wei, his eyes widened in boundless fear as his thin malnourished body instinctively shivered uncontrollably. Truly laughable that you thought you could escape from me. Zhao Wei's head keeled over as a burst of laughter, full of derision, escaped his mouth. In the assassin leader's ears, Zhao Wei's laughter only brought him nightmarish visions of his impending death as he amped his sad attempts at crawling away from the devil incarnate. Haha, still trying to escape despite your crippled state? When did the Monkey King ever escape the Buddha's grasp? Even after leaping to the end of universe, he was still oblivious to the fact that he was still within the Buddha's palm. Zhao Wei slowly narrated while calmly following the crawling mess of despair. Please. Please. Forgive me. I have a family that's useless without me. They would have no one to depend on. The assassin leader pleaded vehemently in a way that could even evoke emotions in someone known to be extremely cold. Uncontrollable torrential tears immediately started falling from his eyes when he sensed Zhao Wei's shadow looming above his head. Please, I beg you. I will tell you who sent me to kill you. It was a Zhao clan elder called Zhao Tanjian. Zhao Wei scoffed before yanking the assassin leader's head so that his scrawny face was facing upwards. Zhao Wei squatted to his level while his face mirrored an I don't give a shit attitude. Do I look like I fucking care? Do you realize how fucked you are? Zhao Wei abruptly released his head from his hold before resuming his original posture. I think I have had enough fun playing with you. Zhao Wei spoke slowly. It brought me great sadness that you are an irredeemable shit mess of a wannabe assassin. You are pitifully weak, if I must say. Zhao Wei continued with a voice full of melancholy. As if sensing that his life was about to end for real this time round, the assassin leader shouted, "Wait." But Zhao Wei silenced him by trampling on his head and crushing his skull into smithereens. Zhao Wei frowned slightly when he saw the piss puddle forming below the corpse. I hope that even if you drink Mangpo's soup in the Yellow Springs, you won't ever forget this day. Zhao Wei smiled in satisfaction before examining his bloody appearance with a nonchalant expression on his face. I need to wash this mess before I walk back to Sun Feather City. I don't want to scare the civilians. What sarcasm. Chapter 22, he was like a shadow. Since Zhao Wei had spare clothes, he disposed of the bloodied ones. He burned them into cinders and dispersed them through the wind. It was not like he was hiding evidence or anything. Zhao Wei just felt like doing it. As for the corpses, Zhao Wei made sure that the nearby wild beasts and deadly beasts were well fed to the fullest. The food donation wasn't all about quantity but the quality which mattered most. Next, he calmly walked out of Sky Cloud Forest as if nothing had ever happened. When Zhao Wei arrived at Sunfeather City, he sold a few of the precious parts of deadly beasts that he had slain and earned himself quite a fortune. Since money was perishable and was meant to be squandered, Zhao Wei visited the food market and bought 7 kilograms of chicken, 10 kilograms of lean red meat, a few important groceries and extra condiments. Zhao Wei then bought some clothes since it seemed that he was going to be ruining them from then onwards. For physical training purposes, Zhao Wei visited the most famous blacksmithing shop in Sun Feather City. He then provided the blacksmith with the details of what had to be made. Zhao Wei knew that his speed was more than excellent, but he felt that his body strength hadn't been fully exerted and utilized. His physical body needed external pressure to squeeze out every ounce of potential hidden within it. Characters like Gaku, Sid Kaganu and Seiya the cautious hero all had once used what Zhao Wei intended to be smithed. Later on, Zhao Wei had 2 golden bangles resting on each of his wrists and another pair on his ankles. Each one of them weighed a ton. The metal coating used for plating the 2 bangles was of course gold. As for the heavy metal element involved in making the golden bangles, that Zhao Wei didn't know. The blacksmith also had no clue and told him that it was just a material that he had happened to chance upon. Its heavy properties were what had made him interested in it. While walking, Zhao Wei could feel the effect of extra weight from the 2 golden bangles weighing down on his physical body. The speed of his normal movement was decreased by a lot, not to mention that he had yet to start intense practice and determine how he would fare. Zhao Wei wasn't bothered by it and in fact relished in the feeling of being restricted. Chained. Inhibited. But was there a better feeling than breaking the restrictions imposed upon you? By the time Zhao Wei finally returned to the Zhao clan, the light of the day had already vanished to be replaced by the silvery hues of the bright moon. The day had been very tedious and marred by necessary slaughter. After carefully preserving the food he had bought, Zhao Wei decided to rest that night just like planned. But still that didn't mean that he had forgotten about the attempted assassination on his life. Those who sought to claim his life or erase his existence would never have a good end. His death note wasn't for show, and once a person was recorded in it, Zhao Wei was definitely going to be their personal Grim Reaper. Those who seek to kill others should also be prepared to be killed at any moment. Zhao Tanjian's life wasn't his anymore, but Zhao Wei's to casually reap at any time he pleased. The following day, Zhao Wei woke up rejuvenated and in high spirits. His mental faculties were in top condition and his body brimming with excess energy that needed to be released through vigorous training. Only 4 days remaining, with the present day already crossed off the list. Zhao Wei cast his sharp gaze at the vibrant orange skies. Haha, this reminds of the countdown I had to see every day while preparing for the college entrance exams. He then chuckled with a reminiscing look in his dark eyes. Retracting his gaze from the sky, Zhao Wei touched his chin while assuming a serious expression on his face. After a few seconds, he started nodding to himself. A terrifying killing intent momentarily erupted from his eyes before returning to normal. Assassination it is. Zhao Tanjian, I have already arrived at my final verdict. Tonight will be your last day on Earth. I hope you enjoy the last moments of your life to the fullest before I send your green ass to the underworld. What better humiliating way to slay your enemy than the method they used to try to kill you with? Putting aside matters concerning his death-bound enemy, Zhao Wei started practicing his fist technique, Tyrant Fists, and after a few minutes, he thought that it was too bland. Since I have already understood the essence of illusory missteps, and some aspects of illusion, what if I combine Tyrant Fists with it? Zhao Wei smiled to himself and then closed his eyes to visualize the form and effect he wanted. Shua. When Zhao Wei swung his fists rapidly, they were full of unpredictability and mystery. His right fist gave the illusion that it was going to the left when in reality it was heading to the right. Zhao Wei knew that this new way of using fists only played a little bit of mind games on the opponent, and it wasn't that powerful. Someone with good instincts and a lucid mind can easily identify the differences, but that was only after thinking fast and carefully. And was Zhao Wei going to give them the time to think? No. Under the weight restraints strapped on his arms and legs, Zhao Wei felt a sudden warmness circulate all over his body as hot sweat trickled down his upper torso. His muscles became sore only to return to peak condition the next moment due to the sudden warmness circulating inside his body. Zhao Wei attributed the warmness to the medicinal remnants still inside his body. This cycle of training continued until the afternoon sun stood above his head, and it was only then that Zhao Wei decided to take a break. He decided to cook something for himself. It didn't take long before he had a cooking pan set over a fire. Thick slices of oily lean red meat could be seen sizzling on the pan. Cooking never ceases to intrigue me. I enjoy it. It soothes my mind and brings me a sense of liberation. Zhao Wei happily talked to himself as he flipped the thick slices of fried meat over the pan. Zhao Wei came to cherish cooking his meals. It has become a hobby of sorts. Picking up the condiments with his hand, Zhao Wei then skillfully spread them over the frying meat by rubbing his thumb against his other fingers. A few moments later, parfait. Zhao Wei could be seen lying comfortably under a shade with a satiated expression on his face. In his hand, he held a wooden toothpick as he relaxedly removed the little pieces of meat stuck between his teeth. 5 kilograms of meat really packs a punch. Zhao Wei exhaled lightly. Since his digestion was fast, it only took Zhao Wei a few minutes to digest what he had eaten. Zhao Wei then used the remaining time to efficiently train in the axe, a weapon that he had yet to touch. And just before night fell, he discreetly went to the city and bought a set of needles for his assassination plan. He then soaked them in an amalgamation of different fierce poisonous venoms that could guarantee a sure instant death to anyone below the 8th rank of Consolidated Realm. Zhao Wei wanted everything to be as clean as possible. Even if he had the necessary strength to trample on a clan elder like Zhao Tanjian, whose strength was at the peak 6th rank, there was no need to be noisy while inside the clan. That was how an assassin should act, that is, being super stealthily. In the wee hours of the night when everyone was resting or silent in meditation, Zhao Wei wore black robes that were in perfect harmony with the darkness of the night. He needed a good guise, something that couldn't be traced down to him. In case investigations were carried out, Zhao Wei wanted the suspicions to be directed outside the clan and not inside the clan. Even if a measly 5th ranker like him couldn't possibly be suspected due to the big gap in strength with Zhao Tanjian, one could never be too careful. Just remembering how the divine investigator brought Fang Yu on countless headaches made Zhao Wei to heavily erase any chances of someone snooping around his ass. All black, check. Invisibility, check. He had enough inner energy to stay invisible for the time he had given himself to get the job done. Zhao Wei already knew where Zhao Tanjian's place of residence was. Despite the tight security inside the inner regions of the clan, Zhao Wei easily and soundlessly evaded the security guards. The pitch-black darkness didn't bar his vision and only made his covert operation more smooth. Zhao Wei used his discerning eyes to look for traps or anything of sort in Zhao Tanjian's residence. and only after making sure everything was fine, did he finally move. Through his X-ray vision, Zhao Wei saw Zhao Tanjian sitting cross-legged and possibly cultivating. This made it even more impossible for him to attempt any form of close contact with him. The subtle influx of inner energy when near him would actually make him more vigilant, and an expert like him wouldn't be so stupid not to realize that he was about to be assassinated. Also, that little fact reminded Zhao Wei not to use his inner energy when attacking. Inner energy has attributes, and even though the one he possessed was formless and celestial golden in color, Zhao Wei still preferred not to make such a beginner mistake. After all, remnants of inner energy can still linger in the air. His window is open. This makes it even easier for me to snipe him. Zhao Wei analyzed while silently positioning himself on top of a tree where he was perfectly camouflaged by many leaves and branches. He then took out the self-created blowpipe from his waist, lowered the cloth covering his mouth and placed it between his lips. From Zhao Wei's analysis, Zhao Tanjian's blind spots were his bare neck and his head. Those two places were the least protected. I can see his carotid. Oh well, this makes it just perfect for me. Zhao Wei soundlessly summoned all the strength of his lungs and body, and then... Fu-yu-yu. Zhao Wei blew 3 poisonous needles with an unprecedented force. Arg. A wail of infinite indignation and horror shattered the tranquility of the night in one momentary burst before dying down in an instant. When Zhao Tanjian died, he didn't know how and why. It was so swift and clean. Zhao Tanjian was no more. His body was an empty vessel while his soul was poisoned to death. There was no chance for even reincarnation. No second chances at life. That was his karma. Mission accomplished. Zhao Wei merged with the night and disappeared into nothingness. He was like a shadow. A night shadow. Chapter 23, Bonkdao chaos blossomed during that night. Pandemonium spread like wildfire all over the Zhao clan. The death of a clan elder shook everyone's mind like a turbulent storm. Many couldn't really believe it. The most shocked amongst the non-believers was, in fact, Zhao Yujian. He was rendered comatose when he found that it was his father, Zhao Tanjian, that had succumbed to the jaws of death. When Zhao Wei had escaped after finishing off Zhao Tanjian, the clan had been quick to respond and secure the crime scene. And they curbed the news from spreading any further than the confines of the clan. In order to pacify the worries of the disciples, during that night the head of the Zhao clan, Zhao Dankang, came up with a terse explanation: chi deviation. Clan elder, Zhao Tanjian, had suffered a severe backlash when he was practicing an incomplete dangerous secret technique that had sadly caused his unexpected death. To the clan higher-ups, the situation was a very serious matter that had to put under very tight reins. It wouldn't be good if the information was divulged to the outside and the other clans learned about it. This is definitely the work of an extremely deadly poison that took him out in a matter of seconds. The head of the Zhao clan, Zhao Dankang, analyzed with a deep frown on his face. He was Zhao Linglong's adoptive father. He had shoulder-length gray hair, gray eyes and a prominent goatee. Just looking at those dark needles makes the hairs on my neck stand on end. This is no normal poison. It seems to be a combination of a variety of unknown poisons that I am not even privy to. A white-bearded old man commented while adorning a grave expression on his ruddy face. This white-bearded old man was the one who guarded the martial arts library. He was a great elder of the clan and was called Zhao Yusong. Elder Zhao, I don't understand how someone could be killed inside the hallowed grounds of our great Zhao clan. Whom did Zhao Tanjian share enmity with? Zhao Tankang sighed heavily. A somber mood loomed in the atmosphere. How could I know? Zhao Tanjian liked to keep to himself. You know very well how he had been the type of sneak around. This professional murder seems to be the work of an experienced veteran assassin. There are no mistakes. Everything is perfect and clean. Elder Zhao pondered with great worry showing in his deep eyes. Whoever could hire such a deadly assassin that could easily sneak inside our clan and escape our senses is possibly one of the 3 clans or maybe not. Zhao Tankang shook his head. I have a feeling that it may not even be the people from the other 3 major families. What benefit would it serve them to kill one of our elders? We would have to question ourselves. Reducing our strength? I really don't think so. We are currently existing on a balance and restricting each other, and no one would really go out of their way to just kill an elder. It just doesn't make any sense. Zhao Tankang slumped himself on a chair and rubbed his hand down his face before holding his grey goatee. In short, since we have no substantial evidence over the matter, then we can only consider this peculiar murder case as closed. We have no leads and can't even track the assassin that could easily slip between our security measures. Elder Zhao finalized his thoughts on the matter at hand. This will surely tarnish our reputation, and we would lose a lot of face when those old fogies from the other clans catch wind of the news. It's only a matter of time. We can't hide it for a long time. The head of the clan nodded in understanding before abruptly rising from his seat. Zhao Tankang then turned his gaze to the room adjacent to the one of the deceased. The door to the room was wide ajar, exposing a mahogany bed with an unconscious young man sleeping on it. The room belonged to Zhao Tanjian's son, Zhao Yijian. Did his son tell you anything? Zhao Tanking casually asked, but his tone carried no hope. He saw nothing. If a peak 6th rank martial artist can easily be assassinated without even him knowing how he died, how do we expect a little peak 4th ranker to even know anything? Elder Zhao replied with a solemn sigh. Anyway, the dead cannot resurrect, and we can only hope that his soul is at peace, whether in reincarnation or the underworld. Zhao Tanking put his large hands behind his back while examining the necrotic neck of the corpse. Then will the main tournament continue as usual, or will it be adjourned? Elder Zhao asked. The clan elder was ultimately the overseer of clan matters at the end of the day. And major decisions of the clan were made by him under the council of elders and their various propositions. Everything will continue as it was initially supposed. By the way, are there any promising younglings among the competing elder disciples? Zhao Tanking asked in a nonchalant tone while slowly walking towards the exit, his back facing Elder Zhao. Zhao Tanking had already cleaned his hands off the strange and unexpected murder of one of his elders. There was nothing he could do about. His hope ultimately lay on those outstanding disciples. With enough resources, he could groom them into an elder or even someone worthy of ensuring the Zhao clan's future prosperity. That was the clan's system. The system was there to facilitate the thriving of the clan and tie the genius younglings to the clan. I don't think I have anything to say. You will see for yourself. Elder Zhao played with his long white beard while speaking in mysteries. An image of Zhao Wei unknownly flashed in his mind. Ho ho, trying to act mysterious with me. Then I can't wait to see how this year's tournament will be. Will there be any kid capable of rivaling Ling Long? Zhao Tanking boisterously laughed before disappearing outside. Elder Zhao also didn't want to stay longer in the same room with a corpse that was already starting to rot. It seemed the poisons also had the effect of accelerating corpse decomposition. Elder Zhao called for the clan guards and ordered them to cremate the corpse and then send the ashes to the ancestral hall so as they could offer a respectable memory service for the departed soul. He also left instructions to be relayed to the unconscious Zhao Yijian. The clan had to offer him a reasonable compensation as his late father had performed past meritorious deeds. And just like that, the issue of Zhao Tanjian's death was resolved and kept under wraps. The following day, in her court, Zhao Wei could be seen playing chef. His long silky obsidian hair freely fluttered under the evening breeze, making him look like an immortal mortal, a mortal being that gave off the illusion of the qualities of immortality. Yes, the day had already passed by just like that. There were currently at least 3 days remaining for the main tournament to begin. And here he was, the main culprit of the homicide, acting free and leisurely frying chicken. A pleasant aroma of herbs and fried chicken intertwined to form a tapestry of heavenly scent that if one took a whiff they would directly be sent flying around above the 9 heavens. The golden color of the chicken was visually stunning and could easily make one's mouth water with greed. It was crusty and fried to absolute perfection. When it comes to fried chicken, the crunchier the crust was, the better. Zhao Wei then cut off a little piece from the chicken's breast and threw it inside his mouth. Chef's kiss. It's good that the murder case ended just like that. If there were Holmes kind of guys out here then it would have been a pain. Zhao Wei licked the oily tidbits of his fingers. Suddenly, he turned his head towards the courtyard's entrance as if sensing someone heading toward him. A visitor. A familiar one. What did the girl want again? Yufei, what brings you here? Zhao Wei casually asked while proceeding to enjoy his sweet time munching on a crusty chicken wing. Zhao Yufei, who had just arrived, sniffed the extremely refreshing scent in the air and she couldn't help but feel hungry. I didn't know that you could also cook something like that. What else can't you do? Zhao Yufei wondered in amazement as her pretty smile stretched across her tantalizing pink lips. There are many things that I can't do. I am only a man and not a god or anything. Well, even gods can't do everything. Zhao Wei replied without facing her as he enjoyed the sacred moment of food eating. I want a taste. Zhao Yufei inadvertently found herself blurting without even thinking. The golden sheen radiating off the silver pan seemed to calling onto her like a hypnotizing wave. She couldn't unnail her gaze off the celestial meal. She just couldn't. After hearing Yufei's words, a strange expression momentarily flashed on Zhao Wei's face. You want a taste of my cock or what? Zhao Wei said blandly while he continued to exaggeratively lick his index finger. A red flush of shyness and embarrassment quickly spread on her soft creamy cheeks. Zhao Yufei had never heard such vulgar words being spoken so casually and freely without a care. See kook? Why you? How can you speak such obscenities in front of a maiden as if it's nothing? Zhao Yufei spoke in a panicky tone while tightly clutching onto the hems of her long beautiful blue skirt that subtly showcased the soul-stirring curves of her hips. Little girl, You should always make your intentions known straight away or else such misunderstandings will keep on happening. Zhao Wei's lips curved into a slight one-sided grin while he pointed a little bone at Yufei. I am not a little girl. She fiercely retaliated and then moved so that she was directly in front of Zhao Wei. Looking into his deep abyssal eyes for a moment, she turned her gaze away and started meekly speaking in a low voice. Can I have a piece of that juicy meat? Please. She then quickly pointed at the mouth-watering fried chicken when she remembered Zhao Wei's words about making it clear what she wanted. And when Zhao Yufei saw that playful glint in his eyes, she knew that if she hadn't pointed at what she wanted then Zhao Wei would have come up with another dirty joke. Okay. Shaking his head, Zhao Wei went and served a well-cut piece of chicken meat on a plate. Here. Zhao Wei placed the plate on her already outstretched expectant hand. In a matter of minutes, Zhao Yufei found herself nullifying the food that existed on her plate. It was so damn sweet. The taste of herbs, fats, and flavors exploding inside her mouth left her wanting more. She needed more of that heavenly taste. For the chicken, she decided to throw away her fairy-like face. I want more. Zhao Yufei couldn't help but moan with delight when she licked a crusty remnant off the corner of her lips. Hella sauce. Zhao Wei scrunched his brows before serving Yufei another plate and then kicking her off his courtyard, much to her disappointment and expectations. Humphrey, she's lucky that I am a astute follower of Bonk Dao. Zhao Wei sniggered and decided to practice with a bat during that night. Days passed and the main tournament finally was about to start. Chapter 24, Absurd. The path of cultivation is a long endless path that many can tread on. Every individual had their unique reasons to tread on that path. Some cultivators practice immortal cultivation so as to have enough strength to protect their loved ones and relatives. Others take on cultivation to attain eternal life and live as long as the heavens. Some do it for wealth, prestige, and beauties. There were simply myriad reasons that couldn't be named, ranging from simple to the most complex ones. Ambitions are what drive people to constantly grow in terms of individuality and strength. You could walk hand in hand with a significant other while realizing your ambitions together, but you could also decide to do it alone. Loneliness needed a heart of endurance. Zhao Wei had already tasted loneliness and was familiar with it. He was already used to it. The path of aloneness had been his even when he had been an earthling. His heart had never wavered or been influenced by feelings of romanticism. And that didn't mean that Zhao Wei was by no means hollow. Or did one need love and romance to be full and complete? Did one need to be loved and cherished to feel the meaning of their own existence? Life can be interesting when shared with the other half or the so-called harem, but at the same time, it can also be enjoyed by being alone. Priorities mold different aspects of a person. Zhao Wei never saw a future where he embraced beauties left and right. In his future, he only saw himself, but was that kind of future going to be like that forever? Zhao Wei himself didn't know. Jokingly, maybe he would find love and his immovable heart set racing, or maybe. It sounded absurd even to himself. With the main tournament starting, Zhao Wei had such thoughts running through his mind. Anyway, the main tournament was divided into the ranking challenge and spot challenge. The spot challenge involved fighting among the qualified top outer disciples and some of the inner disciples so that only 50 disciples remained. The ranking challenge was the final method used to properly rank the inner disciples according to their strengths. And the overall ranking obtained during the ranking challenge would determine the kind of prizes one would receive at the end of the day. The spot challenge wasn't that interesting and worthy of Zhao Wei's attention. Many also shared the same thoughts. During the spot challenge, Zhao Wei fought an inner disciple occupying the 11th rank among the top 50 and easily won. Since he was the top outer disciple, it didn't come off as a surprise to the main judges and elders. Zhao Feng took the 13th position while Zhao Yufei took the 16th. When Zhao Wei analyzed Zhao Feng, he found that he was in the peak 4th rank of Consolidated Realm, unlike during Canon where he had 5th rank cultivation base. Also Zhao Yufei, even with her unawakened ancient bloodline of the spiritual race, was in the peak 4th rank. In the cultivation world, there was always no need to show everything about yourself to the whole world to see. A high progression rate in the cultivation base when you were initially trash would always bring you unnecessary scrutiny from busybodies. To make it more simple, it would always be better to show other people what they want to see while hiding yourself pretty well. Zhao Wei hid his real cultivation and on the surface, showed an acceptable rate of progress, peak 4th rank. His strength was still terrifying even when under restrictions of the weighty Bengals. The ranking tournament will now begin. The judge announced after the spot challenges were finished. Since the ranking challenge phase 2 was all about prizes, the rewards were naturally going to be different across all the ranks. The rewards received by the top 3 were inevitably going to be better than the top 10 and top 20. Zhao Wei's sights were obviously set on nothing less than the top 3. He remembered that the rewards for the top 3 was the chance to choose a peak-ranked martial arts technique from the martial arts library and the bestowal of a blood pill. The various alluring rewards were going to create an extremely fierce competitive environment among the inner disciples. The third rank isn't that bad. Anything beyond that would be a complete waste of my time. Zhao Wei thought carefully and surreptitiously gazed at the number 1 rank, Zhao Linglong, who was pretending to be mysterious by having his eyes closed, ignorant and unperturbed by the pesky competition. His pretentious pose nearly made Zhao Wei burst out in laughter. The long guy has that template just like all outins. Wasn't he infatuated in an instant when he had just seen Zhao Yu fight for the first time? And then the guy decides to mark the original Mech as an enemy due to his closeness with the girl. Sigh, sometimes it is always good to sympathize with the young masters. Zhao Wei chuckled internally. The judge then started to clearly explain the rules of the ranking challenge. The rules were pretty simple. Everyone had only 3 chances of challenging others. If you lose when you challenge someone, then that would leave you with 2 chances, and if you win, then the 3 chances would still remain unaffected. If for example you were ranked at the 50th position and you challenge the inner disciple at 40th rank and also win, you would naturally take their position. Even if those ranked higher challenge those of the lower rank and won, there wouldn't be anything to be gained. By the time the judge had finished his brief explanation, every participating disciple now had a clear picture of the tournament. Going forward, the challenges began being issued from the bottom rank going up. Zhao Wei slept through that period and only opened one eye when it reached the top 20. Even though it was still worth nothing in his eyes, Zhao Wei still silently watched the various skills displayed by those disciples. All the inner disciples in the top 20 had at least quasi-martial artist strength. Zhao Yufei challenged someone in the 6th seat and won, but she couldn't help sneaking glances at a certain youth who seemed to be half asleep. Zhao Yufei wondered who he was going to challenge. She couldn't help but get curious since up until now, he had never shown his full fighting capabilities. He would always joke around. He was like a maze, and Zhao Yufei sadly didn't realize that such an enigmatic maze can't be easily cleared. No, she could never. Zhao Wei felt a gaze burning holes into his face, and he didn't even need to turn his head to know whom it belonged to. He pretended to be oblivious, not giving them any of his attention. And when it was Zhao Feng's turn, pass. He passed his chance while casting competitive glances toward Zhao Wei and the top 3 seats. His decision surprised many, but it wasn't against the rules to pass up your chances. Not surprised, Zhao Wei thought as he patiently waited for his turn. The guy in the 12th position was a peak 3rd ranker, but he could put up a proper fight against a 4th rank martial artist. He used a saber as his attack weapon while fighting against the challenged opponent holding the 9th position. His attacks were filled with savagery and ferocity, perfectly conveying the essence of a saber, which ultimately overwhelmed his helpless opponent who had just entered the 4th rank. The ranking was once again refreshed. I am learning new things over the course of this competition. That's good, Zhao Wei mused as he kept on replaying the images of various fights that had already happened inside his head. Next, Zhao Wei. The judge called out to him, seeing that he seemed rather distracted. Oh, Zhao Wei jolted from his seat and slowly started looking around. Everyone sighed in relief when they realized he wasn't going to give up the chance like Zhao Feng. There was a pin-drop silence. Everyone waited in anticipation to see who the supposed undisputed top outer disciple was going to choose. His deep gaze started trailing from the 10th position holder, who immediately directed his eyes away as Zhao Wei's eyes could petrify one's soul. The saber wielder, despite his wild nature, also cowered. 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th. All the disciples holding those positions respectively totally avoided Zhao Wei's predatory gaze like a plague. This truly amused Zhao Wei. Was I that bad? When did I start eating people? Why cower when I haven't even done anything? The 4th rank, Zhao Qin, met his gaze in defiance, as if secretly urging him on to give it a shot, and she wasn't afraid like the others. Zhao Qin's cultivation base was at the peak 4th rank of the consolidated realm, just like Zhao Wei. So there was really no reason to fear him. Or so she thought. Zhao Wei's gaze passed her, much to her secret relief. Zhao Qin had a subconscious understanding that even though she could fight Zhao Wei, winning against him would be a different story entirely. An opponent that hides their trump cards and true strength so confidently wasn't someone that Zhao Qin wished to cross paths with. Who was he going to choose among the top 3? A spectating elder spoke impatiently. Isn't he biting more than he can chew? The top 3 are all elites with 5th rank and above strength. They can easily rival those of the same realm. Another higher-up interjected. Winning against other outer disciples seemed to have made him arrogant and conceited. The outstanding elites like Zhao Linglong and Zhao Kai are rare geniuses that can easily beat him with one move. An elder with a green hat on his head said harshly while casting a gloating look at Zhao Wei with his rat eyes. I beg to differ. There's something different about this disciple. Just look at his form very closely. If you look at him very vaguely, then you won't know how terrifying he is. Even for someone like me who has a higher cultivation than him, can't really find any openings in his stance. The white-bearded great elder, Elder Zhao, who was also the main judge, shook his head lightly while caressing his beard. His eyes shone with profundity when he said those words, much to the shock of the elders present. Even the head of the clan, Zhao Dankang, had his interest piqued. You seem pretty confident in that disciple, but I still think my Zhao Linglong can't easily lose to anyone in the inner court. You will see for yourselves. Zhao Tanking laughed with pride, showing his full confidence in his adoptive son. Now let's see who the young cub is going to pick. Without speaking, Zhao Wei pointed at the third seat where Zhao Yujian's cousin or something sat. Wow, he chose Zhao Han. A disciple exclaimed. Zhao Han is a terrifying peak 5th ranker. Doesn't he know that, or is he just that crazy? Reckless. Truly reckless. Let's watch how he will be beaten black and blue. Zhao Han's supporters cast malicious glances toward Zhao Wei, hoping and cursing him to suffer misfortune. As for Zhao Han, the challenged, he felt rather disrespected for being pointed at by a measly finger that ought to be cut clean from its owner. Thick black lines appeared on his temples as a chilling surge of icy inner energy erupted from him like a blizzard. You punk. Let's see how I break that finger of yours and then feed it to the dogs. Zhao Han bellowed furiously like a mad bull before jumping onto the stage. His cold inner strength was threatening dropping the temperature around the fighting arena. Zhao Wei used his pinky finger to pick at his ear with a bored expression on his face. He looked completely unbothered by Zhao Han's intimidation. Zhao Wei then feigned a fake sneeze, much to the surprise of everyone. I honestly didn't think that the barks of a hairy mutt like you would bring me an unexpected allergy. Shoo, can't you just bark an infinite distance away from me? Someone in the crowd coughed up blood and fainted. Probably for the sake of Zhao Han. Chapter 25, A Legend Was Born a Dog? This Zhao Wei has a very vicious mouth. An elder in the stands nearly spurted out the tea that he had been drinking. Haha, this method of provocation is simply a breath of fresh air in this tournament. It makes things more lively. Elder Zhao continuously tapped on his thigh while wearing a wide grin on his face. I wonder if his strength lies in his mouth instead of his fists? What kind of confidence does he have then? Just don't disappoint me. Zhao Tanking's eyes shone with expectation and interest. Elder Zhao seems to have an eye on that particular disciple. I bet he can't be that simple, but to win against Zhao Han isn't going to be easy. As the head of the clan, he naturally wished for more talents to be born in the clan. It didn't matter if this emerging disciple was more talented than others. What mattered was their overall resourcefulness to the Zhao clan. But that didn't mean that someone with superb potential would just be ignored by him. Meanwhile, in the battle arena, Zhao Han was utterly using every ounce of his willpower to curb the volcanic anger inside of him from erupting. As someone with a high standing among inner disciples, Zhao Han wasn't one without his own wits. He knew he was being provoked on purpose. Zhao Han felt an instinctive urge to butcher that hateful, disregardful guy standing across him. The killing intent emanating from him was almost palpable. You surely like to speak shit like a pro, but I wonder if you have the qualifications to back up your words. Zhao Han scoffed with written arrogance all over his face. I see nothing more than a jester in front of me. With an uncaring attitude in his voice, Zhao Wei spoke. What are you trying to get at with your words? Zhao Wei's bored expression was so infuriating that he nearly wanted to rampage, but Zhao Han decided to act with magnanimity at first sense. He had unimaginable confidence in himself when it came to dealing with conceited small fries like Zhao Wei. His luck has been off the charts as of recently. Zhao Han's lucky encounter with a mysterious crystal shard during his hunting expedition was the spark that facilitated his explosive growth from the 4th rank to the 5th rank of the consolidated realm. While his realm may have not been special in terms of evaluation, his inner strength was entirely a different matter. His inner strength had a powerful eyes attribute, and it was at the peak of the 5th rank, something more outstanding than those of the same level. If needed be, Zhao Han only had to use 1 or 2 moves to obliterate the confidence of a genius 4th ranker. You are of the 4th rank while I am of the 5th rank. The power discrepancy between us is visibly evident from an outside perspective. If I beat you up, it would look as if I am bullying the weak. Zhao Han sniggered while running his gaze across the crowd. To him, it was better to defeat his weaker opponent with a cool ending and impress the crowd, further enhancing his prestige in the clan. Anyway, Zhao Han's main goal has always been to challenge those who sat above him in terms of standing. Zhao Kai and Zhao Linglong were his fierce competitors. It was only by defeating them that he would have all the clan's attention on him. Zhao Han had never taken Zhao Wei seriously even when he had provoked him. After dealing with him, there was another little rat that had to be broken down into pieces. A grudge held by his cousin, Zhao Yujian, had to be enforced by him. But after his uncle mysteriously died, Zhao Han had started having second thoughts if he should bother with a mere outer disciple. It was a complete waste of time and energy. His uncle, Zhao Danjian, had been the one person that made him even listen to the woes of his cousin. After all, Zhao Tanjian's strength was superior to his and he had been taking care of his orphaned ass since his early childhood. If it were not for those two reasons, he, Zhao Han, wouldn't even have bothered to care about his pathetic cousin who had his ass whooped by a mere side-branch family disciple. In this world, full of cruelty and deceit, Zhao Han only cared about himself. Zhao Han is truly a gentleman. The spectating disciples started airing out praises. To care about the weak and their well-being. What a man he is. That annoying newbie inner disciple should just give up his chance before he loses face from his own impulsiveness. Don't you know how to differentiate between stupidity and wisdom? What do you mean? Hee, that Wei guy is surely stupid without a doubt. Useless banter spread in the spectating section like wildfire, but most of the talk was all about scorning Zhao Wei and umping Zhao Han's reputation. Zhao Han smiled with a gloating look on his face when the outcome he wanted was accomplished. Keep showering me praises and belittling the weak, after all I am clearly giving him a chance to redeem himself. 10 moves. I am giving you 10 moves to try and even make me use any of my techniques. How about it? Zhao Han put his hand behind his back. TCH, the background character exposition. Zhao Wei internally rolled his eyes after his ears picked most of what was being talked about in the crowd. The gall of this guy to call me weak. Of course, I am weak and mortal to the core. But to be deemed so by someone weaker than me is kinda repulsive. Zhao Wei smirked to himself, but his facials came off as contempt to Zhao Han. When Zhao Han looked at Zhao Wei's face, he felt that the guy was secretly mocking him and not taking his words into consideration. Although I enjoy lazing through fights and engaging in harmless talks with my fellow disciples, I think that your words have truly rubbed me the wrong way. Zhao Wei calmly spoke, his words reverberating like a supreme call of impending doom all over the arena. He then started taking calculated forward steps. There's no use to show such fake and peevish solicitousness toward me. I have never even once used my inner strength against others, but today, I will give you the courtesy of experiencing it firsthand. Putting one hand behind his back, Zhao Wei didn't need to adjust himself to a battle stance or something along those lines. He just jutted out his balled fist toward Zhao Han's direction. And from his fist, the golden outline of a pure energy started forming. What? This level of purity? This thickness? The head of the clan Zhao Tanking exclaimed in surprise as he almost rose from his seat. It's truly unexpected and phenomenal. Something you wouldn't expect to see in anyone. There are little to no impurities in his inner strength energy. Not to forget its peculiar attributelless properties. This level of purity isn't easily achievable, and the way he's seamlessly controlling and handling his inner strength leaves me speechless. The white-bearded great elder, Elder Zhao, supported the clan head's opinion. Zhao Feng was also shocked for the umpteenth time. He himself could achieve such a feat due to the mystical power of the god spiritual eye. How could Zhao Wei do it when there was nothing special about his eyes? Zhao Feng for once started glossing over the fact that there might be other eyes like his or something similar out there in the continent. The Azure Flower continent was so vast and filled with innumerable mysteries. Zhao Feng's speculations weren't totally unfounded. Zhao Wei's control over his inner strength wasn't perfect in any way, but he could effortlessly handle it to the best of his abilities while avoiding unnecessary energy wastage, something most cultivators are prone to while engaging in a fight. He kept the leakage of his inner energy to the minimal while coating his fist with it. With just a glance, Zhao Han felt intimidated. The golden celestial-like inner strength from Zhao Wei caused his own inner strength to feel a sense of suppression. But that didn't bring any waves in his heart and mind. It was just a slight suppression and nothing else. Nothing he couldn't overcome. I don't want to waste my energy coming to you. So bring yourself to me. Zhao Wei slightly tilted his head to the left, his overwhelming gaze boring down on Zhao Han's tensed one. Everyone could feel the sheer arrogance oozing from Zhao Wei's tone, and they couldn't help but want to smite him down for his overconfidence. But upon remembering that he was one with numerous tricks up his sleeves, they just kept their mouths shut. Humphrey, pesky tricks. You really are filling me with more reasons to cripple you. I thought my arrogance was quite something, but yours totally unbounded. Don't be too full of yourself, weakling. Icy coldness further erupted from Zhao Han's form and spread all over the battle arena to mirror his own anger. Those disciples close to the battle arena felt their bodies shiver in reaction to the sudden drop in the temperature. Enough is enough. I must teach this fucking twat a lesson to remember, Zhao Han thought evilly. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame it on your own misguided arrogance. Zhao Han growled with chilling intensity as he navigated the distance between himself and Zhao Wei like a relentless avalanche. Cold snow palm. Zhao Han released a battle cry as he concentrated his cold inner strength on his palm and leapt toward Zhao Wei. The freezing effect on his palm was now at its most terrifying state, and those who stood on its icy path could only wait to be frozen. But Zhao Wei only grinned, his expression unperturbed by the cold temperatures. He was like an ancient tree with its thick roots deeply anchored into the earth. Immovable. unshakable by Zhao Han's momentous approach. Time seemed to slow down as Zhao Han's palm attack met Zhao Wei's balled fist. Boom! A seemingly cataclysmic, ear-splitting sound ensued as two distinctive energies clashed unrestrainedly. The resultant shockwave made the battle arena to tremble as well as the hearts of those spectating. Kaka! The sound of bones cracking resounded unceremoniously, followed by a soul-shaking wail of indignation and untold pain. Arg! This can't be happening. Under the foggy veil caused due to the clash of the two youngsters, a figure flew out like a ball before motionlessly landing on the edges of the arena. When the fog ceased to be, Zhao Wei's figure was seen properly. He just stood there like a mountain, unaffected by the devastating storms of the world. His balled fist still remained stretched, and his overall stance unchanged. Everyone reached to a common consensus. Zhao Wei was the final winner and Zhao Han was the loser. It was simply undebatable. And thus a legend was naturally born. The man who claimed the throne of invincibility. Chapter 26, Wins and Losses. The challenged, Zhao Han, has been knocked out and his third seat now belongs to the challenger, Zhao Wei. The judge announced loudly for all to hear of the inevitable result. Zhao Han lost just like that? Even with his incredible peak of the 5th rank inner strength, he was still no match for Zhao Wei's one move. He's truly a monster. I reckon even if it was Zhao Linglong he wouldn't necessarily have the strength to defeat Zhao Han in a single move. Look, he still has his eyes closed. Could it be that he hasn't seen anything from the match? This guy. How pretentious can he get? The disciples cast their gazes at the first seat, which was occupied by Zhao Linglong. They wanted to know his reaction, but his closed eyes and passive face gave nothing away. He seemed to be in a different world of his own, disregarding everything. Nothing else mattered to him. Despite not getting what they wanted, the spectating disciples had already raised the image of the tournament's shining star, Zhao Wei, inside their minds. Till now, he hadn't shown any of his true strength, making him seem like a bottomless pit. Not to forget that he follows a peculiar code of finishing his opponents with only one fist, well except for Zhao Feng, who he had decided to somehow play with. Zhao Wei had already become the tournament's favorite and they couldn't help but anticipate a blood-boiling match between him and the number one inner disciple, Zhao Linglong. They couldn't wait for Zhao Wei to challenge Zhao Linglong. But was he really going to do so? As for the person of interest, he calmly went over and sat on the unoccupied third seat like an enthroned king. Zhao Kai, who occupied the second seat, cast him a side look that mirrored his inner wariness. Zhao Wei, feeling a gaze on him, turned his head and flashed him a playful smirk. Zhao Kai felt himself miss a breath. Zhao Wei's smirk made him overthink that he wasn't finished and he was going to be next. Shit. Why did I have to look at him? Now this crazy guy has set his eyes on me. I just hope that he won't challenge me since I don't have full confidence in winning against him. Being in the second position is already good enough. This guy feels more dangerous than even Zhao Linglong. It looks as if high cultivation is worth nothing in his eyes. Messy thoughts ran through Zhao Kai's mind as a cold sweat trickled down his face. It would be even stupid of him to try and challenge him to test the waters. It was just better to proceed with his initial plan of challenging the first seat. Zhao Wei was bad news that should be avoided. Seeing Zhao Kai's uncomfortable and worried look, Zhao Wei chuckled lightly just enough to startle him and cause him even more stress. What a scared pup. Zhao Wei shook his head with an amused expression on his face. He could already see through Zhao Kai's worries. The dude had probably started thinking that he was also aiming for his seat so as to increase his own fame and prestige. That was something that Zhao Kai needed not to worry about since Zhao Wei had no intentions whatsoever of amassing reputation and prestige. Zhao Wei had already achieved whatever he wanted. Nothing more, nothing less. Zhao Wei still had 3 chances of challenging anyone, but he had already planned to pass them up. He had never put the first position in this clan's tournament as something worth taking over. That Linglong guy could as well continue to have it. What is reputation? What is fame? What is short-lived glory? All of these were nothing in front of his eyes. They served no purpose in his life and grand aspirations. Zhao Wei thought of those people who won lotteries worth millions or even billions of dollars and then they became rich and famous overnight. But what follows next? Some will wantonly spend all that money and just as they had once become rich, they would take a turn for the worse and become homeless hobos in debt. The fame and reputation that they had previously gained would all crumble as they fall into misfortune, which would only serve for other humans to secretly laugh at them. That was how humans functioned. The higher you climb, the harder you fall, and the more intense it would serve as joy for others. As a person from Earth, Zhao Wei had seen it oh so well. Even the people you deemed as your most trusted friends, they would immediately laugh behind your backs the moment you experience a moment worthy of schadenfreude. Stretching his legs like a cat, Zhao Wei leaned further into his seat and closed his eyes while resting his intertwined hands on his lap. Then, he went deep into his mind to slowly analyze the metal wall technique, and understand even the very minute details it contained. Primordial stellar energy body refining art, needed numerous points of inferences to develop it further. The more body techniques he had in hand, the more it would be close to another revolutionary spurt. After remembering some details from the absolute bangers like stellar transformation, Lord Zuying and top-tier providence, Zhao Wei had been having crazy thoughts swirling in his imaginative mind about the future of his self-created body cultivation technique. Zhao Feng looked at the sleeping Zhao Wei and internally cursed his entire generation for taking what he had been aiming for. Due to Zhao Wei taking the original main character's opportunity from the blood-red python's territory, Zhao Feng's peak 4th rank cultivation base was genuine and wasn't hidden by the hiding air technique. But even though his cultivation base was at the peak of the 4th rank, his inner strength was at the 5th rank. Zhao Feng could easily fight toe-to-toe with opponents of the 5th rank. This fact made him confident of even challenging someone like Zhao Han, even though he would have to expose some of his tricks and strength. Zhao Feng didn't have a good impression of Zhao Han in the first place since he was Zhao Yujian's cousin and Zhao Yujian was his enemy. So he had initially intended to settle the feud in one way or another. Now my only way of getting into the top 3 has been cut off completely. I can't challenge Zhao Kai, who has learned many high-rank techniques and similarly trained all of them to the high level. As for that bastard, even if I was given millions of gold taels to fight him, I would immediately refuse. Zhao Feng seethed silently. Now I would have to completely forget about learning a peak-ranked martial art and a necessary ingredient for my breakthrough to the 5th rank. The blood pill, a barely discernible smug smile curved on Zhao Wei's face when his senses picked on a particular person's hidden hatred. Even though he was concentrating on something else, Zhao Wei could easily divide his focus into 2 without needing a mind-related technique. Zhao Wei's wrath-inducing smug smile didn't escape Zhao Feng's left god eye. This bastard. Fuck, it was intentional. Zhao Feng wasn't stupid. He knew that whether it was intentional or unintentional, Zhao Wei had ultimately ruined his plans and he was plainly rubbing it on his face. In silent anger, he gritted his teeth, making his jaw muscles visibly protrude. Zhao Feng nearly puked blood due to the extreme anger and madness boiling inside him. The ancient god's eye was the only thing keeping him in check. There was simply nothing he could do against Zhao Wei since the bastard was a brute and his fists hit harder than even metal. Zhao Feng could only leave him be. Then I am only left with one choice. To challenge the 4th seat. A high-rank technique is at the end of the day still greater than a middle-rank technique. I have to be content with what I get. Zhao Feng thought carefully after calming himself down. The events that followed next were that interesting to Zhao Wei. Zhao Feng took the 4th seat from Zhao Qin and she was forced to step down and take the 5th position among inner disciples, but that was also for a short period. Zhao Yufei challenged Zhao Qin and took her position, making her more sad and disappointed. The tournament really had many geniuses that could surpass her in terms of strength. The new would always replace the old. And then again the dethroned Zhao Han proceeded to challenge Zhao Feng, intending to at least save his face, only to lose it again. He had had a very bad day. He could only occupy Zhao Yufei's position, who had immediately surrendered when he had challenged her. The direction of the novel didn't derail that much as Zhao Kai still issued a challenge to the 1st seat, Zhao Linglong. Like any other mob and stepping stone out there in the worlds of cultivation, Zhao Linglong wore a golden robe and had sharp sword-like eyebrows with an aura of an imperial highness. Something that had deeply amused Zhao Wei. That guy was even more arrogant than him. But he served as a good source of knowledge for Zhao Wei. Zhao Linglong's step shadow movement technique and peak-ranked martial technique spatial cloud finger were duly analyzed and memorized. To see through the essence of a peak-ranked martial technique wasn't that hard for Zhao Wei. He didn't plan on using them personally, but they could serve him very well in improvising his own techniques. The clan sparring contest ended with no suspense and the prizes and ranks among the new bunch of inner disciples were announced. The top 6 ranks were like this from the 1st position to the 6th position: Zhao Linglong, Zhao Kai, Zhao Wei, Zhao Feng, Zhao Han, Zhao Yufei, Zhao Qin. As for the prizes, Zhao Wei had muted whatever those below the top 3 received from his ears since they didn't concern him. As a result of being in the top 3, Zhao Wei had been bestowed a special token that would allow him to pick his techniques without any worry from the martial arts library. Women are a source of trouble. Zhao Wei scoffed lightly and disappeared into the crowd when he saw Zhao Yufei looking for him after the tournament was finalized. The Linglong guy, in whichever universe he was from, he couldn't resist a jade beauty. A jade beauty was always their kryptonite. Zhao Wei had already seen it from miles away and extricated himself from such a forced plot. There was no benefit of him clashing balls with such a character if needed be. What mattered most were the events that would introduce him to the rest of the fan universe and leave Sun Feather City behind. Yet another new beginning awaited him. Author's note: enjoy. Comment. Vote. Review. We need to continue interacting so that I know my rights and wrongs. That's it for today, fellow Taoists. Shout out to those who took their time to support me on my Patreon. Have a good day. Chapter 27, Fated with Assassination Dao. After returning to his abode, Zhao Wei decided to cook something before doing anything else. His need for more nutrition seemed to have considerably escalated as his cultivation strength continues to grow. Not to mention, his body cultivation skill, primordial stellar energy body refining art. After being fully satiated, Zhao Wei rested for a while and after that went to his courtyard. All of my skills are maxed out, grandly perfected to unprecedented levels, well, except for the body strengthening skill. Zhao Wei touched his chin in thought while comfortably assuming a lotus position. The efficiency at which I can use them makes them more superior than high-rank martial arts and slightly closer to peak-ranked ones. Zhao clan don't have any holy martial arts, but for a small clan, it's impressive that they have remnants of an incomplete holy rank martial art. Zhao Wei knew the term holy skill or holy path was something that was only being used mainly by those in the lower strata. The correct way of skill categorization from the lowest to the highest was mortal, spiritual, earth, and heaven. The incomplete holy rank martial techniques were only comparable to sub-low level mortal rank techniques. And the so-called holy rank martial techniques can only be considered low-tier mortal rank techniques. But even then, mortal rank techniques were still kind of a rarity, forget about spiritual rank. It was understandable for those of Sun Feather City not to know such basic knowledge due to regional limitation, and also their horizons were just within the confines of the city. There were other 11 small cities just like Sun Feather City in the Guanlu province. And the Guanlu province was under the leadership of the Guanjun Palace, the organization that Zhao Wei wanted to be scouted by. Connections had to be made if he wanted to eventually enter the Broken Moon clan, a hub of various important knowledge that could prove very helpful to him. And for that he had to stand out in the Genius Summit that would happen in like 2 days from now. Zhao Wei didn't need to be the final winner but showcase a notable performance that would make the guy from Guanjun Corps definitely want to recruit him. Anyway, the techniques above the heaven rank weren't clearly explained, but when I had been just a reader, I had made a personal speculative list. They were God rank techniques and ancestral rank techniques. God rank techniques used by those in the heavenly divine realm and God Lord realm, while ancestral rank techniques were used by the mysterious world level entities. Zhao Wei chuckled to himself since that knowledge wasn't going to help him in any way. It was currently utterly useless to him. I should improve my cultivation base now. There is no need to lag behind. Zhao Wei put his hand into his right pocket and gently removed a carefully wrapped up pill. He then unwrapped it and behold, a shiny red round pill came into view. A faint medicinal scent wafted into Zhao Wei's nose and he closed his eyes to savor it. This was the blood pill that only those in the top 3 could receive as a reward. Without hesitation, Zhao Wei picked it up and popped into his mouth. A herbal minty taste assaulted his taste buds as the blood pill slowly dissolved in his mouth before gliding down via his food pipe into his stomach. Zhao Wei used the medicinal energies within the blood pill to increase his inner strength and cultivation base respectively. His cultivation base experienced a breakthrough and increased to the peak of the 5th realm, while his inner strength became comparable to the 6th rank. Feeling that it wasn't enough, Zhao Wei decided to use the 1,000-year-old blood plant to barely shatter the cultivation barrier between him and the 6th rank. It took all of his concentration to successfully break through to the 6th rank. His inner strength was boosted to the limit of the 6th rank and stayed there since an almost impenetrable gate existed between the 6th rank and the 7th rank where one could be called a martial master. Zhao Wei then used that day and the next one to thoroughly consolidate his foundation. One's talent is put to test as one progresses further in their cultivation. Zhao Wei could already sense the diamond-like wall that would be proved very difficult for him to bulldoze through. The 7th rank of the consolidated realm was going to be a pain for him, but Zhao Wei just brushed it off as something that he would have to deal with when the appropriate time arrives. I still haven't gone to the martial arts library, but first. Zhao Wei stood in the middle of his courtyard like a statue. He closed his eyes and started reliving all of his past experiences, from the purple lightning-clawed phantom panther all the way to the present. But what he put more emphasis on was his battle against the sneaky purple lightning-clawed phantom panther and Zhao Linglong's step shadow movement technique. Although Zhao Linglong's technique was miles away from ever rivaling the purple lightning-clawed phantom panther's true shadow-like maneuvering, it still served well as a reference. Creating afterimages wasn't something that Zhao Wei couldn't do. With just the sheer speed of his physical body, he could easily break the sound barrier. It wasn't anything really special. Zhao Linglong seemed to have not fully grasped the essence of his own technique, and that was to be as shadow-like as possible, to be unseen by your opponent. With his high comprehension abilities, Zhao Wei came to understand if all shadows share the same fundamental connection, then wasn't it possible for him to find a way to utilize it more? The purple lightning-clawed phantom panther had a special physiology that allowed it to seamlessly hide in something as intangible as a shadow. Zhao Wei's body was human and incomparable to that of such a monster, but there was something that people shouldn't forget. Cultivators are beings of adaptability. They can adapt to anything through techniques. Zhao Wei could already erase himself from the visible realm. Adding another life-saving skill into his arsenal of abilities wasn't going to be without its own benefits. Zhao Wei had already seen through the essence of the shadows. He had totally understood it, what it meant to be a shadow. All of a sudden, Zhao Wei's figure disappeared from where he had been standing. He didn't turn invisible or use his terrifying speed to instantly accelerate. Zhao Wei just disappeared, and when he appeared again, it was several meters away from where he had been just standing. And from whence he came from was a dark shadow cast by a mid-sized tree. Damn, that felt dangerous. I became Danny Phantom for a moment. Zhao Wei inspected his body very carefully with an interesting look in his dark eyes. So that is what it means to shadow travel. The shadow traversing technique. Truly magnificent. Zhao Wei grinned widely like a crazy scientist before locking his eyes on another shadow. And instantly he appeared where he put his mind to. Then again and again, he repeated the same set of actions. Teleporting via shadows within my field of vision. This is a truly overpowered life preservation skill, and at the same time, a good way to catch my enemies off guard. At the same time, something clicked inside his mind. Why does it seem like I am fated with assassination now? It was very true. Though it felt grand and heroic to fight your opponents head-on with overwhelming confidence, Zhao Wei felt that if the situation needed be, it was better to just finish off your opponents in the quickest way possible while catching them unaware. There was no need to care about honor when it came to matters of life and death. Honor and adhering of rules was just for brainless fools. And Zhao Wei wasn't one to care about such trifles. He wasn't an honorable man. The thought of daggering someone from behind without even them knowing appealed to him more than anything. Chapter 28, Changes. Having trained to his heart's content, Zhao Wei decided that it was time to go to the martial arts library. But on his way out, Zhao Wei encountered a rather frequent visitor to his living quarters. It was Zhao Yufei. Apart from her, there has been no one else with whom he had spent more than a few minutes with. Zhao Yufei. The woman was at risk of getting fatally attached to him, and that wasn't definitely good in the long-term run. Or maybe she was already ensnared without her even knowing it? Hey, Brother Wei. I have been looking for you for quite some time. Where have you been hiding all this time? Her exquisite and gentle eyes gazed at him with a questioning look. Her voice sounded just like a celestial tune to the ears. Zhao Yufei looked innocent, sexy, pure and devastatingly charming. Any man would find it hard to resist her call and whims and only wish to protect, cherish, possess and spoil her to the best of their ability. But was Zhao Wei just any man? No. Truthfully, from the depths of his heart, Zhao Wei didn't want to be emotionally entangled with the beautiful lady standing on his path. That's why several days after learning the mysteries behind his newfound technique, shadow traversing technique, Zhao Wei had been using it to hoodwink those who sought after him, and it was especially one person. Zhao Yufei. It could be said that he had been acting pretty childish. That act of hiding from someone was reminiscent of the childish game of hide-and-seek. Zhao Wei believed what he was doing was for her own good and peace of heart and mind. He was the type of man any woman should avoid diverting their interest to. For his heart held no love and compassion. His mind hadn't for once thought about being cuddly with anyone in the fan universe, a universe comparable to a simulated reality. Hiding? That is a rather ridiculous way of putting it. Can a man just not be busy with his life and remain unseen from the world? Zhao Wei fluently replied, not admitting anything or explaining himself to the fairy in front of him. Humphrey, but to me it feels like you have been diligently avoiding me. A woman's intuition has little to no probability of going wrong. Zhao Yufei adorned a cute pout on her face while placing her hands on curvy hips. And? Zhao Wei calmly urged her to continue. The expression on his face was one that portrayed an uncaring attitude. Seeing his nonchalance and kind of aggravating stance, Zhao Yufei exhaled in clear frustration. She still couldn't understand Zhao Wei even after spending some time with him. Albeit only a little bit. Did I do something wrong, or is there a specific reason why you have been avoiding me? I only wanted to spar and learn more from you since you have already proven yourself to be the best among all disciples. Zhao Yufei inquired with a hurting expression on her gorgeous face. A foreboding feeling crept in Zhao Wei's heart. He didn't know why. Even so, Zhao Wei chose to ignore the feeling as he intensively looked at Zhao Yufei. Some things couldn't be avoided just for long. Zhao Wei wasn't so conceited to think that Zhao Yufei was already head over heels for him. But he speculated that if he continued interacting with her for longer periods, her budding feelings would erupt, and what he mostly wanted to avoid would become an eventuality. Due to his intense gaze, Zhao Yufei found herself blushing unintendedly as her slightly watery eyes sought to avoid him. The reason we couldn't see each other was due to my arduous training, and in this cruel world of cultivation, negligence and laziness shouldn't be tolerated. I don't know if I should feel sorry for just wanting to increase my survival rate and strength. His words weren't soothing or gentle, but sharp and a little bit sarcastic. The world doesn't revolve around your beck and call, beautiful. Zhao Yufei found herself quite disoriented by his words. Beautiful? That word stuck to her heart like a magnet. It made her maiden heart race like never before, and if it were not for his other words, Zhao Yufei would have chosen to remain muddled. Wasn't he being unnecessarily harsh to her? What was the reason for his shitty response? Why was he being rude? What did she do wrong for him to be this cold? She was just trying to be nice and get to know him more, as he was the only one that wholly interested her. He was an enigma that she yearned to unravel little by little due to her relentless curiosity. She just wanted to know more about the man named Zhao Wei. Why was he so much different from others? Why did he like to stay like a lone wolf? What was the reason for the tinge of loneliness hidden within his deep abyssal eyes? Why doesn't he normally show the much-needed response when in the presence of a beautiful flower like her? Wasn't she beautiful enough for him to just look at her with a warm and tender gaze other than his usual calm and collected one? Zhao Yufei didn't know why she was starting to feel like that, but Zhao Wei knew. Curiosity can kill the cat. Zhao Wei took a step. Then another, which was then followed by another until he was within an arm's length reach of Zhao Yufei. Zhao Yufei chose to stand her ground, her expectant eyes following every of his calculated movements. His actions conveyed that he had something pretty important to say to her. But then what was this feeling of apprehension mercilessly clawing at her heart? Thump. 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 Zhao Yufei. The way he called her name was profoundly different from his usual way of calling her. It felt a little bit intimate. That's how it sounded in her ears, anyway. You are a beautiful woman. For a moment. Just for a moment, Zhao Yufei found her brain ceasing its functioning. What the? Is he trying to confess? Various wild thoughts filled her pure mind as a red flush of shyness spread on her soft white and unadulterated skin of her small neck and cheeks. Unaffected by the changes of her facial expressions, Zhao Wei continued. I wholly accept that you are so beautiful, but it's a pity. It's just a pity that you bear many thorns that may prick me at any moment. In short, you will be inviting me and yourself a lot of unnecessary troubles when your interest in me keeps on increasing further. You are a lamb, and a lamb usually should not intentionally send itself into the wolf's den. I am no wolf but a demon you should avoid at all costs lest your soul be consumed by me. I don't know how you find me attractive, since I have never been one to care about superficialities, but please don't harbor thoughts of friendship or something like affection toward me. I am not your friend that would play with you when you are bored. We have boundaries that shouldn't be crossed, and I am just an ordinary disciple just like any other. Zhao Wei then exhaled strenuously after blubbering for so long and then started walking past her. He then stopped when he was behind her. I might have been harsh and somehow unfeeling, but it's for your own sake. Take care. With that, Zhao Wei disappeared as he headed towards the martial arts library, leaving behind Zhao Yufei, who stood frozen like a lifeless statue. It was silent. Utterly silent. The cool evening wind did nothing to cause a reaction from the lost woman, only slightly blowing her pretty white dress and exposing her long and beautiful slender legs. She didn't know the hows and whens, but when she came to herself, her watery eyes had already started spilling. Something. Just something inside of her felt broken for the first time in her life. Even though he had spoken indirectly, Zhao Yufei was no dunce, and she understood what he had wanted her to thoroughly understand. Bastard. She cursed under her breath, not caring for her image since she was all alone. Through his words, Zhao Yufei had already come to verify her own feelings. It seems I liked him. And I. Her gaze was sorrowful, conveying the woes of a broken heart as she looked at the slowly approaching darkness of the night in the sky that mirrored her own emptiness. Still like him. Her love became unrequited even before it bloomed into something more devastating. It was crystal clear that Zhao Wei didn't have her in his heart and no one else. He was a poison. And she was still determined to get poisoned by him. Amidst the brokenness, her heart slightly mended and yearned for him. The heart already wants what it wants. Rubbing away her unsightly tears, Zhao Yufei sniffed back her snot with a new look of determination on her immortal-like face. I will surpass you, and only then would you have nothing else to look at but only me. I know that you think I am a liability, but that won't be for long. Unknown to her and many, at that very moment, her vow inadvertently stimulated the traces of her ancient bloodline, and a fire that wasn't there burned in her eyes. The river of time derailed from its natural course as Zhao Yufei was born anew. She was no longer that maiden that had just had her heart broken. She was. Chapter 29, Second floor. The silhouette of the martial arts library could be seen from afar as Zhao Wei slowly neared it. His demeanor was still refined and lonesome, his gait slow and seemingly careless. The expression on his face was subdued, not showing an ounce of his inner emotions and thoughts. Zhao Wei looked unaffected by whatever had happened just a few moments ago. He hadn't been wrong, that was all that mattered to him. His conscience didn't have any guilt, and his mind was devoid of any afterthoughts or lingering sentiments. Zhao Yufei had to face reality. Reality was an unfair bitch, and he, Zhao Wei, had already seen through it, or so he thought. Zhao Yufei could be considered still young compared to him when it came to maturity and life experience. The man named Zhao Wei was unlovable. He deemed himself so. He was a being that yearned for power and lived for power and mysteries the universe had to offer. He lived for the ultimate goal of being unshackled by anything in existence, to be supreme, to be an eternal existence. But was there a possibility of his vision and grand ambitions being flawed? No one knew. Even Zhao Wei himself didn't know. As long as one had their own ideals, dreams and path to follow, was there any need to care about the little mundanities barring them from achieving whatever they want? As an Earthling, Zhao Wei's knowledge could be said to be several miles ahead of everyone in the fan universe. How many plots and stories have you read? There were honestly so many. The main character always appears at the last hour to save despair-filled female leads, or a scenario where the love interest and close ones of the main character are used as hostages and bargaining chips to bring worry and anger onto the story's hero. Zhao Wei knew them all too well. Such kind of tribulation wasn't what he needed in his life's journey. He didn't need anyone or anything that could be used against him. He feared and abhorred liabilities at the same time. He didn't want unnecessary dramas to plague his own daily life. Greetings, Great Elder. Zhao Wei respectively cupped his hands when he saw the usual guardian of the martial arts library. Zhao Wei already knew his name. It was supposed to be Zhao Yusong or just Elder Zhao, but he couldn't just call out his name aloud. It was best for him to act natural like any other oblivious disciple. Inner disciple Zhao Wei, and here I was wondering when you would come to the martial arts library. This old man has been diligently waiting for you. Elder Zhao smiled amiably at him while nodding his head subtly. To say he wasn't satisfied with this demonic genius would be severely wrong. Zhao Wei's previous performance at the clan's sparring tournament had left a deep impression in his mind. Elder Zhao honestly believed Zhao Wei to be nothing short of monstrous. He looks calm and reserved even in my presence. His breath is steady and strongly restrained, a testimony of how sublime his control over his inner strength is. At such a young age he's already able to achieve such feats. I can't even begin to imagine the limitless possibilities of his future. Elder Zhao thought in appreciation while running his rough hand through his voluminous white beard. Zhao Wei somehow found his many actions quite amusing. His long beard kind of reminded him of the headmaster of Hogwarts. You can call me Elder Zhao. I suppose you should already have an inkling about my identity. Elder Zhao introduced himself, his sharp eyes never leaving Zhao Wei. I had my own guesses, especially after seeing you sitting together with the head of the clan. Anyone attentive would have been able to put two and two together. Zhao Wei humbly replied. From an outside perspective, anyone would have really thought that Zhao Wei was humble and the filial type of guy. Only himself knew that whatever he was saying and doing weren't heartfelt. If the situation needed him to be humble and respectful, then he would do just that. Also, there is something about your aura that may be to elevate your status above other elders. Zhao Wei calmly continued. Elder Zhao's eyes twinkled before his body almost keeled over in laughter. What an energetic old man, Zhao Wei thought. Ho ho, you really have a way with words, young man. I presume that's it, only you who can come up with such a speculation. Anyway, that's enough chatter for the day. Let me bring you to the second floor. Elder Zhao rose from his seat before beckoning Zhao Wei to follow him. I have been waiting for those words like forever. Zhao Wei then started following Elder Zhao to the second floor. Compared to the first floor of the martial arts library, which had thousands of martial arts books, the second floor seemed rather scarce and unimpressive. The second floor was where high-ranked martial techniques and peak-ranked martial techniques were located. The second floor had no physical books present in the shelves but only jade tokens. Those jade tokens held the names of the martial arts skill and the summary of what the skill completely entailed. Those were some of the basic knowledge that Zhao Wei remembered from the novel after witnessing it himself. High-ranked martial techniques and peak-ranked martial techniques were extremely precious to the clan, so the appropriate security measures came in the form of jade tokens. You don't exactly seem surprised by the state of the second floor? Elder raised an eyebrow as he looked at the expressionless face of the rising disciple. He is becoming more interesting with each little moment that I get to know him. You are not gonna ask me anything? He cast an expectant gaze at him. Zhao Wei shook his head and came up with a random reasonable reply. I think there's a reason as to why things are as they are. The clan has its own reason for doing things, and I don't think I am in a position to ask about everything. Elder Zhao sighed helplessly, disappointment clearly written on his face. As the custodian of the library, Elder Zhao wished to be occasionally asked questions, or else he would find it painfully boring sitting there every day without anything to do except for one singular job. You can choose the skills that you are supposed to. Just pick up the jade tokens of the skills you find yourself comfortable with and give them to me. Elder Zhao instructed. Zhao Wei nodded before he started reading through the mixture of 200 or so, high-ranked and peak-ranked martial techniques. Of course, peak-ranked martial techniques were in the minority. Relentless tornado kicks, peak-ranked martial technique, it is of the wind attribute and has 3 levels.
Effective against multiple enemies. When cultivated to perfection, the user would be able to sweep away thousands of armies. You are the one I want. How can I pass up the chance to airbend my way through multiple opponents? Also, the technique inevitable reminds me of Heizo. Zhao Wei thought with a slight smile on his lips. In his past life, he had been a casual gamer apart from being an avid novel reader and anime watcher. So it wouldn't come off as a surprise for him to know a few game characters and their attack patterns. Zhao Wei also saw the technique chosen by Zhao Feng in the original timeline Starfinger, but he didn't give up on the relentless tornado kicks. Since he cultivated the primordial stellar energy body refining technique, he could easily use it as a template to create something similar to Starfinger but inarguably more powerful. Since Zhao Wei had already chosen a peak-ranked martial technique, he was now only left with two high-ranked ones. He found a high-ranked skill called Freezing Ice Spear Technique. As the title suggests, it obviously leaned heavily on the ice element. It had 4 levels. When cultivated to the max level, one will able to condense ice spears in the air and attack through the air by causing a rain of ice spears. One would be comparable to a monarch of ice and blizzard. It also the qualities of an expert of the transformation state. To Zhao Wei, the final level of the spear art had a little bit of semblance with how the king of Ruk liked to attack through the gates of Babylon. Oh Gilgameshio. Zhao Wei chuckled inwardly. He would probably curse at me for referring him like that, Zhao Wei thought as he picked the jade token of his last high-rank skill. It was honestly an unexpected good find. A rarity, to say the least. Overworld Thunder Cry, a technique that utilized sound waves to attack the senses of the opponents. The enemies attacked would feel as if innumerable thunder booms are ringing inside their ears and minds. When cultivated to perfection, there is a small probability of affecting the soul realm of the target. From the summary alone, there is no doubt that the technique isn't suited to be of higher rank, that is unless. It's very difficult to comprehend. Zhao Wei mused silently. You have already chosen your techniques, I see. I am honestly curious of what you have chosen. Elder Zhao couldn't hide his avidity as he quickly took the 3 jade tokens off Zhao Wei's outstretched hands. I can't believe it. You, Elder Zhao exclaimed before stopping mid-sentence. Old man, can you stop overreacting just for once? Zhao Wei rolled his eyes at Elder Zhao, who was intensely looking through the jade tokens he had chosen. Relentless tornado kicks. Freezing ice spear technique. Overworld thunder cry. Those 3 techniques are very difficult to comprehend and require one to have deep comprehension of martial arts. Young man. Elder Zhao sighed in defeat after remembering that the person standing before him was already a freak of nature. A person of mystery that could look at you and you would feel as if everything about your existence has been entirely exposed. Ah, forget it. I believe you can just pull off what many couldn't. Elder Zhao laughed at himself. That brat Zhao Linglong wouldn't stand a chance against you if you master any of the 3 techniques, Elder Zhao praised. You are surely jesting, Elder Zhao. You are overestimating my capabilities. How can I hope to shake the position of a young dragon like Zhao Linglong, the future of the Zhao clan? Zhao Wei laughed with a self-deprecating smile on his face, but Elder Zhao failed to catch on to the hidden sarcasm in his tone. Stop being unnecessarily humble and have some confidence in yourself. Elder Zhao patted his shoulder before going and disappearing into a hidden room, probably where they stored the true copies of all the skills on the 2nd floor. A few moments later, Elder Zhao returned with 3 old books on his hand. Here. Elder Zhao placed the 3 books on Zhao Wei's hands. Zhao Wei quickly started going through the 3 books individually. In a matter of seconds, he had already finished imprinting everything inside neural circuitry. Finished already? Elder Zhao tried not to act surprised and only smiled foolishly. I think so. It isn't anything special. Zhao Wei replied nonchalantly while returning the books back to Elder Zhao. It isn't anything special. Young man, don't force my hand, cause I will spank your cocky ass for nearly making me puke blood. Elder Zhao silently grieved as he tried to restrain his growing aggravation from spilling out of his mouth. Who memorized 3 big books in a matter of seconds? Elder Zhao, your face isn't looking good. Are you sick by any chance? Zhao Wei looked innocent as he asked in a concerned voice. It's nothing. Elder Zhao replied after recomposing himself. Can I take my leave then? Elder Zhao gestured his hands in dismissal as if shooing a terrifying wolf in sheep's clothing. And never come back here to cause me unnecessary shock and distress. Unknown to him, as Zhao Wei turned around to walk away, a cheeky smile adorned his face. Old man, you are truly resilient to hold on to that blood rising in your throat, hee hee. Chapter 30, Freezing Ice Spear Technique, another bout of training. Zhao Wei animatedly stretched his arms, causing cracking sounds to emanate. The training arcs never end unless you are supremely transcendental, all-powerful motherfucking immortal. He then joked lightly while rotating his neck from his left shoulder to the right while also flexing and relaxing their muscles. All people yearn for immortality,
Even in my past life, a scant few scientists were crazily invested in trying to understand the exotic biology of nature's favored organisms like the immortal jellyfish or even lobster to decode small secrets of the realm of God. The cultivation world is even more extreme in the pursuit of immortality due to the existence of lawlessness and rules of the jungle. No one really wanted to die. Even hidden within themselves, people would never shun away the window of opportunity to be immortal. Immortality, what a good goal for one to strive for, Zhao Wei thought with a casual smile on his face. But immortality was just a side quest of what he pursued in his grand quest. It wasn't exactly unachievable, that was the spirit needed to realize it. An unwavering heart and spirit. Eternal life was not meant for all but for those who would rise above all hardships, setbacks, and crises. Many small things have changed from the original canon events and probably more are to come. Some may be within my realm of expectations while some may not. I will just have to depend on my wits, strength and luck. Zhao Wei rubbed his chin while walking in circles. I have roughly around 2 months before the start of the convention of geniuses from Sun Feather City's 4 big families. That period is enough for me to do a lot of things. He analyzed carefully. After that, Zhao Wei began his serious training. First, he decided to start with the freezing ice spear technique. The mnemonics of the technique were lucidly imprinted in his mind and he could easily remember everything on how to cultivate it. The freezing ice spear technique had 4 levels. The first level was named Snow-Ice Conversion. It was all about turning your inner strength into ice energy. But that didn't mean that it was going to be easy and smooth sailing. Even one single mistake would easily spell death for the practitioner. If one didn't circulate their inner strength as carefully and precisely as per the technique, they would inevitably freeze their blood vessels, energy vessels and even their hearts. This essentially made the freezing ice spear technique a suicidal method of cultivation. It really had strict conditions that only served to increase its difficulty. But this sort of difficulty didn't mean shit to Zhao Wei. What he didn't lack was comprehension. His comprehension was monstrous and although his control over his inner strength wasn't sublime yet, it could still be considered nothing short of genius. Sitting in a lotus position, Zhao Wei then closed his eyes. Breath in, breathe out, Zhao Wei took deep, rhythmic breaths before he started meditating. His hands were cupped against each other with all the fingers laced except for his thumbs that touched each other. This could be said to be a cultivation gesture. From his danshan to his energy pathways, Zhao Wei began circulating his attributellus inner strength as illustrated in the freezing ice spear technique. Milliseconds passed. Seconds passed. Minutes passed. An hour later, from his hands, the golden luster of his attributellus inner strength started transforming into snowy white ice inner strength. Zhao Wei could feel it. The severe coldness formed in his hands. If one had a weak physique, then their hands would have been mercilessly frozen without a doubt. Zhao Wei's physical body could resist the extremely low temperatures, not to say nothing about high temperatures. He couldn't suffer from frostbite. Opening his eyes, Zhao Wei glared at the small block of ice lodged between his hands and smiled. First level no more. The second level would be even easier followed by the other subsequently. Crack. Zhao Wei then casually pressed the super hard block of ice against his hands before it completely shattered into little ice crystals that fell on the ground. Watching the little ice crystals on the ground, Zhao Wei suddenly started reminiscing. Iceman, the frozen cloud fairies, Elsa, Asdeath, Jack Frost. He absent-mindedly started thinking about the characters that attacked through using the power of ice. There were only a few famous ones that he could remember. Zhao Wei knew about Elsa and Jack Frost from his childhood days. Was there really a child that didn't like the wonderful world of Disney? Asdeath, she was. It was better to leave her alone. She was just. Never mind. The anime nerds knew her oh too well. A waifu worth simping for. The type those horny teens and men alike would gladly fantasize and allow themselves to be stepped on by a silky soft stocking wrapped alluring. Thick. Only the cultured minds knew what Zhao Wei was thinking. But Zhao Wei wasn't the type to be stepped on or dominated. Frozen cloud fairies, the jade beauties from Against the Gods are a hot topic in almost all fanfictions. There are must-harem members for most protagonists. You can't just leave jade beauties that have transcended beauty like Zyakinayu and Chuyukin alone. Gotta pick 'em all. Zhao Wei laughed as he remembered some of the funny harem fanfictions that he had read in his previous earthly life. After that short break of reminiscence, Zhao Wei continued cultivating the next level. The second level needed the practitioner to use a weapon, and of course, it had to be the spear. The second level was titled Falling Freezing Snow. It emphasized on the usage of the snow-ice inner strength when attacking. According to the technique, one had to coat the spearhead with the icy inner strength and then contain it. When attacking, one had to be as light as a feather before releasing the contained icy inner strength on the opponent like a disastrous avalanche and freezing them. The second level was all about control and precision. Zhao Wei wielded a spear and started practicing according to the technique. His attacks were simple and refined, devoid of any unnecessary movements as he heavily thrusted the spear at the air. The air cried in resistance due to the force of his attacks. When Zhao Wei saw a nearby tree, he then marked it as his training dummy. From his hands, he carefully channeled the icy inner strength through the shaft of the spear and finally to the head, and without warning, he stabbed at the thick bark of the tree. The tree was like tofu as he easily penetrated through its bark and into its stem, and in that instant, he released all that pent-up icy inner strength. Sha! Multiple 1-meter-long ice spikes protruded omnidirectionally from the stem and ultimately caused the upper part of the tree to momentarily fall. The lower part became solidly frozen. Now this is what I call an instant kill. If this isn't despair to my enemies, then what is? Zhao Wei felt satisfied with the effects of the second level of the freezing ice spear technique. He then practiced for a few times before he felt comfortable with the style. The third level icy calamity was an area of effect move. By stabbing the weapon into the earth, within a certain small radius around the user, the opponents will be assaulted by the barrage of icy spikes emanating from the ground. This move was the second most difficult and had a delay period before the results were seen. It also consumed a lot of inner strength, and enemies with keen senses could easily avoid being impaled from the ground. The earth below had moisture, and by using icy inner strength, the practitioner would transfer all that energy within a small radius, thus lowering the underground temperatures to be able to create the icy spikes. It was truly worthy of being called the icy calamity. Zhao Wei easily found a way to cheat his way through the slow activation due to his high comprehension abilities and imagination. By the end of the day, Zhao Wei mastered the final level absolute spear sense and therefore comprehending freezing ice spear technique to the grand perfection realm. Chapter 31, Nowhere to hide his face. Absolute spear sense, projection of the icy inner strength outside one's physical body and then transforming it into numerous ice spears that can easily attack through the air like a martial master. The number of ice spears formed is highly dependent on one's inner strength reserves. Above Zhao Wei's head were 5 perfectly sculptured ice spears radiating extremely low temperatures. And with a thought, he released. He didn't withhold anything. Once again, another tree suffered a cruel fate. Zhao Wei seemed to be wantonly destroying a part of nature that couldn't fight back. Shwa! 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 An ancient tree, the size of 5 men combined, was uprooted from its pillar of support, the earth. Impaled from all sides, the tree that had lived for possibly thousands of years had had its heritage and life shattered effortlessly just like a flimsy piece of glass. Zhao Wei condensed another ice spear and aimed at a 2 meters long boulder. Say about unconventionality, but was it really so? Ice is considered not stronger than steel or most metals. But that only applies when the temperatures aren't lowered enough. Under considerably lower temperatures, ice can even shatter steel, and remember, we have yet to reach the domain of absolute zero. Ice frozen near absolute zero temperatures is already hard enough to break through the toughest metal. Bang! The 2-meter-long boulder was easily fragmented into innumerable little rock particles. Well, it's not like science is viable in the cultivation world, a world of extreme fantasy. Zhao Wei thought. With freezing ice spear technique, now perfected, Zhao Wei became confident enough in battling a martial master, but he didn't have an estimate of his exact limits. He had never been forced into a tight spot by anyone. The azure-eyed hyena didn't exactly count since he had intentionally evaded it. In the next 3 days, Zhao Wei trained in the freezing ice spear technique, familiarizing himself with various fighting styles. He also came to realize that the technique's versatility wasn't only limited to spears, and he could shape them into arrows, swords, halberds and many others, but mixing them up proved demanding to his mind. It could easily tire him out in a matter of seconds. The time needed to visualize the different weapons was long, and no enemy was really out of their mind to try in giving their opponents breathing space unless they were stupid or overconfident in their own abilities. Zhao Wei felt that it was better to just use one type of weapon, but he was confident that with enough practice he could easily pull a watered-down version of the Gates of Babylon. Using another day dedicated to just one thing, Zhao Wei really made it happen. He practiced until he made it perfect. He then trained and gained insights in the relentless tornado kicks for another 3 days. The first form was about forming a wind blade or elemental wind-cutting blade that could cut through hard rocks like a knife slicing through butter. It also essentially strengthened the sharpness and lethality of kicks. A kick to the neck was enough to separate the head from the rest of the body with enough surgical precision. The second form, azure winds gliding through the clouds, massively boosted his speed to a terrific level. It was kind of unexpected to find a movement skill within an attack-type skill. It easily blended with the instantaneous lightning movement to form a perfect combo of wind and lightning. Due to fearing the effects of the third and final form tornado release, Zhao Wei used the Sky Cloud Forest as a training ground where he caused devastating large amounts of deforestation and massacre. He then used another 2 days to train the Overworld Thunder Cry to perfection and used the demonic beasts as his guinea pigs. It could be said that Zhao Wei had already used about 9 days to train 3 difficult techniques to grand perfection. He then stayed in the Sky Cloud Forest for about 3 days to maim, kill and cause a continuous cycle of despair. 12 days passed just like that and Zhao Wei returned to the clan since there was no need to stay any longer in Sky Cloud Forest. Boredom for yours truly is truly a sin and I am still not someone with millions worth of lifespan, tsk. Zhao Wei dejectedly sighed as he lazily swung on the fiber hammock tightly tied to 2 sturdy trees. What am I supposed to do now? Man, if I had the complete spiritual race bloodline I wouldn't have to think about my cultivation and sleep for decades so as to just skip a couple of realms before knowing it. Maybe I should take up calligraphy or something like those Genius Confusion main characters. Zhao Wei touched his chin while thinking. Without further thoughts, he rushed to Sun Feather City and bought some white canvases, calligraphy pen, ink, paint and drawing pen. First, Zhao Wei tried to do calligraphy. Holding the pen in his hands, he dipped it into the tin containing pure black ink before starting to scribble. A few moments later, Zhao Wei suffered emotional damage. The fuck's happening? Zhao Wei lamented and tearlessly cried. On the white canvas was barely readable penmanship, a testimony of him sucking at the so-called calligraphy. How do those main characters pull it off within 2 chapters even to the point of earning praises from seasoned pros? Those guys can easily form some sort of Dao intent despite it being their first time ever indulging in calligraphy. Hi, life's so unfair. I truly suck at a must-have skill for the supremely handsome jade mix that could easily melt even the coldest of ice beauties. He jokingly whined. Zhao Wei then tried to draw next after his first attempt to find some hobby failed, that is, apart from cooking. A few moments later, stickman figures could be seen drawn on the canvas, one with a short to represent the male and one with a skirt to represent the female. And they were holding hands. Speechless. Zhao Wei was speechless. He didn't know why but he just found himself drawing that weird childish stuff. Now this is what I call gaining insights from the drawings of a reincarnated immortal emperor. Without a doubt, Zhao Wei also sucked at drawing. This was probably only going to change after experiencing hundreds to thousands of years worth of experience to be able to enlighten a chicken with a drawing. It was then. PFFT. Ha ha ha. Hey. Pew ha ha ha. A clear, cute, melodious laughter resounded over Zhao Wei's downer moment adding more sourness and sadness to his already depressed state. Someone saw what they shouldn't have seen. They probably needed to be silenced effectively. Zhao Wei was even more embarrassed when his image suffered some damage. This junior pays respect to the most exalted immortal emperor, he. Deplorable incel, did you have to add insult to injury like that? Zhao Wei had nowhere to hide his face. Chapter 32, No one can dictate your worth. Who are you laughing at, brat? Zhao Wei rubbed the bridge of his nose with an embarrassed expression on his face. His stern gaze intently locked on the scoundrel bursting her lungs off without a care in the world. Bah ha ha ha. I really can't. PFFT. What's wrong with her? Zhao Wei arched an eyebrow. It seems my words didn't get to her. They entered her left ear and exited on the other one. This is truly troublesome, he then sighed helplessly inside his mind. When she had decided to return to his living quarters, Zhao Yufei reckoned she had only acted on impulse. He had been harsh to her. Extremely cruel and ruthless. Cold. She was merely 15 years of age, her maiden heart was still soft and brittle like glass. Untempered. Yet she had still experienced her first heartbreak indirectly from a young man. If the man who didn't want to involve her in his life said so, then what exactly was she doing there? Zhao Yufei didn't know. It was her own reform resolve that had pushed her to such a decision. Zhao Wei's words hadn't truly deterred her from doing whatever she wanted. She had known going back to his home was being shameless, but the universe should just allow her to embrace shamelessness just for once. A newfound fire now blazed deep within her heart. The new changes had triggered her own breakthrough. From the peak of the 4th rank to the 5th rank, the transition had been smoother and unhindered. She had remembered how his grandpa had been super worried when he had seen her messy state. With just a glance, he had known the root cause of her distress but hadn't made any effort to pity her or offer her words of consolation. The sharpness of Zhao Yufei's determined gaze and fighting spirit had made him stop in his tracks and only watch her from afar. He had witnessed the start of the inevitable rise of a phoenix. And when Zhao Yufei had taken another step in her cultivation and broke through, he had been thoroughly convinced. Not like he didn't know the uniqueness of his own granddaughter. Alright, I am truly sorry for laughing at you, oh immortal emperor. Zhao Yufei struggled to speak out an unimpactful apology as she used her knuckles to rub the little beads of tears from the corners of her eyes. Zhao Wei threw the drawing brush away in feign anger and annoyance as he looked at Zhao Yufei. Have you already laughed enough? Ah, I am good. I am good. I showed you such an unsightly image of myself. Zhao Yufei smiled widely, her current self more vibrant and quite unrestrained unlike her previous meek self. I am surprised that you have the heart and guts to return here after what happened, Zhao Wei said expressionlessly as he walked towards the makeshift table and picked up a small cup of tea. He then lifted the small cup toward Zhao Yufei. Do you want some? Zhao Yufei waved her hand downward. I am not a tea lover. She then slowly walked to the painting and absent-mindedly stared at it like it was some lost ancient art. And I dare return since I have had my eyes open for once. Zhao Wei paused, a hand holding the cup of freshly brewed tea midway as the steam gently warmed his face. Women. He muttered before taking a modest sip. What did you say? Zhao Yufei asked with puzzlement written on her beautiful face. Nothing. Zhao Wei hid his expression as he took another sip while savoring the freshness of a well-cultivated tea. She seems more confident and free. Did my previous words, by chance, come off as a motivational speech to her? It can't be. If it's like that, then it seems I have earned myself another headache-inducing situation. It seems you are like a rarely seen talent in arts and drawing that only appears once in every 100 years. Who would have guessed that the oh-so Mr. Perfect in everything also sucked at certain things? A sarcastic smile adorned Zhao Yufei's pink lips as she traced her pinky finger along the lines of the stick figures. So that's how you perceived me. I feel flattered that the image you have of me is that great. Zhao Wei raised his cup at her before taking the last swig and gently placed the cup on the table. Phew, he then exhaled in a relaxed manner and put his hands behind his back. So little girl, I will feel offended if you call me little girl once again. At my current state, it surely comes off as condescending. I want to be always addressed as an equal. Zhao Yufei turned her head and ferociously glared at Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei didn't take her attitude to heart and went to stand next to her. Her valiant and domineering persona visibly shook when he accidentally brushed his shoulder against hers. An equal, you say, huh? Zhao Wei mused without looking at her. An equal? He touched his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. You know, equality is an illusion. People can never be truly equal in the grand scheme of matters. If you want others to treat you as an equal, then you have to increase your value and worth, which only you can understand. Only yourself can realize your own worth and nobody can dictate it. Isn't that right, Yufei? I really can't stop being awed by your ideologies. You are always a strange one. Zhao Yufei nodded in agreement as she lightly brushed a loose strand of her silky hair behind her small, cute ear. But I have an inkling that you have never deemed me as an equal, right? I honestly wouldn't be surprised. She then sighed with a little sadness hidden within her angelic voice. That. You are not wrong. I have never viewed anyone as an equal. No one has so far given me a reason to show them my sincere respect. Zhao Wei didn't deny her claim and honestly replied. Zhao Yufei looked at him with a defeated expression. I am insanely arrogant, I know it very well. Zhao Wei interjected. Wouldn't it seem ridiculous if I treat those weaker than me as equals or something along the lines? Just call it pride. I think I am getting to know who you really slowly by slowly, even if I have just barely scratched the surface. Zhao Yufei flashed him a bright smile that seemed to eclipse the beauty of nature. So that means that if you want me to treat you as an equal, grow stronger than me and then senselessly beat me up. Zhao Wei chuckled. It sounded like an impossibility, coming off his tongue. Fighting intent started showing and shining brighter in her pristine eyes. Humphrey, I will handle you at any time of the day since I have now broken through. Zhao Yufei released her true cultivation and tried to intimidate Zhao Wei. The waters of the sea have different sea levels, and the deeper one goes below the water's surface, the higher the pressure. Zhao Wei was a person that categorically belonged to the depths of the sea, since his inner strength was basically thicker and stronger than Zhao Yufei's. The water pressure of anything that belonged above the deepest level of the sea can't cause any waves to someone like Zhao Wei. Her intimidation was like that of a cute kitten to a Siberian tiger. I will humor you then, Zhao Wei confidently said. Don't cry after this. Zhao Yufei bared her fangs. We will see. Chapter 33, Blazing Solar Finger. Even though you have improved significantly, you are still weaker than me, it seems. Zhao Wei taunted as he clasped his hands behind his head. You really took my previous lousy teaching to heart and practiced everything I said without leaving anything out. Huff, your mouth never ceases to irk me. Can you for once put a filter on it? Zhao Yufei grumbled in defeat as she laid on the inclined chair in a quite unladylike posture. They had just had a one-on-one battle spar, but the results had been pretty much expected. It had been a one-sided beatdown, with Zhao Wei being the one pulling his punches. Now I am not gonna sleep well tonight. Zhao Yufei slowly said in a voice full of frustration. As expected of a damsel in distress. Zhao Wei chortled. Upon hearing his snarky remark, Zhao Yufei promptly adjusted her posture and shot him a withering glare. I am going. I have already caught on to what you are implying. I now have a faint grasp of your inner thoughts. Zhao Yufei rose up from her seat with a new kind of realization settling in her eyes. Zhao Wei looked at her in curiosity. He hadn't expected his words to cause such an unexpected reaction from her. Then tell me what my inner thoughts are. Zhao Yufei's lips gently curved into a delightful, refreshing smile, revealing a pair of adorable dimples on her cheeks. It is a secret. I now know what I am supposed to do. She then elegantly glided past him, leaving behind a trace of her exquisite fragrance that subtly captivated his senses. Zhao Wei had a dumbfounded expression on his face. Well, I don't know how to respond to that. You aren't supposed to, she stated, her slender form fading into the distance. Zhao Wei didn't turn his gaze to look at her leaving. He didn't need to. By the way, the change in her demeanor isn't just about her new mindset. I think I sensed something else. Could it be that her bloodline was unexpectedly stimulated? But this shouldn't have occurred at this juncture in the timeline, Zhao Wei mused, his eyes filled with a mixture of intrigue and curiosity. I can only speculate at his point, as I haven't thoroughly examined her. If my assumptions hold true, it appears that the more I engage with the characters from the novel, the more deviations manifest. Doesn't this add an element of intrigue? Zhao Wei's eyes shifted toward the advancing darkness in the sky, a slightly manic grin adorning his features. Timeline instabilities may prove dangerous to my life, but this only serves to make me more diligent and careful in my ardent pursuance of ultimate transcendence. Zhao Wei laughed with his arms spread wide. Let it rain. And it rained that night. Not because he had the power to summon clouds, move the wind and invoke the cries of heaven, Zhao Wei had just easily predicted it from simple observation. The following day, he decided to stop playing around with paints and calligraphy and put the story behind him. There was no way his calligraphy strokes were going to have the intent of heaven like Neely's so soon. Or maybe he could try to master it faster, but that would only serve to waste his precious time. Presently, he already has sublime understanding of relentless tornado kicks, freezing ice spear technique, and overworld thunder cry, and he is able to use them efficiently. Why the hell did they name it Spatial Cloud Finger when its attacks don't affect the structure of space in any way? Zhao Wei wondered as he sat cross-legged in his garden. He was about to gain some insights from both the utilization of the Spatial Cloud Finger and Star Finger when this random thought settled in his mind. What am I thinking? The names of cultivation techniques often don't directly correspond to their effects in most cultivation worlds, Zhao Wei muttered, shaking his head and face-palming in self-amusement. Zhao Wei then steadied his breath, closed his eyes and entered a state of concentration. In his thoughts, he attempted to recall how Zhao Feng had employed the Star Finger technique in the novel. Fortunately, while he couldn't recall every intricate detail, he grasped the fundamental essence of the skill, the harnessing of intensely condensed penetrating power. The primordial stellar energy body refining art primarily used the celestial energies of the sun, moon, and stars to strengthen the physique. It was a passive skill that could strengthen the body at any time of the day, even when he was sleeping. But it had slow progression, which really wasn't a worrisome matter to Zhao Wei. If the energies of the moon, sun and stars were at his disposal, then he would use his ingenuity to create a simple attack technique centered around them. The blazing solar radiations from the sun descended on his body, making him look an eternal blazing sun. His skin seemed to alternate between hot red and then returning to normal. He absorbed everything according to the method of the primordial stellar energy body refining art. From his pores, through his vessels and then finally to his cells, Zhao Wei increased the number of stars inside them to a whopping 50 million. His previous number when he had been in the blood-red python's cave had been 15 million. The number of illusory stars had continued to steadily rise as his cultivation strength also increased, plus the passive boost. But the fact still remained that the 50 million illusory stars were still a long way from 37.2 trillions. Zhao Wei guided the fiery hot sun-yang energies through his energy pathways to his fingers, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes appeared to hold two miniature suns, emitting a radiant golden glow that could illuminate the entirety of existence for eternity. He concentrated the hot sun energies into his index finger and pointed at a nearby rock. Blazing solar finger. Shuai-ying. And he released the energies that shot in a straight line like a laser beam and bore a hole through the rock unobstructedly. Within seconds, molten magma began to ooze from the opening, its fiery red droplets splattering onto the ground below. This killer move is quite destructive, but the enemy needs to be immobilized or be caught unaware. If these conditions aren't met, it would be quite easy to anticipate the attack. Zhao Wei analyzed. But the enemies capable of evading this technique that's faster than the speed of sound aren't going to be many at this point of my journey. Then unless it's light speed or refractive. Refractive, yeah, refractive. His eyes shone in enlightenment. Light speed was impossible at the moment, but the other option, if Blazing Solar Finger could bend and be unpredictable, then his opponents could only despair. Just like Darkseid's Omega beams but from the finger. Zhao Wei then made multiple attempts to manipulate the shimmering beam of Blazing Solar Finger. Sadly, it wasn't as easy as it seemed. Hypothetically, there was this matter of his attack losing some of its speed if he messed with its trajectory. If he wanted his attack to be unpredictable, then he would have to understand more about the transformation state. If Zhao Wei could successfully master the Blazing Solar Finger of the unknown ring to its utmost potential, it had the potential to become a truly phenomenal technique. Meanwhile, the yearly Genius Summit held by the Kaiyu clan was slowly nearing, but Zhao Wei wasn't sure when. But he had a feeling it was going to be pretty soon. Chapter 34, Genius Summit. Inside certain fresh quarters of the Zhao clan, a figure could be seen practicing martial arts. One moment he was at one place, but in the next, his shadowy figure appeared at another. He gave the illusion that the very air swallowed him completely and temporarily before spitting him out at any given place he wished for. From an outside perspective, it could also be seen as if the figure was dabbling with the rare element of space to almost instantly appear at any place, but that wasn't really the case. The masculine figure was naturally Zhao Wei, and he wasn't dabbling with the spatial element or illusions, but playing with shadows. Zhao Wei suddenly appeared from a dreary shadow and then aimed his index finger as if he was aiming an M9 against an unknown opponent. He had his left eye comically closed even though he didn't need to do so. Then he murmured almost inaudibly. Bang! From his finger, hot solar energies coalesced to create a powerful concentrated beam that went out of his fingers to become a separate existence. It was widely known on Earth that anything that has light attributes can only travel in a straight line, but in a fantastical world of imagination weaved from the creativity of a human, physics and logic don't always apply. The powerful sunbeam radiating extremely high temperatures that could easily melt the hardest and most resilient metals, effortlessly cleaved a 10-meter-long fissure on the ground before setting its eyes at a target. It was a tree standing opposite to Zhao Wei. If the tree had thoughts like humans, at that moment it should have had its lifetime experiences flashing before its very eyes as it indignantly waited for death to claim it. But luckily, the expected didn't happen, causing the old tree to sigh in utmost relief and offer its eternal gratitude to the deities above, as the beam of death redirected its initial intention of sending it to meet Mengpo to Zhao Wei. Weeing. At that very moment when the destructive solar beam seamlessly changed its scientifically and eternally known path, a subtle happy smile made its way on Zhao Wei's lips. He had succeeded. The taste of success would always bring happiness to anyone who had been dedicated to achieve their goals, even if it meant that the success was smaller than what they had expected. Of course, such a line of thought didn't apply to everyone. Each individual was molded differently with contrasting sets of personalities. As his own meticulously planned attack made its way back to him, everything around Zhao Wei seemed to be chronically moving at a very slow pace. A mix of cerulean blue and light turquoise sparks of lightning silently danced around his form, making him seem as if he was bathing in pure lightning. He could have sought to avoid the attack, but he didn't. Waited, he did, and finally. Flowing stream. With his hands straightened like two sharp knives, Zhao Wei faced his own ultra-destructive power. Bang! With a swift, sweeping motion, Zhao Wei deflected the solar beam skyward, amplifying its destructive force. The result was a tremendous impact that bore a massive hole through the woolen clouds, dispersing them in its wake. Despite his actions, a sharp hiss of pain slipped from Zhao Wei's lips. He began to exhale cool air onto the scorched, reddened skin of his right hand in an attempt to soothe the discomfort. Feeling that it wasn't enough, he hurriedly sought for cold water to appease the stinging nuisance. Ah, that feels good. Zhao Wei moaned in relief and relaxation as steam gradually started emanating from the once cold waters. Never play with such concentrated ultra-destructive solar beams. I beg of you. The dunces out there. Zhao Wei looked up at the beautiful azure skies as if addressing an invisible audience that even himself couldn't see. His words were, in fact, just random. This will definitely leave a scar. I don't remember exactly how many times I have done this. Zhao Wei then looked at his now slowly healing skin tissues. It will be a pretty funny scenario if I ever succumb to my own attack. Praise be to my defenses. He half chuckled dryly while staring absent-mindedly at the empty air as he continued with a heavy tone. Time is like the flowing waters of a river, hurriedly gliding forward without a care of the changes happening around the universe. Zhao Wei then released a sigh. It's already been almost 4 months since I arrived in the fan universe. Anyway, why am I talking as if I have lived for a couple of 100 years already? Zhao Wei then turned his head towards the entrance to his training grounds when he sensed someone approaching. He concentrated his sight, and when he saw the attire worn by the person coming to his quarters, he withdrew his gaze. So it has arrived. Greetings to young Master Zhao Wei. The young maidservant bowed down her head respectfully as she addressed Zhao Wei. She really seemed to embody her role very perfectly. In her scar-ridden young hands, she carefully held an azure-colored envelope that was well sealed. Zhao Wei nodded calmly. I have been sent to give you this invite, young master. The maidservant politely spoke while she extended the envelope to him. Her eyes were still glued to the ground, still looking anywhere but him. Zhao Wei took the envelope from her hands before dismissing her. He could clearly hear her furiously palpitating heartbeat even though she had made utmost efforts to maintain her facial expressions and breathing. Zhao Wei wondered what was wrong with her, but he didn't bother to unnecessarily think about a clan servant. Well, if it isn't the invitation from none other than the renowned Belle of Sun Feather City, Calamity, a name that resonates as one of the four eminent prodigies of this illustrious city. Zhao Wei lightly smiled as he tore the seal holding the invite and nonchalantly read through everything before putting it inside his pocket. The venue and time of the Genius Summit were all recorded inside the invite. I am now assured that the long guy doesn't have me in his radar like how he previously had it for Zhao Feng. This invite is a perfect example. But I wonder why? Zhao Wei mused with a quizzical look on his face. Or maybe he doesn't feel that I am that much of a threat to him. I bet he's thinking along the lines he's an insignificant ant. An ant like him won't make any waves. I am special and he's just an ordinary side branch trash. Whatever Zhao Linglong, set eyes on is going to be eventually mine for the taking. Zhao Wei came up with a few of the possible voice lines that Zhao Linglong could ever come up with. As long as he stays within his lane, I don't think I would even bother to register his existence. A cold and calculative glint momentarily flashed in his dark eyes. After that, Zhao Wei decided to start his journey to the Kaiyu clan's territory. Just as he was about to. Brother Wei. A soft feminine voice called out to him. Oh shit, here we go again, Zhao Wei face-palmed himself. Anyway, he couldn't help but anticipate the meeting with other geniuses of Sun Feather City. After all, a reincarnated former God Lord would be present in the Genius Summit. And not just any genius but a peerless genius with a former terrifying giant god bloodline. Chapter 35, Genius Summit, 2. I presume you have just gotten your invitation to attend the yearly convergence of Sun Feather City's talented youths, Zhao Yufei remarked, her confident smile initiating a conversation as soon as she spotted Zhao Wei emerging from his quarters. I guess so. It was just a few moments ago. What about you? Zhao Wei responded blandly as he walked out with unhurried steps. Zhao Yufei followed him and tried to match his pace by trailing alongside him. With her gradually growing confidence due to her recent changes in mentality and worldview, her prior shy personality was also slowly being dissolved. To her, Zhao Wei had been just the trigger needed to wake her up to reality. I received mine this morning, Zhao Yufei replied, casting a brief sidelong glance at him. She didn't mind his blandness at all. Over time, she had grown accustomed to some of his various quirks and personalities. She is like a boomerang, Zhao Wei thought. Even if she is thrown away, she would find ways to return to the thrower. But I don't need boomerangs. It's not my choice of weapon. It's a pity that she's currently more confident and headstrong. What sort of character development is she experiencing, I wonder? Zhao Wei had already used his eyes' abilities to scrutinize Zhao Yufei's body, and the slight changes that had in her bloodline only served to confirm his initial guesses. It was within his realm of situational acceptance. Aren't you curious about the Genius Summit and the city's most beautiful girl, Calamity, who also happens to be a great beauty with strength? Zhao Yufei asked in curiosity, her beautiful eyes searching for any sort of response from the slightly detached young man. From the corners of her eyes, she could see it. Ah, the solitude of the young man. What lies behind his unpredictable and cold exterior? Beyond that veil, did he have any sort of insecurities like herself? Zhao Yufei recognized that Zhao Wei shared the same human essence as herself, yet there were moments when he seemed to transcend his humanity, emanating an aura that bordered on the realm of the otherworldly. Unfeeling and detached. I am naturally looking forward to the Genius Summit. I just don't want to be disappointed for having high expectations for the various talented geniuses from the three great families. Zhao Wei spoke distractedly as he looked at the vastness of the cerulean skies while the golden orb slowly but surely tried to escape toward the horizons. Time had been moving faster than expected. Removing his distracted gaze from the beauty of nature, his eyes descended on Zhao Yufei's face, who looked somehow pissed, but she tried her best to hide it behind a facade of a fake smile. Zhao Wei chuckled inside his mind as he had already seen through her. To say that I am not curious about the way she looks would be lying. A woman undisputedly praised by all, makes me wonder if her reputation is as it is. I have never been one to care about looks, but to me, Yufei hold more potential in that department than her. If I am walking beside a beautiful piece of art, then would there be a need to look for one with baseless rumors? You should have more confidence. I know everything about you. At that moment, A sagely aura seemed to have pervaded every sinew of his being, making him look like the epitome of wisdom. How do you expect me to react when you say such careless words to a woman? You are making me all shy and happy with such cheesy words. Cute dimples inevitably formed on her soft cheeks as her spellbinding lips curved into the most breathtaking smile that she had never shown to anyone ever since her arrival at the main branch of the Zhao clan. I didn't know that he is also capable of complimenting others. Does this mean that he's finally started to slowly open up to me? Or I'm just overthinking and it really didn't mean anything to him? Humphrey, knowing him, I bet it's the latter. He's being unpredictable once again. I just don't know what words to anticipate from him. The cool breeze of a falling night brushed past her well-embroidered silky purple dress made out of the finest materials that you could ever in Sun Feather City. Zhao Yufei breathed in the evening air. It smelled of freshness, the earth, and wood. She felt happy and rejuvenated. After all, she was enjoying a stroll with the one man she admired and had unknown feelings for. A man who viewed her not as an asset but a liability that would only make his ambitions lag behind. A man who had a realistic approach toward matters of the world, according to her. I can't wait to see your performance against the well-known four great geniuses. I wonder if you are still going to hold back like you always do while sparring against me. Zhao Yufei casually asked as they neared the Zhao clan's main gate. The other Zhao clan participants invited by Calamity seemed to have arrived earlier than them. Zhao Wei stayed silent and pondered how to reply to Yufei's question. I don't think that will happen. Zhao Wei flashed her a mysterious grin which made her heart skip a beat. Zhao Yufei avoided his gaze and harumphed before leaving him behind to hide her own bashfulness. But someone didn't take this well. Zhao Linglong didn't like other males being involved with what he had already marked. Only he, Zhao Linglong, could make the women fancied by him to put a smile on their faces. The one standing next to him, Zhao Kei, Zhao Feng, Zhao Qin and Zhao Han saw the anger and jealousy being suppressed on Zhao Linglong's face and they couldn't help but feel satisfied. Prior to the two's arrival, Zhao Linglong had been intentionally suppressing them with his innate overbearingness and sixth-rank martial aura. Although someone like Zhao Feng could easily offset such trivialities with his left god eye, he hadn't been impressed by his conduct and won above all latitude. Seeing him lose some chunks of his face was certainly going to be a source of happiness for them. Sister Yufei, I have been waiting for you. Zhao Linglong put on a loving and caring attitude as he addressed Zhao Yufei in a softer tone. As for Zhao Wei, Zhao Linglong totally ignored his existence. He didn't even bother to suppress him with his aura. Zhao Wei smiled. Yes, he just smiled. There's no need for you to wait for me anymore because I am now here in flesh. Zhao Yufei said in a nonchalant tone, disregarding the unwanted cordiality that Zhao Linglong was showing to her. Zhao Linglong didn't take her reply to heart, treating it as just her being shy. Then as if he suddenly remembered something, Zhao Linglong finally came to know of Zhao Wei's existence. And you are? I kind of forgot your name. Do you even belong to our clan? I didn't mean to sound disrespectful. Zhao Linglong turned his nefarious attention to Zhao Wei, his words arrogant and demeaning. He didn't even try to hide it. The others only watched in silence. No one would normally pass up the chance to watch or spectate a free drama. Zhao Yufei could only sigh in pity and internally laughed at Zhao Linglong's blatant idiocy at trying to engage someone as dangerous as Zhao Wei. Only she knew how terrifying he was, or so she thought. Zhao Yufei didn't like the arrogant self-entitled piece of trash anyway since he liked viewing her as his own personal property. His new confidence didn't allow that. Despite Zhao Linglong's open disrespect, Zhao Wei chose calmness over impulsiveness. His face remained expressionless as his gaze locked onto Zhao Linglong's form. There's no need to worry. I certainly didn't take it to heart. Zhao Wei waved his hand in dismissal as if treating his initial words as mere jokes. There wasn't a need for him to show him any reaction that would only serve to bolster his ego and superiority. Zhao Wei didn't want to waste his time over childlike disrespect. It would be a lie to say he didn't feel like pummeling his face on the ground and continuously grind his face against a rough and sharp surface. Not getting the reaction that he wanted, Zhao Linglong scoffed with a mocking grin on his face before facing the group. I think it's high time we went to the Genius Summit. It's of course going to be at the Caillou clan's territory. Let's set off immediately. Zhao Linglong explained briefly and the atmosphere turned into one of high spirits and overwhelming battle intent. Zhao Wei subtly looked at the faces going to represent the Zhao clan while analyzing their strengths. Wow, the protagonist really knows how to reverse the situation. I can't believe he's already at the peak 5th rank. I suppose all credits still go to the ancestor live dream. Zhao Wei amused as he saw through Zhao Feng's hidden strength. But that wasn't going to be enough, after all, in the group he was the one with the highest cultivation base, leave alone his battle prowess. He was confident of taking all of them combined, but after using some of his hacks. Zhao Wei had reached the peak of the 6th rank not too long ago, but on the surface, He was a peak 5th rank martial artist. Chapter 36, Genius Summit, 3. The journey toward the venue hosting an illustrious event was rather a quiet one except for the animated conversation coming from two distinct individuals trailing behind the entourage. Clearly, the two individuals were none other than Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei, with the latter holding the reins of the conversation. Zhao Wei didn't have any choice but to humor her enthusiasm during the course of the journey. The topic of the conversation had been initiated by her and it was mostly about cultivation insights and roundabout questions to try to open him up. The latter, undoubtedly, was destined to meet with resounding failure. Anyway, as the two youths animatedly conversed, there was another individual who didn't like whatever he was seeing from the periphery of his vision. Zhao Linglong was green with envy when he saw how a young male, apart from himself, vibing up his prospective love interest. Her laughter, accompanied by the glimpse of those enchanting dimples reserved solely for one man, fueled an insurmountable well of hatred and malice within him. He had succumbed to the allure of an irresistible enchantress known as the Jade Beauty. And those under such a spell could even wage wars against empires in a bid to win her favor and ultimately, possess her. Bound by his role as the clan head stepson and the #1 disciple of the Zhao clan, Zhao Linglong couldn't do anything rash that could tarnish both his father's and the clan's reputation in front of the disciples he was leading. He was one to hold grudges and what Zhao Wei was doing, had already warranted him his wrath and deep-seated animosity. He wasn't going to let him go in one way or the other. Unbeknownst to Zhao Linglong, he was not the sole covert observer. Zhao Wei's vigilant gaze had been meticulously surveying their surroundings as they walked from an outside point of view. Zhao Wei's attention seemed to be only centered around Zhao Yufei and their ongoing conversations, but his eagle eyes didn't fail to capture the micro-expressions fluctuating every now and then from Zhao Linglong's face. He was hyper-aware of anything directed toward him. "Oh Zhao Linglong, as discreet as you are, in your mind you would never guess that I know you inside and out. You are a predictable fella. Even without being extra careful, I have read too much of your stereotypes to know what to expect." Zhao Wei thought in amusement. He could be compared to an eager toddler observing the path of an ant. If the toddler were to obstruct the ant's route with a tiny finger, would the ant fiercely bite back or find a way to maneuver around the hindrance and persist on its journey? The ant possessed a range of options. Zhao Linglong was precisely an ant, unaware that the toddler, him, also has an option of crushing it into a minuscule puddle of hemilymph. To what extent could his narrow-mindedness truly reach? Before long, the group caught sight of the unmistakable landmarks indicating the venue's location, a serene lake and a towering mountain standing at a height of 1,000 meters. The beautiful silvery lake embraced a tranquil nature and its serenity was only slightly disturbed by the occasional ripples caused by the curious golden carps. What made it more beautiful was the way it encircled the verdant mountain, adding more impact to the wonders of nature. It was like something straight out of an exquisite piece of art. Even though he knew it was just a small part of the unnatural beauty of a fantastical world, Zhao Wei still captured the image in his mind like an ardent tourist. "But it's still not taller than Mount Tai." Zhao Wei absent-mindedly murmured. "Where is Mount Tai?" "It's my first time hearing of it." Zhao Yufei, who happened to hear his words, curiously asked. Zhao Wei was catapulted back to reality by Yufei's curiosity. "You really don't recognize Mount Tai?" "I don't know what to say anymore." Zhao Wei shook his head with a fake mix of pity and reverence written on his face. He then proceeded to leave her in his wake, utilizing his body's innate speed to sprint up the towering 1,000-meter mountain without resorting to the movement techniques employed by the others. Baffled by his ambiguity, Zhao Yufei could only release a helpless sigh before reluctantly following behind him. The Genius Summit, as the name suggested, was also going to be held at the peak of the mountain,